Come, have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea. Selling tea. This is top-grade brick tea. Asu Family's Kumis. We are a 10-year-old brand. Anyone who drinks this will know. There was a huge mix of small stall on the ground as different smells entered the nose. Shouting and bargaining noises were heard all over the place. Fong Yuan walked among them, almost at a shoulder-touching distance with the surrounding people. The festive mood was so intense. Not only was food on sale, but clothing too. Ordinary sheepskin robe, dog skin robe, or the higher quality bull skin robe. There were beautiful fox snow robes, or the wolf skin robe that had metal pieces in them which were often worn by warriors. Children were having fun at the food stalls, while men were bargaining at the weapon stalls. Women were choosing gems, pearls, or gold and silver accessories. As he walked in, Fong Yuan saw a square that was assembled casually. On the square, there were large wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cage, there were specialized gu masters guarding the place, as a fat man was shouting at the top of his lungs. Selling slave, 5 male slaves for half a primeval stone. Fong Yuan took a look and knew that it was the flourishing slave trade in northern plains. These people were from tribes who lost in battles after being captured alive. They lost their freedom and became commodity. Inside the cages, there were children who were thin and wore no clothes. There were also kneeling men who lowered their heads while locked by a steel chain. Of course, there were women too. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was sweating, but the passers-by were only watching. His eyes rolled as he thought of an idea, opening the wooden cage and letting a woman whose face was full of dirt walk out. Look, this is a top-quality woman. As he shouted, he ripped off the torn clothes of the woman, exposing her breasts. Look, what a plump breast she has. Next, he turned the woman to the other side and slapped her butt in public. Look again, such a huge butt. She can have many children. Buy her home to have kids. You can even use her for manual labor. During the process, the woman's expression was numb. She was like a wooden puppet that could be manipulated by anyone. As the fat man shouted earnestly, some commotion finally occurred in the crowd. Someone asked, "How much are you selling her for?" 3 taels of primeval stone. Just 3 taels of primeval stone. The fat man raised 3 fingers. 3 taels of primeval stone, it was not even half a piece. But the person who asked for the price suddenly shouted, "What? 3 taels? Is this robbery? I might as well save up 2 more taels to buy a big stomach horse. That is much more worth it." The fat man's oily face trembled as he spit on the ground. "Rubbish! You can buy a woman and ride her in bed. But if you buy a big stomach horse, although you can ride it, can it make babies for you? Poor miser. Get lost if you do not want to buy." The fat man was a rank 1 gu master, and the person scolded was Immortal. He immediately shrunk his neck and walked away feebly. Fong Yuan gave a few glances of interest before retracting his gaze. The slaves that the fat man was selling were just mortals. They could not fetch a good price. But if he sold variant humans, they would be sold for a much higher price. If he sold gu masters, they would be high-quality slaves, the price would be the highest. Seeing these slaves, Fong Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyun. This person was born as a slave, but he had heaven-defying luck. First, as a slave, he participated in battle. When his tribe lost, he saved the young tribe leader by pure luck when escaping for his life. Because of this huge merit, he was given the surname Ma, and was no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in Ma tribe. In order to earn a living, he went out to hunt. But because of his poor skills, he had no earnings. When he returned, he was tripped by a rock. He smashed this rock in anger, but discovered a white-silver relic gu under the rock. He contributed this rock to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic gu and was overjoyed. Not only did he reward Ma Hongyun handsomely, he even gave him an opportunity to cultivate. Ma Hongyun awakened his aperture and had great aptitude, but did not have any useful gu worms. He was often bullied by nearby gu masters, and was thrown into the river once. Ma Hongyun, who could not swim, drank a lot of water as he flowed downstream along the river. At the lower stream, Shang tribe leader's 3rd daughter, Shangling heir, was bathing. Ma Hongyun saw everything, and according to Shang tribe's rules, the beautiful Shang tribe genius female Gu master had no choice but to become his wife. Ma Hongyun thus received a lot of help from Shangling heir. He never lacked any Gu worms or primeval stones. In fact, Shangling heir even stole her tribe's precious Gu to raise his aptitude to a grade. When the matter was exposed, Shang tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry this poor lad. Thus he secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. But this expert had an argument with someone along the way and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Shangling heir thus became husband and wife and held an important position in the tribe. He was hated by Shang tribesmen due to jealousy, and they plotted against him secretly. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and just as he was about to be killed by the poison-beard wolves, he found Chang Shan-in. After saving Chang Shan-in, he became his loyal subject. Just like this, due to his ridiculously good luck on many occasions, Ma Hongyun rose up slowly, eventually becoming the lord of the imperial court. After He Lulan died, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years, over a dozen times. Later, he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable and giant son immortal venerable's partial inheritance, and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When battle and conflicts raged in the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the powerhouses of northern plains, resisting the Grand Army from Central Continent and gained overwhelming reputation. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old. It is a pity I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is part of the Huangjin bloodline left behind by Giant Sun. To vie for the imperial court, they had been expanding these few years, absorbing the members of many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has already become Ma tribe's slave. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and found himself outside a gambling den. There were 2 couplets on the door. Left was, "Show some courage, gain the fortune of the 4 seasons." Right was, "Show some skill, obtain the wealth of the 4 cardinal directions." Across it wrote, "Luck changes with time." The gambling den had great business. Fang Yuan was moved. With my experience, I might be able to earn a small fortune. With this thought, Fang Yuan smiled, thinking of Ma Hongyun. This lad with overwhelming luck, he was deceived by someone who gave him the lowest grade rock to gamble with him. Under such absurd circumstances, he obtained a rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan still had some business at the moment. He did not enter the gambling den yet. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den and entered the central area of this market. This place was much quieter. There was less traffic flow and almost all passers-by were Gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were attendants and followed beside the Gu master, lowering their heads as they carried goods. Other than that, there were some young masters and young ladies who had not awakened their aperture. Although there were no guards, there was a clear distinction between the 2 areas for mortals and Gu masters. The difference in strength was a formless barrier. It divided the 2 types of people with evidently different lives. Fang Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, Gu masters gave him a look of admiration and respect. When they were in front of him, they would stop and give way to him. Some people started talking among themselves. Why is there a rank for expert? This person has an unfamiliar face. He does not seem to be from the few large tribes around here. Be careful, whenever the market opens, there will be some demonic Gu masters who come in to get rid of their loot. Rank 3 and 4 were completely different. Rank 3 were the middle pillar. Most tribe elders of major tribes were at this level. Rank 4 were experts among Gu masters. Most tribe leaders were rank 4, and they could roam the mortal realm freely without restraint. Rank 4 initial stage aura made every action of his attract the attention of everyone. Reverence, curiosity, or apprehension. This place was solely for the business of Gu masters. There was a Gu refinement area where Gu refinement were done in place of a Gu master. At the same time they sold and bought recipes. Fang Yuan lacked the recipe of the wolf enslavement Gu. After a few transactions, he bought the recipe for the rank 1 to 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The recipe for rank 4 was held in the hands of the few large tribes. It was rarely seen in the market. Thereafter, Fong Yuan went to the restaurant, but did not manage to find any top-quality wine. He went to the largest shop next. Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in. The shopkeeper was a rank 3 elderly gu master. He came out personally to attend to Fong Yuan. I need large numbers of wolf enslavement gu. Fong Yuan stated his needs immediately. Yes. Please come with me for further discussion. The elderly brought Fong Yuan to a beautiful room on the 3rd floor. After some bargaining, Fong Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement gu and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement gu. The shopkeeper was rubbing his palms in joy. He knew he had met a huge client. Esteemed customer, is there anything you still need? Feel free to state them. Do you have defensive gu? Fong Yuan asked. The elderly reported a long list of gu names, and Fong Yuan shook his head as he listened. There was 1 rank 4 gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary gu worms. Next, Fong Yuan asked about flying gu. Flying gu were rarely seen because it had a steep learning curve. Normally, only outstanding members of large tribes would train in it from young. But because they had their tribe's resources, they did not need to buy flying gu. As for other gu masters, very few tried to learn flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In this entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud gu." But Fong Yuan shook his head. Although flying cloud gu could ascend to a high altitude, it had poor maneuverability and had average speed. It was suitable for gu masters who did not have proper flying skills. For him, he might as well use the rank 3 eagle wings gu. It could twist and turn easily in the sky. He could use it more efficiently. After buying 1 eagle wings gu, Fong Yuan asked about the bone bamboo gu and ghost fire gu. He needed these 2 gu to repair the rank 5 battle bone wheel. The shop had many rank 2 ghost fire gu, but there was none of the rank 1 bone bamboo gu. The shopkeeper laughed bitterly. "Customer, my apologies. All the bone bamboo gu in the market had been bought by Man Tribe's new external tribe elder. Not just my shop, but none of the other shops have any left." "Oh? Who is this person?" Fong Yuan's gaze shone. Man Tribe owned Hong Yen Valley. They had won a few battles these years and had expanded greatly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Borders had a forest and mountain terrain. It was easy to defend but hard to attack. Long-distance traveling causes huge expenditure. Southern Border clans worked on self-development, accumulating slowly and growing stably, keeping a pure bloodline. But Northern Plains was a huge grassland. There were lots of conquests going on. The tribes of Northern Plains rise up fast but also fall just as quickly. A few wins might allow a small-sized tribe to become a medium-sized tribe, and from a medium-sized tribe expand into a large-sized tribe. But one loss could also cause this large-sized tribe to break down into numerous small-sized tribes. Man Tribe had absorbed Shur Tribe recently, and the elder Shur Wu from Shur Tribe became Man Tribe's external elder. He was a bone path gu master. He was the one who bought all the bone bamboo gu in the market, as he claimed to be researching a new gu path recipe. Fong Yuan memorized this person to heart, before asking the shopkeeper about soul path and strength path gu worms. "I have a rank 1 gene strength gu. It can raise the strength of a gu master by 1 gene 1. Each gu is sold for 220 primeval stones. I have the rank 2 strength of 10 gene gu. It raises the gu master's strength by 10 gene. It is sold for 690 primeval stones. I also have the rank 3 June strength gu. 1 June is 30 gene. Each gu is sold for 4,550 primeval stones. Although I do not have the rank 4 strength of 10 June gu, if customer needs it, I can arrange for it to be transported over. Each strength of 10 June gu is sold for 36,000 primeval stones." The shopkeeper gave a chain of prices that he was extremely familiar with. At the end, he added, "Of course, this is only the Gene strength gu and June strength gu. If customer wants to walk on the strength path and require beast strength gu, we also have wolf strength gu. It can give you the strength of a wolf, gaining stamina and endurance as well. I also have horse strength gu. It can give you the strength of a horse. It is most useful for running." Before, Fong Yuan was using beast strength gu to walk on the ancient strength path. Gene Strength Goo and June Strength Goo were new popular alternatives that appeared in the last few hundred years. Although Strength Path was weak and no longer had its former glory, there was still developments done for it. The one who had this contribution was a famous rank 7 Goo Immortal in Northern Plains called Chu Du, titled Domination Immortal. He was the one who invented the Gene Strength Goo and June Strength Goo, and even refined the rank 6 Immortal Goo, Strength of 1,000 June. A June was 30 Gene. 1,000 June was 30,000 Gene. In one of Earth's legends, the victorious fighting Buddha's Jin Gubang was only 13,500 Gene. Lang Shun's three-pointed, double-edged lance was only 25,200 Gene. Hu Du became a Goo Immortal 300 years ago. The recipe he refined was widely spread, quickly becoming the main branch of the Strength Path in Northern Plains. Ancient Strength Path used Beast Strength Goo like Green Bull Strength Goo, Biao Strength Goo, Dragon Strength Goo, and so on. Because the materials from the ancient times were already extremely rare by now, the cost of refining Goo was huge. Domination Immortal Chu Du's recipe was superior in that the materials were easy to find and had low cost, and the success rate of the Goo refinement was higher than Beast Strength Goo. Northern Plains was most probably the region where Strength Path was most flourishing at the moment. Northern Plains had battles and conquests often. With Strength Path's low cost, they gave evident increase in strength to low-rank Goo masters. Thus, many Goo masters in Northern Plains cultivated Strength Path as their minor path. They often fought in fierce battles. When they expend their primeval essence, they would need their physical bodies to fight. Physical strength was very important then. There is a phrase on Earth, war is the catalyst for technological advancement. This sentence worked perfectly well in this world as well. Northern Plains was a place where new Goo worms were constantly invented. From that Sherwu elder who joined Man Tribe, one could see the attitude that Northern Plains Goo masters had towards innovation. Domination Immortal later died in battle, by the hands of Feng Jiugoo, who descended from the heavenly court. After he died, he was crowned as the Twilight of Strength Path by future generations. After his death was announced, countless Goo masters in Northern Plains cried painfully. Sigh. The number of talents and geniuses in this world is like the number of stars in the night sky. The number of talented people are like carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big. The size of one Earth cannot compare to even one region. Especially in the battle 500 years later, dragons and snakes rise from the land, experts and powerhouses compete, and old monsters come out of seclusion one after another, as new talents rise up to power. Countless heroes, conquerors, the differing personalities from the righteous and demonic paths clash and engage in a life-and-death battle. It is truly a grand and exciting event that would go down in history. I have already used old removal Goo secretly to remove ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, and even my beast phantoms. Firstly, these Strength Path beast phantoms originate from southern border. They would be restricted in Northern Plains and could not be used well. Secondly, if I summon a beast phantom, there is a danger of exposing my identity. My greatest advantage now is Danghan Mountain, and my 500 years of experience with the Blessed Land's resources. I can walk on the enslavement path. But enslavement path has a weakness, that is the beheading the leader tactic, thus I need Strength Path to go along with it. Since I have Chong Shan Yin's appearance now, I also need to merge into Northern Plains. I should use this June Strength Goo. Fong Yuan's thought flickered as he made a decision, requesting for the rank 4 strength of 10 June Goo from the shopkeeper. Next, he looked at the Soul Path Goo worms. There were much more Soul Path Goo worms than Strength Path. There were Ghost Fire Goo, Ghost Cry Goo, Ghost Face Goo, Ghost Axe Goo, and so on for attacking. There were Ghost Cage Goo, Ghost Hand Goo, Ghost Hitting Wall for confinement and confusion. For defense, there were Ghost Sealing Shirt Goo, Soul Shield Goo, and others. For healing, there were Ghost Chi Goo, Ghost Tears Goo, and others. For investigation, there was Ghost Eye Goo. For movement, there were Soul Fly Goo and Elusive Ghost Goo. There were also Ghost Soldier Goo, Impermanence Ghost, Air Travel Ghost, and 9 Sun Mother Ghost Goo. All of them had to do with enslavement path. This was the true manner of a great path. Strength Path was extremely weak now, while Soul Path was still standing strong. This point could be easily seen here. Strength path goo worms only consisted of Gene strength goo, June strength goo, and Beast strength goo. Most were for attacking. In terms of defense, investigation, and assistance, there were little. It was hard to create a goo set from just strength path goo. As for soul path, there were many goo worms that were in all the different aspects. Forming into a set, they could help each other and obtain greater effects. Look at that domination immortal Chu-Do. He was a strength path goo immortal, but he used other goo worms for defense, investigation, and storage, etc. Fong Yuan came with an objective. He set aside all these soul path goo worms, only looking at those which could be used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 goo for that, but a bunch of rank 3. There was Divine Soul Goo, Dragon Soul Goo, Ice Soul Goo, Dream Soul Goo, Moon Soul Goo, General Soul Goo, Grudge Soul Goo, Poem Soul Goo, Horse Soul Goo, Heroic Soul Goo, Chi Spirit Goo, Body Spirit Goo, Cloud Spirit Goo, Wind Spirit Goo, Tiger Spirit Goo, and others. These goo worms could refine the soul. They all had their unique use. For example, refining the soul into Ice Soul. In the future, when the goo master uses Ice-type goo worms, they would gain a considerate boost. Cloud Spirit, Wind Spirit had the same effects. If one used Dragon Soul Goo to refine a Dragon Soul, when he uses Dragon Strength Goo, Dragon Scales Goo, or Dragon Travel Goo, there would be a boost to the effect. Fong Yuan looked for a while and did not find any goo that was more suitable for him. Thus he chose the Wolf Soul Goo that he had planned to buy. From ancient times, soul and enslavement were of the same origins. Enslavement path was originally split from the soul path. When goo masters combined it with the immemorial wisdom path, the enslavement path finally became an independent path. Beast enslavement goo, slavery goo, they were used to control the soul, allowing one to become a ruler of the mind. If Fong Yuan refined the wolf soul, it would greatly help him in enslaving wolf packs. The rank 3 wolf soul goo was 7,700 primeval stones. Fong Yuan bought them in bulk, buying all of the stock in the shop, getting all 8 wolf soul goo. Wolf soul goo's effort could be stacked. A rank 3 wolf soul goo was not enough to refine Fong Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild goo worms had their own will, they were hard to refine. But the goo worms Fong Yuan bought had already been refined by others. Thus, when the transaction ended, all these goo were in Fong Yuan's control. He kept all these goo inside his aperture and left the shop, going to other shops. His aim was rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement goo, as well as rank 3 wolf soul goo. 1,000,000 primeval stones was insufficient, but what Fong Yuan wanted were common rank 2 and 3 goo. He did want to buy rank 4 goo, but this market was too small. There were few rank 4 goo, and were all not the ones he wanted. After 3 days, Fong Yuan became famous in the market. Every shop knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying goo in bulk. By the 5th day, Fong Yuan spent a lot already, over 500,000 to 600,000 primeval stones. During this period, he would walk around the market's ranch often. In the ranch, there were many livestock sold, of which big stomach horses were most popular. This horse, even mortals needed it badly. As for those who bought the hump wolves for battle, they were mostly goo masters. There were also many goo masters who caught wild beasts to sell here, like bulls, horses, falcons, etc. On the grassland, the most commonly seen were wolves. They were also sold in large numbers. Fong Yuan asked around, comparing goods and prices, until he saw a pack of thick-back wolves that he wanted. Fong Yuan had poison-beard wolves and wind wolves. It was hard to replenish poison-beard wolves, and since they were weak in the sunlight, they were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves had fast speed, while thick-back wolves had high defense. If they could be added into his wolf army, they would cooperate well together and form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fong Yuan accidentally found out that among a group of water wolves, there was a young mutated beast. He immediately bought these water wolves without causing suspicion, getting a great deal for himself. The market lasted 13 days. Fong Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, and many goo refinement materials, as well as food to feed his goo worms, as he left on the 10th day. After his purchases, he had only 3,000 primeval stones left on him. Money was spent like flowing water. Ge Guang watched in amazement as he admired Chang Shan secretly. This hero truly had a grand disposition. Fong Yuan followed Gu tribe and returned to his original place to stay. He cultivated with all his heart, using wolf soul goo to refine his soul while refining goo on the other hand. After 2 failures, he successfully refined the rank 3 golden back wolfskin goo into the rank 4 azure wolfskin goo. Azure wolfskin goo was used for defense. Although it was common, it fixed Fong Yuan's problem of insufficient defense. On this day, he finished his soul refinement and stopped cultivating, when a cry was heard outside his room. What happened? He opened the door and asked the goo master who was guarding the place. The goo master said grimly, "Our big Missy Gu Yao died." The search team found her torn clothes in poison grassland. She was killed by poison-beard wolves. A month later, Gu Yao's death was finally discovered. The news spread as many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Gu Yao had a troublesome personality, she was kind-hearted and the beauty of the tribe. People loved her. She had many pursuers in Gu tribe. "Oh my daughter, it was father who harmed you." Old Gu tribe leader was extremely upset, falling terribly ill. Gu Guang was the stand-in tribe leader with the elders assisting him. Gu tribe was anguished and upset. They had a heavy mood. Gu Yao's death had huge impacts. Man tribe leader's third son Man Duo fell in love with Gu Yao at first sight. He had been demanding for her. Now that she was dead, where were they going to find a girl for him? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded greatly these years, and had absorbed many small tribes in the process. After a few victories, their morale was high, and they were even more arrogant against the despondent Gu tribe. During their conversations, they gave Gu Guang great pressure as they demanded fiercely. Gu tribe was a newly arrived tribe. They were not as huge as Man tribe, and now that they had lost their home, they had to live in someone else's territory, relying on Hong Yen Valley during the snowy climate. Thus, Gu Guang was very passive now. He was extremely anxious. In his room, Fong Yuan sat on his bed as he opened his eyes. On his right palm was a wolf soul goo. This goo was about thumb size. It was like a gray wolf-shaped doll, giving off an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul goo. Fong Yuan injected his primeval essence and the wolf soul goo expanded. In a few breaths' time, it turned into a gray-white wolf soul. The wolf soul opened its mouth, howling silently as it crashed into Fong Yuan's body. This impact was silent, but Fong Yuan could feel his soul trembling as his eyes went into a daze. The wolf soul directly crashed into his soul. The originally human-shaped 100-man soul underwent some reaction and lost its human form, fusing with the wolf soul into a surging soul mist. The soul mist did not disperse. Instead, it moved and rolled around in Fong Yuan's body, showing a wolf's head, tail, or even Fong Yuan's appearance at times. After 5 minutes, the soul mist gathered and formed a new human soul. Except this human soul was different. Fong Yuan's 100-man soul earlier was completely his own appearance. His eyes, ears, and nose were all the same. But after going through 9 wolf soul goo's refinement, although the 100-man soul was still human-shaped, there was a pair of wolf ears on his head, and his hair extended to his waist. His eyes also became wolf eyes. His entire body was thinner and his nose was sharper. Before, his 100-man soul was huge and was almost bursting his actual body. But now, after refinement, it was more condensed and the color had turned from pale white to a slight hint of gray-white. Fong Yuan calculated, when he finishes using his wolf soul goo, the 100-man soul would be refined to its limits. By then, his entire soul would become half-man half-wolf, the so-called wolfman soul. Wolfman soul is many times stronger than an ordinary 100-man soul. After having the wolfman soul, Fong Yuan would be able to continue strengthening his soul, raising the 100-man soul to 1,000 or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit. There was even 100 million-man soul. In theory, the soul can strengthen limitlessly. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who created the soul path, definitely surpassed 100 million-man soul. His Demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and palms, 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a cloud fringe, lightning eyes, fire ears, and golden mouth. He was unbelievable strong. His might was immeasurable. Even now, this appearance was still deeply worshipped and adored by many people. Many mortals in southern border use clay to create his statue, to pray to and give offerings. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the #1 soul cultivator in history. Fang Yuan's wolfman soul now was like an ant against a giant. He still needed to grow stronger. After a little rest, Fang Yuan took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was an iron weight, it was very heavy to carry. Fang Yuan bought 5 strength of Tenjun Gu, he was already using the 3rd now, his body's physical strength had increased to 20 Jun, that is, 600 Jin. The rank 4 strength of Tenjun Gu was weaker than rank 4 beast strength Gu. But its advantage was that the strength could be stacked. Previously, Fang Yuan had used a Kunlun Bull strength Gu, and obtained the beast phantom of the Kunlun Bull. But if he used a second Kunlun Bull strength Gu, there would be no effects and he would not get another beast phantom either. But Jun's strength Gu did not have this restriction, it could be stacked until the body's limit was reached. Of course, although Fang Yuan had the strength of 600 Jin, he could not unleash them all at once normally. The common weaknesses of Strength Path, Jun's strength Gu still had them. Otherwise, Domination Immortal Chu Du would not be called the Twilight of Strength Path, but the Rise of Strength Path. Of course, similar Beast Strength Gu could be stacked, but an additional Beast Fetus Gu was needed to do so. Many different recipes of Beast Fetus Gu were passed down. But even so, the materials needed for the Gu refinement were very rare, as the cost of the Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate was inferior to Jun's strength Gu, it eventually got eliminated in the competition. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence, injecting them into Jun's strength Gu. The Jun's strength Gu flew above his head, giving off a strange light. The light shone on Fang Yuan as his body was steadily modified. But at this time there were knocks on his door. Soon after, a voice was heard. "Uncle Chong Shan Yin, Junior Gu Guang would like to meet you." Fang Yuan let him in, only to see that Gu Guang was in a pathetic state. There was even a white bone arrow on his shoulder. He was in a terrible condition. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Guang kneeled on the ground. His eyes were red, begging, "Uncle, please save me." Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He had an answer in his heart. As he spoke, "What happened? Is Man Tribe attacking us at full force? Have they charged into Gu Tribe's camp already?" Gu Guang answered, "Uncle is half right, the problem is Man Tribe." The Man Tribe leader's 3rd son Man Duo heard that father was bedridden and unconscious. Thus he immediately brought his Man Tribe experts over to challenge us, wanting us to hand over my sister Gu Yao. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over to him? No matter how I explained, that Man Duo lad did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we Gu tribe have to accept the challenge. Now, he had already killed our tribe's 3rd elder, and even injured 3 people, even I lost to them. Fang Yuan's guess was completely right. These few days, Man Tribe had been oppressive and tyrannical. The more Gu Tribe endured, the more it fueled Man Tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating hard these days, he was not in closed cultivation. He was clear of the outside situation. Speaking of which, Chong Shan Yin's return to Northern Plains requires a grand stage to create some commotion. I should use this chance to announce the return of the former hero. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Gu Yao up and said, "During these days, I have been imposing on Gu Tribe. I cannot watch from the sidelines. Bring me there. Uncle, I thank you on behalf of our entire tribe." Gu Guang was overjoyed. The 2 walked out, but before they got to the entrance, they heard the shouts and screams outside. "Gu Tribe is full of cowardly rats. Come out and accept your death." This was the voice of a young man. "Man Duo, you are going too far," a Gu Tribe elder screamed. He, so what if I am bullying you? Leopards and wolves capture their prey. Eagles and falcons bully small birds. This is the rule of the world. Quickly hand over Gu Yao. Otherwise I will continue challenging you and kill every single member of Gu Tribe. Despicable. If old tribe leader was here, would you dare? Gu Tribe elder rebuked. Man Duo was furious. "Humph, you are the despicable ones. You agreed to the wedding but now you refuse to hand over the woman. You went back on your words. I know you are hiding Gu Yao, trying to stall for time. First you said she ran away, now you said she's dead. Do you think I am a fool? If a mere rabbit dares to toy with a wolf, you will have to pay with your life. Sure Wu, continue beating them, challenge them. Gu tribe, quickly send your next victim here to fight. Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders' expressions were pale. They looked at each other, but none dared to go up. Sure Wu was huge and bald, with his bulging muscles. He walked onto the stage with a cruel smile. He was rank 3 peak stage, having great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was beaten to death on the spot. He walked on the center of the stage, staring at Gu tribe's camp. Why is no one here? Don't tell me you are afraid. Gu tribe was furious and ashamed. Fire burnt in their eyes as they stared at Sure Wu. Cowardly chicken, let me give you some courage. I have 100,000 primeval stones here. If anyone dares to come here and defeat me, I will hand the primeval stones over to you. No one answered him. Sure Wu laughed in a frenzy. Good tribe, you are but a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sure Wu's laughter stopped. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not just Sure Wu, but all of the Man tribesmen here had this huge question. Was Man tribe concealing another rank 4 Gu Master? Man duo felt something amiss. He came here to find trouble because old Gu tribe leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already checked clearly. Where's this expert from? Carrying such suspicions, Man duo jumped down from his horse, changing his attitude as he placed his right hand at his chest, greeting Fang Yuan. Hello friend, you are not from Gu tribe. Why must you interfere in our matters? Fang Yuan gave this Man duo a glance, feeling amused by this young man. The first time he had heard of this Man duo was from Gu Yao's descriptions. Although this Man duo was the third son of Man tribe leader, he was weak and sickly since young, and had poor aptitude, only C grade. Although he was over 20 years old now, he only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny like a monkey, but he was definitely not as feeble as Gu Yao described. He had a scheming and devious pair of eyes, with the flames of ambition burning within them. In northern plains where only experts were respected, where only strength mattered, Man duo was able to gain his father's favor, and was able to mobilize tribe elders to challenge Gu tribe. It showed his ability and courage. He was definitely not a good-for-nothing young master. Fang Yuan's eyes showed amusement. I, Chang Shan Yin, was fated to be Gu tribe's guest. I know Northern Plains rules, and it is true that I should not interfere in others' business. But I had just heard this little brother taking out 100,000 primeval stones. I am lacking primeval stones recently. Why would I reject money offered to me? Sure Wu heard this and wished he could slap his own mouth. My mouth was really itchy, to think I attracted a rank 4 expert. His heart was sour and bitter. Man duo laughed dryly. This is an easy matter. If senior lacks primeval stones, this junior is willing to offer 500,000 primeval stones to you. What he meant was he wanted Fang Yuan to keep out of this. At once, Gu tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was the legendary hero, it was only his reputation. Those who truly acted like a hero were rare. Moreover, there was a phrase. A wise man submits to circumstances. Gu tribe was in a slump now, while Man tribe was huge and powerful. Chang Shan Yin was only an outsider. He had no reason to help and bring trouble to himself. Thus, Fang Yuan became the center of attention. His attitude decided how this situation would progress. As everyone watched nervously, Fang Yuan laughed proudly. A gentleman only takes wealth that he deserves. I do not feel that I deserve a gift of 500,000 primeval stones. But 100,000 primeval stones that I earn from battle is extremely valuable. Come. According to Northern Plains rules, I accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked onto the stage. Uncle Chang Shan Yin. Gu Guang felt extremely touched. Tears were overflowing as he was lost for words, shouting behind Fang Yuan as he cheered. The elders of Gu tribe were all extremely moved. As expected of Chang Shan Yin, a true righteous hero, unmoved by benefits and money, He is truly a man of justice. There are many people who offer icing on the cake, but few people help out in times of need. Chong Shan In will be an esteemed guest in our tribe forever. Man Duo's expression was grim, extremely ugly. He knew that there was no need to say more. He shut his mouth and looked at Shi. Shi felt Man Duo's gaze and felt bitter in his heart. He had just submitted to Man Tribe not long ago, and became an external elder of Man Tribe. He wanted to make contributions to the tribe badly. Although Man Duo's cultivation was low, he was the tribe elder's third son. Upon hearing that old Gu tribe leader was sick, he came over with Man Duo to challenge them. But he did not expect to meet Chong Shan In. Although the other party was only rank 4 initial stage, he was already rank 3 peak stage. The two stages might look close, but Wu Shi knew clearly that this difference in a large realm was incredibly large. But in this situation, he had no other way out. If he avoided battle, he would be greatly despised and criticized. In northern plains which advocated courage and fighting spirit, he would no longer have a future. Shi Wu gritted his teeth secretly as he entered the stage forcefully. Please. He bowed to Fang Yuan, barely forcing a smile. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot as light azure wolf fur grew on his body rapidly. The wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even limbs. This is azure wolf skin goo. Wu Shi's heart sank. Although azure wolf skin goo was a very common and ordinary rank 4 goo, its defense was not something that a rank 3 goo could easily penetrate. The good tribesmen behind Fang Yuan all concentrated and watched as their eyes shone, awaiting Fang Yuan's grand display of his prowess. Some even shouted loudly, "Kill this fellow! He killed our tribe's third elder." Shi Wu heard this and his heart shrunk. He sighed bitterly, feeling the huge trouble ahead of him. Oh no! After the earlier battles, I have less than 30% of my primeval essence left. I am not his match at my peak condition, not to mention now. Looking at Shi Wu, who had a distracted gaze and stiff movements, Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. This person had lost his fighting spirit. Even if he had his complete strength, he could not display half of it. After several matches, his primeval essence was obviously lacking. Such an opponent, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was fish on a chopping board. But Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. For what? He was Man Tribe's external elder. If he killed him, that would be a slap on Man Tribe's face. Although Fang Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Even though Shi Wu killed a Gu tribe elder, that was their own business. Come! Fang Yuan stepped and activated Wolf Sprint Gu, bursting forward like an arrow, as afterimages appeared behind him. Shi Wu's heart was already in despair. Seeing Fang Yuan's fierce charge, he retreated in fear. At the same time, he summoned 3 flying bone shields. Piak, piak, piak. Fang Yuan moved like a shadow. Getting close for a physical fight, he struck 3 times and smashed all 3 bone shields. Shi Wu tumbled and rolled away, summoning another 3 bone shields. Piak, piak, piak. As Fang Yuan attacked at lightning speed, the 3 bone shields broke again. He had the strength of 20 June now. Although he could not display all of it, it was no problem breaking these shields. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Fang Yuan did not attack again. He gave Shi Wu a chance to catch his breath. Shi Wu was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, summoning 2 iron bone broad axes. Wah-ah! He shouted loudly, raising both axes as he attacked fiercely. He. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, not attacking but placing both arms behind his back, using the wolf travel Gu to move. His movements were unpredictable, like petals floating in the air. His broad shoulder and thin waist gave a brilliant, unrestrained feeling. Shi Wu growled loudly, no matter how he moved both his axes. He could not even touch Fang Yuan's clothes. He was completely at Fang Yuan's mercy. Lie down. Fang Yuan sighed, stretching out one finger. It looked slow, but it rapidly touched the axe. Shi Wu was already dizzy from Fang Yuan's movements. After feeling this force, he lost his balance and fell face flat on the ground. Good tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, as the thunderous sound turned into one phrase, "Kill him! Kill him!" Shi Wu's expression was ashen. His fighting spirit was gone. Fang Yuan had control of the entire situation. He was like a lion toying with a sheep. He felt that he was not Fang Yuan's match. But the more he thought like this, the less battle strength he could muster, and the worse the battle situation became. Man Duo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it! This Shi Wu did not display his true ability. He was scared witless by the other party. But even so, that rank 4 Gu master is too strong. He defeated Elder Shi Wu without breaking a sweat. Sigh, if Shi Wu dies, I would lose a tribe elder. I would have to face the accusations and fury of my brothers when I return. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuan did not attack anymore. You are but a rank 3. If I use rank 4 cultivation to kill you, others might think that I, the great Changshan Yin, am bullying the weak. Leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Changshan Yin, you cannot spare the scoundrel. Behind him, Gu Guang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Shi Wu reacted quickly, getting up and showed an expression of joy as he escaped death. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Fang Yuan frowned. Scram. Yes, yes, yes. Shi Wu turned and left. Senior, I'll take my leave. Man Duo paid respects and rode his battle horse. Gu tribesmen mocked and scolded them as they left with great humiliation. Father, I have failed you. I am here to ask for punishment. Man Duo kneeled on the ground, lowering his head in shame and fear. Man tribe leader had a muscular body, having rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair grandly as he looked at Man Duo below his feet. This time old Gu tribe leader was bedridden, and you brought multiple rank 3 experts. How did you fail? You did badly for sure. But I heard news that Gu tribe brought out another rank 4 expert. That is indeed so. Shi Wu was defeated by him. This person only displayed a bit of his actual strength, and he managed to toy around with our strongest elder Shi Wu. His true ability was unfathomable. However, I was in charge of this matter. It was my fault for not getting enough information, resulting in this failure. This child is very ashamed. I implore Father to punish me. Man Duo's eyes were red as he said in a sobbing manner. Man tribe leader heard this and his tone relaxed. Stand up. Although you failed, you are still my son. Tell me about the incident. Man Duo quickly spoke, describing the scenario that happened that day. But when he had just started, Man tribe leader jumped up from his chair, staring fiercely at Man Duo. He said he is Changshan Yin. Which Changshan Yin? Are you sure his name is Changshan Yin? I would not dare to lie to Father even with 10,000 guts. Man Duo quickly explained. Man tribe leader was in a daze. Father, Father. Man Duo called him softly. Is this Changshan Yin an expert with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His expression was solemn. I can't tell yet. He could be an imposter. But if it is true, then Northern Plains has another formidable character emerging. You can leave now. I will handle this matter. Man Duo jumped from shock. His father was an extremely busy man. But now that he was handling this himself, that showed how important this Changshan Yin was. Changshan Yin. Changshan Yin. Who in the world are you? A few days later, in Gu tribe. A few days ago, it was all thanks for Brother Shan Yin's help. This is 500,000 primeval stones. It is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Old Gu tribe leader had a pale expression. He seemed to have aged 10 years after losing his daughter. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times before accepting it. These days I have been staying in your tribe. It is only right that I helped out. But I really lack primeval stones now. I shall borrow these from you for now. Brother Shan Yin had great morals. You are truly a hero of Northern Plains. Old Gu tribe leader was speaking, when his subordinate brought in an invitation, as well as a present. The old tribe leader's expression was grim. He handed this invitation and present to Fang Yuan. Brother Shan Yin, Man tribe leader knows you are here. He is inviting you to his tribe as a guest. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words written were very polite. Of course they were written using Northern Plains characters. They looked wild but profound. And at the end, there was Man tribe leader's name, Man Tuesday. This letter was written by Man 2 personally. It showed his sincerity. The content of the letter was Man tribe leader's admiration towards Changshan-in, and stated that the matter earlier was but a misunderstanding among children. Since Changshan-in did not kill the external elder Shi, Man tribe was extremely grateful. Thus, he was holding a banquet at night, and was sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this present was an item to apologize on behalf of Shi for offending a hero. Fang Yuan opened it and laughed. This Man tribe spent a lot of effort. In the box, there was 100 bone bamboo goo. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, he investigated Fang Yuan clearly, and learnt that he was making purchases in the market. "Oh, brother Shan-in, I have a favor to ask of you." Old tribe leader spoke. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I understand, brother. Don't worry. I will urge them during the banquet to reduce the conflicts between both your tribes." "Ah, my greatest thank to you, brother Shan-in." The old tribe leader was very touched. He got up in a hurry and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. There was still some time until the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off before closing his door. Fang Yuan sat on the bed. He willed and a light flew out of his aperture. The weak light dispersed, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 goo is huge. Its height was almost at the ceiling. Once it appeared, the large room instantly felt cramped. There were many cracks on the battle wheel, and even some severe scars that threatened to destroy it. The deepest scar was extremely damaging, nearly splitting the wheel into two, only connected by a little bit of white bone. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 goo worm's luck was not good. After being beaten up by Changshan-in, its original owner Ha-Tu goo died, causing it to become a wild goo. It had to eat the skeletons on the battleground to barely survive, unable to fix its injuries. After that, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao together. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo. It could not subdue rank 5 goo easily. Fang Yuan could only beat it till its last breath to subdue it. But precise so, the battle bone wheel was at the brink of destruction. When it appeared, several bone fragments fell off the wheel. One could say, its situation could not be any worse. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo goo from the gift box. Using spring-autumn cicada's aura, he refined it instantly. This goo worms was shaped like a fingerbone bamboo. It was pale white and looked like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo goo in his hand, as his primeval essence moved according to his will, going out of the aperture towards the underside of his tongue. The ghost fire goo was residing at the underside of his tongue, having formed into a blue lump of fire. Fang Yuan breathed in and blew out. With a ho sound, he breathed out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire landed on the bone bamboo goo, slowly burning the top of the bamboo. Fang Yuan held the bottom of the ghost bamboo goo like he was holding a candle. Ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a cold feeling that was chilling to the bone. As the top part of the bone bamboo goo burnt with ghost fire, it slowly melted and turned into a trace of white bone smoke, floating up. Fang Yuan placed the bone bamboo goo closer to the battle bone wheel, and the white bone smoke moved towards the crack of the battle bone wheel like it was sucked over. The battle bone wheel shook slightly as it recovered slowly. In a while, the eerie blue ghost fire got smaller, as Fang Yuan breathed out another lump of fire to sustain the candle. After 5 minutes, this bone bamboo goo was used up, as Fang Yuan took out the second bone bamboo goo from the gift box and continued using the ghost fire to ignite it, causing white bone smoke to appear. As he repeated the cycle, after more than 30 bone bamboo goo, Fang Yuan finally repaired the deepest crack on that battle bone wheel completely. The gift box, which was filled with bone bamboo goo, had lost about a quarter of them. If Fang Yuan wanted to repair the entire battle bone wheel, just these bone bamboo goo were not enough. And the battle bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest wound was fixed, but the other injuries were still plaguing the wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's resuscitation, it was pulled back from the abyss of death. But this patient was still in grave danger. It needed to continue receiving treatment. You cannot get fat from eating one mouthful. Battle bone wheel's damage is too severe. But if that was not the case, I would not have been able to subdue it. Even if it is fully fixed now, my primeval essence cannot activate it. There is no rush here. Fong Yuan got down from the bed, flexing his numb limbs as he opened the windows. It was already dark. The stars were shining in the sky. It is time. Thinking of the banquet at night, Fong Yuan stepped out of his room. As he walked out the courtyard, Man Duo and Gu Tribe's father and son were already waiting for him. Man Duo greets Lord Chang Shan Yin. Man Duo saw Fong Yuan and immediately greeted, showing absolute respect. Have you all waited for a long time? Fong Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo replied, It has only been 6 hours, it is not a problem. It is my great honor to stand before Lord's doors. Senior Chang Shan Yin, father has already set up a grand banquet nearby, awaiting your arrival. Gu Tribe's father and son will accompany you to this banquet as well. Fong Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling pity in his heart. This lad was intelligent and capable, but fate toyed with him, giving him poor aptitude. He was just like Fong Yuan in his previous life. All right then, come along. Fong Yuan rode his hump wolf as he left Gu Tribe campgrounds with the rest of them. Man Duo guided the group of about a dozen people as they rode their hump wolves to a faraway place. The cool night breeze blew past the ears, as the grassland was running in the opposite direction. Moonlight poured down like water. One could clearly see at a short distance, but from afar the moonlight looked like a foggy veil. The grass on the ground was oozing with jade-green essence. The mountains looked like they were gradually flowing towards the sky. Under such a night sky, wolves sprinted on the never-ending land, as the beautiful moon gave an unrestrained sense of freedom. As everyone sprinted, they saw a group of hump wolves on a mound. There were a group of Gu masters sitting on the wolf's back. A Gu master was waving a huge flag in his hands that had the word man on it. After seeing Fong Yuan, the group of Gu masters rode the hump wolves as they came over. Man Duo saw this and laughed. Lord Chang Shan Yin, my father is the one ahead. He is here to welcome you. This was the custom of Northern Plains. If an esteemed guest was invited, the host would often travel 10 li to greet them. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man Tribe leader got off his wolf, laughing as he walked over. Ha ha ha! Today's moon is as bright as the sun. This is the radiance to welcome the return of Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have heard so much about you. Man Tribe leader was 9 feet tall. He was extremely muscular and strong. He wore a loose sleeveless fur robe, showing his 2 shoulders. His ancient bronze-colored arms were thicker than a normal male's leg. But just as he finished his sentence, it seemed like heaven played prank on him. The night sky was covered by some dark clouds, as the moonlight vanished, causing the grassland to sink into darkness. Man Tribe leader's loud laughter became softer, as he felt extremely awkward. It was Man Duo who was quick-witted, immediately laughing as his eyes rolled. Senior Chang Shan Yin is our Northern Plains great hero. Father, you are the most respected hero in our Man Tribe. Tonight is a meeting of heroes. Look, the great aura of heroes caused heaven to tremble, causing winds and clouds to stir. His words caused the awkwardness to fade away, as Man Tribe leader's expression returned to normal as he walked to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan and the others also got off the wolves. Man Tu first gave Fong Yuan a deep greeting, as Fong Yuan placed his right hand as his chest to return the greeting. Next, Man Tu stared at Man Duo intentionally, using a scolding tone. Nonsense! How can I compare to Lord Chang? Lord Chang was renowned in Northern Plains as the Wolf King. He dominated the world with his wolf enslavement skill. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu, eliminating a bunch of bandits and got rid of a great evil, causing his name to go down his history. Tribe leader Man Tu, why are you so humble? Fong Yuan laughed lightly. You are Man Tribe leader, ruler of near 1,000 Gu masters. You are a true conqueror, leading Man Tribe to many victories, and you even control Hong Yen Valley. You are the overlord of this area. My cultivated had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while you are at peak stage. You surpass me greatly. Although I have wolf enslavement skill, I can only control beasts. Unlike you who control people, our difference is night and day. Tribe leader Man Tu is the true heroic conqueror. Man Tu was stunned. The Wolf King was well known for his aloofness and arrogance, He was hard to talk to think he was so talkative now, and showed such a humble attitude. But he understood quickly after thinking about it. This Changshan was famous when he was young. With the nature of a young man, he was arrogant. Now that he was a middle-aged man and had gotten into such trouble, his nature had already been refined. It was normal for him to be more composed now. Man too did not expect Fang Yuan to be so approachable. But to receive such praise from Wolf King Changshan, he was secretly happy. He thought even more highly of Fang Yuan in his heart now. Although his cultivation was rank 4 initial stage, he had once killed the rank 5 Hatugu. Man too did not dare to underestimate him. He laughed and said, Lord Chang was already rank 4 peak stage 20 years ago. Even though your cultivation fell due to injuries, you can still recover quickly, or even surpass your former cultivation. By then, how would my cultivation be your match? At this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. He. The two of you are the current hero and conqueror of Northern Plains. Go tribe leader spoke at an appropriate timing. The most valuable thing is that the meeting of Tiger and Wolf did not lead to a fight, but instead you appreciate each other. We are lucky to witness this. This is truly seeing the moon after the clouds part. Such words made everyone laugh. Ha ha ha, brother Go. Your words describe the scenery perfectly. Quick! The banquet has already been prepared. It is just nearby. Man too looked at Fang Yuan and made an inviting pose. He did not set the banquet at his camp, but rushed here to set up the banquet close to Gu tribe camp. It showed his hospitality and sincerity. Good, after you. Fang Yuan laughed and agreed, but his heart tightened. The dark clouds came and left quickly. It was a peculiar sight. Most likely, Gu masters were on the move. It has not been a month since he buried fixed immortal travel Gu. The immortal Gu aura has not faded yet. Hopefully a Gu immortal does not find it. In the night sky, the moon shone brightly. A large group of dark clouds moved quickly despite looking slow. It moved above Fang Yuan and Gang's head, 5,000 li towards the south, towards the sky of an unnamed little hill. Dark clouds covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow as darkness engulfed this hill. The dark clouds stopped moving as a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu shot into the mound and entered a mysterious space, vanishing. After a while, the little hill shook as a bright red light flashed. The red light was dazzling, like the setting of the sun. It gathered into a lump, like the creation of a red sun. At once, the radius of a few hundred li was engulfed in bright red light. From this mini-sun, a jade bridge stretched out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, having a youthful appearance and a round and white face, stepped on the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was glowing with red light as he looked up at the dark clouds, laughing. Gue Wang. It has been a while. Kek kek kek. Accompanying the terrible-sounding laughter, a person emerged from the dark clouds. He gave off the strong aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gue Wang. Gue Wang quickly descended. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a large pair of greenish-black bat wings appeared behind his back. The bat wings flapped as he remained in the air, looking at the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Loner Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. A total of 3,500,000. Take a look. Gue Wang spoke. His voice was very coarse and unpleasant. It gave people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly, messy hair, a high forehead, deep eye sockets, tightly shut eyes, and ears as large as half his brain. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky. His brown eyes started heating up and turning red, turning into a color resembling heated metal. His gaze literally became hot, as it pierced through the dark clouds and allowed him to see the countless bats flying inside. These bats were all dark red in color, giving off great heat. They screeched as they flew around each other. Loner Hongyu looked around as he nodded in satisfaction. 3.5 million lava bats indeed. With them, my Hongyu blessed land would not need to get rid of lava into the ground every month. I can benefit from this greatly. I will keep these lava bats. Kekekek? Gue Wang laughed heartily. The dark clouds tore open as the bats flew out after losing their restraints. These bats did not fly around randomly. They quickly descended like a black-red waterfall, entering the sun. Each blessed land's door was different. This mini-sun was Hong Yu Blessed Land's entrance. After these chaotic bats were brought into Hong Yu Blessed Land, Gui Wang said, "Loner Hong Yu, since you accepted these bats, it means you agreed to barge into Langya Blessed Land with me. Of course, when have I, Loner Hong Yu, ever broken my promise? A month later we will get to Langya Blessed Land. But that land spirit is still around, with just the two of us. It might not be enough." Loner Hong Yu said in worry, "You do not have to worry about this. I have asked the Hua Hai 3 Immortals to help," Gui Wang said. "Oh?" The Righteous Path's Hua Hai 3 Immortals agreed. Loner Hong Yu was shocked. "Humph, what is righteous, what is demonic? It is but personal interests. Langya Blessed Land has countless recipes. The Hua Hai 3 Immortals are obviously moved." "Haha, you are right. I have to make arrangements for these bats. I will not send you off, Gui Wang," Loner Hong Yu said. Gui Wang snorted as his bat wings flapped, bringing his body into the dark clouds as quickly as lightning. Dark clouds moved, flying towards the north, covering the moon in its path. As it entered poison grassland sky, the cloud stopped. Gui Wang stopped and showed some confusion. "Eh? What's going on?" "There is the aura of an immortal Gu." He showed a look of disbelief as he landed. The place he was standing at was the location where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao first met. Although the immortal Gu's aura is already extremely weak, it is a real immortal Gu. Strange, there is the aura of an immortal Gu, but no Gu immortal's aura. Is this a wild immortal Gu? No, that's not right, this is man-made. That means a mortal obtained an immortal Gu. Gui Wang thought about this and felt great excitement. 50 years had already passed since he rose to Gu Immortal Realm, yet he still had no immortal Gu, forced to use rank 5 Gu worms only. Immortal Gu were extremely rare. Many Gu Immortal live their entire life without having a single one. Don't tell me. After working hard for half my life, my luck is finally here? An immortal Gu's allure was overwhelming. Gui Wang's heart was palpitating. He flapped his wings, following the immortal Gu's aura as he flew over. He wanted to search for the Gu using the trail of aura. After a moment, he stopped. The sea of ghost-faced sunflowers was before him. To think there are so many ghost-faced sunflowers here. Kekekek. They are mine. Gui Wang laughed coldly. Although his eyes were closed, it did not obstruct his vision. He willed and the dark cloud which accompanied him started rolling, as it descended like a huge beast, biting the large field of sunflowers. Immediately, countless ghost-faced Gu flew up as numerous ghost cry Gu started to shriek. Nether Ghost Claw. Gui Wang stretched out his hand and a huge green claw shadow appeared, scooping up these ghost cry Gu and ghost-faced Gu. At once, many wild Gu were caught. A moment later, the dark clouds flew into the sky again. The sea of sunflowers was gone. Only a huge crater was left in the ground. Great harvest. Gui Wang's mood was good. Compared to the immortal Gu, this was a small appetizer. After leaving the newly created hole, Gui Wang frowned. What's going on? The immortal Gu's aura weakened? Don't tell me. It's sealed. He continued flying forward, trailing after fixed immortal travel Gu's aura. He was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his eyebrows raised. The immortal Gu's aura moved from the ground to the air. How can this be? He looked around and after a few breaths' time he understood. I see, this is the Earth Spike Rat's territory. This mortal Gu master flew across it. Heh. His Gu worms are not bad, actually having a flying Gu. Gui Wang snickered as he spread his wings and flew into the air. He followed Fang Yuan's previous path, meeting the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Gui Wang snorted. His body shook slightly as 100 pale wandering ghosts flew out. Rank 5, 100 ghost night travel Gu. The wandering spirits flew around, knocking into the shadow crows and smashing their soul to bits. The shadow crows' bodies were unharmed, but they fell down and were dismembered by the Earth Spike Rats. Gue Wang went on a slaughtering spree, as this area's blood smell intensified, causing more shadow crows to come and scavenge for food. At the same time, the entire Earthspike rat group was alerted. They pierced out of the ground attempting to attack Gue Wang. Gue Wang chuckled, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo and several hundred Ghost Face Goo. At once, numerous spirits and souls flew in the air. Different ghost faces danced in the air, like a stone mill crushing everything in its path. Hundreds to thousands of shadow crows fell onto the ground like dumpling entering a pot. The Earthspike rats feasted upon their bodies, but the wandering spirits and ghost faces caused damage to them as well. Earthspikes hit Gue Wang's body one after another, but were repelled by the black light on his body. Other than that, many shadow crows assaulted him with their steel claws. Gue Wang neither dodged nor avoided. He flew straight ahead. If it was a rank 5 Goo master under such circumstances, facing numerous attacks every second, he would run out of primeval essence after a moment. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. One bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into a large amount of primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for tens of years, even 100 years without vanishing. This meant that every Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence that they could use, able to use rank 5 Goo without stopping. After thousands of shadow crows were sacrificed, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Gue Wang did not chase them. After flying past the Earthspike rat's territory, he landed at the place Fong Yuan landed. This was where Fong Yuan used Dusty Goo on Bright Pearl Goo. The aura thinned again. How can a mortal seal an immortal Goo? No, there is another possibility, that is this immortal Goo is heavily injured on the verge of death. I have to hurry. Gue Wang felt a strong sense of pressure as he continued flying close to the ground. Using another rank 5 Goo worm to accelerate, he raised his speed again. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chongshan Yin and Ha Tu Goo fought to their deaths. Here, Fong Yuan took out Chongshan Yin's corpse and used Dark Toss Goo to suppress fixed Immortal Travel Goo's aura again. Sensing that the Immortal Goo's aura was near indiscernible, Gue Wang's patience reached its limits. He stopped for a moment, using his investigative Goo to scan the surrounding, continuing on his journey after having no discoveries. This immortal Goo will be mine. Be it dead or alive, I must see it. Gue Wang flew close to the ground, swearing in his heart. The banquet had already been going on for a long time. There were young women dancing, delicious wine and food to consume. Under this lively atmosphere, Fong Yuan had already formed a brotherly relationship with Man Tuesday Brother Man 2. I offer you a toast. I hope that you can do me a favor and mend your relationship with Gu Tribe. Fong Yuan raised his wine cup and drank. Man 2 showed a look of difficulty. After drinking the wine in his cup, he said, I would not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyan Valley is a small place. We Man Tribe expanded quickly, and now our numbers are huge. If we have to provide for another Man Tribe, I'm afraid. Moreover, Gu Tribe went back on their words. The promised wedding was delayed and even fell through. We are truly angry and disappointed. Man 2 sounded angry, but he already had a scheme in his heart. He wanted to absorb Gu Tribe, but he could not find an excuse. At the same time, old Gu Tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master. With him still around, Man Tribe could not take them down easily. Thus, when Man Duo proposed the wedding, he agreed immediately. Next, with news of Gu Yao's death from Gu Tribe, Man 2 did not believe. In his opinion, this was an excuse of Gu Tribe after they realized Man 2's intention of devouring them. Speaking about Gu Tribe, the lively banquet atmosphere turned cold. Old Gu Tribe leader quickly stood up and gave an explanation. Gu Guang stood at one side. Looking at his father, he felt bitter and pained. His sister was dead. His father was grieving. He wished none of this was real. But now he had to explain to outsiders, proving to them that his daughter was truly dead. This was such a painful torture. While Man 2 listened to their explanations, he refused to accept it. Chongshan Yin was a righteous hero, and also the genius Gu master that Chong tribe nurtured back in the day. After he killed Ha Tu Gu and the bandits, he was praised by the people, and with his great reputation, he was known by almost everyone in Northern Plains. Thus, to give Changshan face, Man Tu gave them his full attention. But even if Changshan Yin's reputation was 5 or 6 times higher than now, it could not match the benefits of him absorbing Go Tribe. Now that he had a proper excuse to do so, Man Tu would not let go of it so easily thus. He patiently listened to Go Tribe leader's explanation before looking at his third son. Man Duo laughed coldly in his heart. Standing up, he bowed deeply at Fong Yuan, before taking out a Gu worms in public. Please take a look, Senior Chong. This Gu looked like a butterfly. Its long body was like an incense stick, with its tail still burning with thick smoke. The smoke changed into rainbow-like colors at times, while being colorless and odorless at times. Is this the chase smoke Gu from ancient times? Fong Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned, using a tone of admiration. Senior is absolutely right. This junior is in awe of Senior's knowledge. I obtained this Gu by chance. As long as one is stained by this smoke, it would not dissipate for months. It is perfect for finding someone's traces. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, when Junior first saw Gu Yao, I used this Gu on her. Now, as long as we activate this smoke Gu, the traces will appear and we can see it clearly. Man Duo had a smug expression as he continued, Gu Tribe Leader, if we use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your tribe's campgrounds, what will we do? He wanted to devour Gu Tribe. He obviously had plans. This chase smoke Gu was suggested by Man Duo, to think that it would actually be used like this. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu Tribe father and son relaxed in their heart. This chase smoke Gu was good. Once it was used, the truth of their words would be attested to without doubt. But Fong Yuan's heart jumped. This chase smoke Gu could stain people who got close to it. He had once been in close proximity with Gu Yao, and even hugged her. With this smoke, wouldn't he be exposed? What now? Fong Yuan did not expect this. His heart was sinking. The Gu worm set on him was Changshan Yin's enslavement path Gu worms. It was good at huge battles, but had little use for personal fights. At this banquet, he was only rank 4 initial stage, but Man Tribe and Gu Tribe leader had higher cultivation. There were even several elders and guards with rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought the wolves over, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves could not turn this situation around. At once, Fong Yuan's mind worked at lightning speed. All sorts of possibilities appeared as they sparked like flint. Soon after, he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke Gu to certify, the truth will be out. Junior, quickly use it. He wanted to stall for time or reject the use of it, but that was impossible. Firstly, he as an outsider rejecting the use of chase smoke Gu was very strange. It was almost admitting his guilt. Secondly, be it Man Tribe or Gu Tribe, they both wanted to use chase smoke Gu to confirm some details. There was no way to change their minds now. Thirdly, chase smoke Gu was in the hands of someone else. Even if Fong Yuan objected to it, could he stop Man Tribe from using it? Thus, Fong Yuan took the initiative to urge him, giving them an impression of being open and fearless. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Man Tu was overjoyed. Since Brother Changshan Yin has said it, son, use it. But Man Duo was not happy. He observed the people's expressions, and realized that Man Tribe father and son were looking forward to this. Is Gu Yao really dead? Man Duo controlled his uneasiness and willed, activating this chase smoke Gu. At once, the colorless and odorless smoke appeared in the air, turning black. What's going on? This is... As expected, there was a thick cloud of smoke on Fong Yuan. In this illuminated banquet, it was very eye-catching. At once, everyone's gaze was on him. The lively atmosphere immediately turned solemn. No one said a word. There was a heavy mood in everyone. Fong Yuan frowned. His expression was a combination of shock and surprise. It made people think he was innocent. As if he thought that he was not eye-catching enough, Fong Yuan stood up from among the crowd, leaving his seat as he walked around. The black smoke trailed after him, forming a black smoke tail behind Fong Yuan. Man Duo's gaze flickered as Man Tu said happily, that means Brother Changshan Yin has met Gu Yao, and even had close interaction with her. Old Man Tribe Leader had a complicated expression as he looked at Fong Yuan with an uncertain gaze. Gu Guang was still young. He was not composed enough as he stood up from his seat, staring at Fang Yuan in suspicion, asking, Uncle Changshan Yin, what is going on? Did you meet my sister Gu Yao when you were in Poison Grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He did not explain himself, but walked back to his seat, saying seriously, To speak the truth, you are suspicious, but so am I. Why is there so much smoke following me? Man Duo said sinisterly, Senior Chong is a great hero of Northern Plains. I would not dare to come up with a conjecture for your suspicions. Senior Chong Shan Yin. Gu Guang could not hold it any longer. He stared at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. Fang Yuan heard him and looked at Gu Guang in the eye with no guilt. Then turning to old Gu tribe leader. Brother Gu, you know my character. I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I did not meet your daughter in Poison Grassland. Gu tribe leader placed his right hand at his chest, making a great gesture with a solemn expression. Brother Chong Shan Yin, we hit it off so well when we first met. I believe your words. Gu Guang by the side wanted to speak, but he controlled himself. Fang Yuan obviously understood that these words were not enough to dispel their suspicions. Immediately after, he frowned, showing a thinking expression, saying, I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left Poison Grassland. Along the way, I subdued many poison-beard wolves. During the cold nights, I rest on the fur of my wolves to gain warmth. Most likely, one of the wolves ate brother's daughter, and thus the smoke was passed to me when we made contact. Is that so? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering continuously. Fang Yuan's explanation made perfect sense. He was the first person who saw Fang Yuan leave Poison Grassland. When he saved him from the Wind Wolf group, he was manipulating the poison-beard wolves. We can get to the truth easily. My wolf pack is still resting in Gu Tribe's ranch. Can everyone follow me to the ranch, and we will be able to see the truth? Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone interested. Then we will go ahead with this? Man Tu turned his gaze at Gu Tribe father and son. He still did not believe Gu Yao was dead. Old Gu Tribe leader stood up. Let's go. We can be the witnesses. Everyone rode their hump wolves towards Gu Tribe's ranch. Fang Yuan's wolf pack was resting inside. They were strong and fit. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolves were more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, the group successfully found out that a few of the poison-beard wolves had much thicker smoke than Fang Yuan. O longevity heaven, with the blessing of our ancestors, the murderer of my daughter was here all along. Gu Tribe leader saw this and cried in pain. He next bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Yuan stopped him. Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. These poison-beard wolves are yours to deal with. Fang Yuan said. Old Gu Tribe leader cried tears of gratitude. Benefactor Chong Shan Yin, thank you. You not only saved my son, but you also brought the murderer of my daughter here. You are the closest friend of our Gu Tribe for eternity. Gu Guang was silent. It was true that Fang Yuan saved him, but this was not enough to certify that he was innocent. If Chong Shan Yin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to consume his sister's corpse, that would also cause this result. Man Tu was panicking at the side. From start to end, he did not believe Gu Yao is dead. If Gu Tribe discovered the chase smoke Gu and cooperated with Gu Yao to fake this, it was very easy. Thus, he spoke. Gu Tribe leader, you have truly misunderstood Brother Chong Shan Yin. Brother Chong is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such an admirable person. How could he commit such a sinful act? The way I see it, we should follow this chase smoke Gu into Poison Grassland and continue to collect evidence to clear Brother Chang's name. He wanted to use Fang Yuan as an excuse to find out the truth, whether Gu Yao was really dead or not. If Gu Yao entered Poison Grassland, there would surely be a trail of smoke along the way. But at this time, Gu Guang spoke. No need for that. I have a way to prove Uncle Chong Shan Yin's innocence. Father, back then when you prepared a set of precious waterpath Gu worms for sister, you used the rank 5 hints and clues Gu on them. Sister knows this. Thus, if she is killed, she will follow your instructions to keep these Gu worms intact, leaving them for her murderer. This way, we can find her killer and exact revenge for her. As long as you take out that hints and clues goo, that will be the best proof. Saying so, Gu Guang looked deeply at Fang Yuan. Gue Wang moved quickly along the way, following the faint immortal goo aura to a stalk of snow spirea. The immortal goo's aura stopped here. The trail ends here. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched all around the snow spirea. No immortal goo. The snow spirea's snow wash goo was already taken. Obviously someone came here. But why is there no immortal goo? If the immortal goo continued moving, its aura would move too. But this aura ended here. Is the immortal goo dead? Gue Wang had a guess. But he refused to believe this. He used his investigative goo and searched the entire place thoroughly. No, there's nothing here. Gue Wang gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with indignance and regret. Wait! Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of a possibility. At the center of this poison grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 goo immortal lady poison scorpion lives in it. Did she take the immortal goo? A mortal's aperture cannot hold an immortal goo. But a goo immortal's aperture can. After the immortal goo enters the aperture, the aura would stop leaking. In that case, this would be the most logical explanation. That means Lady Poison Scorpion stayed home and had an immortal goo arrive at her doorsteps? Damn it! Curses! Gue Wang stomped his foot. He would rather believe that the goo was taken by Lady Poison Scorpion than the fact that it could have died. But he would never guess that the real immortal goo did not die. But instead Fang Yuan used iron cabinet goo to seal its aura before backtracking and burying the goo along the way. Gue Wang followed the aura's trail, moving forward. As Fang Yuan controlled the sealing, the goo worm's aura weakened as he followed it. This created a speculation. Gue Wang wanted to chase after the goo. He would never have guessed that along the way. The fixed immortal travel goo was buried somewhere. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred forced his speculations to hit a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 goo immortal. She is very strong. I can gather the Hua Hai 3 immortals and Loner Hong Yu to attack Langya Blessed Land. That is because of the promised benefits. I do not have the bargaining chips to get them to attack Zidu Blessed Land as well. This is so hateful. If I came 10 days ago, the immortal goo might have been mine. Looking at the time, Zidu Blessed Land is about to open its doors and expel the poisonous gas inside. I am not her match. I should leave now. Gue Wang stomped his feet and flew into the air, entering the dark clouds. The dark cloud moved around as Gue Wang looked around with indignance. Only after a long while did he fly back to his home. This was destined to be a busy night. At Gu Tribe Branch, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her goo, the hints and clues goo would cause him to be exposed. Fang Yuan's earlier lie would be exposed as well. If you did not meet Gu Yao, why do you have her goo? By then, no explanations would work. Son! Gu Tribe leader stared angrily at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Benefactor Chong Shan Yin is so righteous and upright. How can you be suspicious of him? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father! Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect Gu Tribe leader's reaction. Wasn't he always trying to get revenge for sister? Father missed out one point, so I pointed it out for him. What did I do wrong? At one side, Man Tribe father and son started watching this show as bystanders. Brother Gu, your son had said that you do have a hints and clues goo, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it. This old Gu Tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, if you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you still hiding it? Ha ha ha! I am overjoyed by it. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Gu Tribe leader observed his expression for a while, then looked at Man Tribe's father and son. The two were staying silent, quietly watching this, but their gazes had deep meaning in them. Never mind, since Benefactor Chong Shan Yin insists, I will go ahead with it. Gu Tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out hints and clues goo. This goo was shaped like a black spider. It was fist-sized and was plump. 8 hairy black legs with shiny tips, resembling water chestnuts. Gu Tribe leader injected primeval essence, and hints and clues goo's body gave out a faint white light. Within 500 li, if there were goo worms that were marked by the goo master, it would emit a red light and point in their direction. If the goo master was hiding the goo worms inside their aperture, this range would be only within 1,000 steps, but it stayed in Goo tribe leader's hand without having any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang kneeled on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Chong Shan Yin, I was wrong. I wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and offended you. Please punish me. Quickly get up. I have to thank you for proving my innocence. What wrong did you do? Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he helped Gu Guang get up. Rewinding back to the day when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before death, the young girl cried, Chong Shan Yin, I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you. I hope they can be of some use for your path to success. Cough, cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fang Yuan with a grieved smile. I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me. I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fang Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Gu Yao's face. She gave all her goo to me? What is the meaning of this? She loved Chong Shan Yin indeed, but how can she not hate me for killing her? Her love was only a young girl's affection, breeding for only a few days. Her hatred was due to the loss of her life, the hatred of being killed. It is evident which is a stronger emotion. Heh! This girl is still too young. Her acting is terrible. How can she hide that hatred in her eyes when she spoke to me? Although I lack goo worms, and her goo worms are all of high quality, she intentionally left them for me. To play it safe, I should not take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves moved, devouring her corpse until nothing was left. From start to end, he did not touch the goo worms in Gu Yao's aperture at all. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader breathed out a sigh of relief, praising Fang Yuan continuously. Brother Chong Shan Yin, I have learnt much today. You are indeed a great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like tonight's moon, pure like water, with no impurities. No matter how dirty the floor is, it will not pollute the moon. No matter how thick the clouds are, they will not hinder your radiance. We Gu tribe owe you a great deal. My son was rash and suspected you. We only have this rank 5 hints and clues Gu. I will give it to you today as an apology. Please accept it, otherwise, I will not be able to sleep properly. Rank 5 Gu was hard to come by, but under everyone's gaze, Gu tribe leader handed it over to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times, but Gu tribe leader was very insistent. He had no choice but to accept it. Just like this, Fang Yuan obtained his second rank 5 Gu in Northern Plains. Next, everyone continued the banquet until late into the night, as they parted happily under the moon. Man too invited Fang Yuan earnestly to be a guest as his tribe, but Fang Yuan said that he was going to leave not long later, to join the heroes' assembly. But before leaving, he would go visit Man tribe first. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son leave on their hump wolves, Man too's smile vanished and his expression turned ugly. It seems this Gu Yao is dead without doubt. Man too's tone was gloomy. Father, no need to fret. Man duo at the side snickered. This Gu tribe wants to make use of Hong Yen Valley. He has to beg us, they have nowhere to run. Listening to his son's words, Man too's expression relaxed. He patted Man duo's shoulders. You are right. I was too obsessed with it. These years, Man tribe had been expanding, you have contributed greatly to it. But you are only C grade in aptitude, your talent is insufficient. When father retires, and your elder brother takes charge of Man tribe, you have to assist him well. Yes, father, do not worry. Man duo replied curtly and positively, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also his father's son. Why can't he compete for the leader's role? Why must he give it to his brother? Because of aptitude, he cannot become the tribe leader? No. If elder brother ascended to the position of tribe leader, he will kill me. Sigh, what a pity. I wanted to marry Gu Yao to make Gu tribe part of my force, with this relationship tying us together. But heaven played a joke on me. Gu Yao actually died. Unfilial son, kneel down. Once they got into the secret room, with only the two of them left, Gu tribe leader's expression sank as he screamed at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang was shocked. He did not understand why his father was so furious, but he subconsciously kneeled down first. Father, I am your son. You can scold or beat me, as long as your anger fades. But I have a request. I hope that father can tell me why you are so furious after you calm down. I will change and no longer make you angry, Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader laughed coldly, standing before Gu Guang and pointing at his nose. I know you feel very indignant. Let father tell you the reason, to let you know the immense danger we were in tonight. Did you really think Man Duo proposed to your sister because of her good looks? Gu Guang was stunned. Was that not the case? Gu Yao was the beauty of our tribe. So many youngsters were chasing after her. Bullshit. Gu tribe leader held. Beauty is just the icing on top of authority. Man Duo has Man 2 behind him. His objective is to devour our Gu tribe. That is why Man 2 supported Man Duo greatly to marry your sister. Huh? Man tribe wants to devour our Gu tribe? Gu Guang screamed. Old Gu tribe leader sighed. Sigh, your sister is already dead. They were not willing to listen to my explanation. Why do you think that is the case? Because this excuse is perfect for them to send their troops. But father found Chang Shan Yin to assist us. He was the hero of Northern Plains. He had great reputation, and had Chang tribe behind him. Man 2 did not dare to accuse us blindly. Thus he did not attack us tonight. Gu Guang exclaimed. There is such a twist behind it? But father, I do not understand. Since you understood Man tribe's intentions already, why did you agree to this wedding, and betroth sister to that monkey Man Duo? Gu tribe leader raised his finger, knocking on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did I agree to the wedding? Did you think I want to torture my own daughter? It is because the great blizzard is coming. If we can become relatives through marriage, we can stay inside Hong Yen Valley and protect all our tribesmen, sacrificing your sister's happiness to protect Gu tribe. This wedding is a transaction, Sai, but your sister ran away from her wedding and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking. Father, I understand now. No, you know nothing. Gu tribe leader understood his son well. He explained in a disappointed tone. Tonight, Man tribe leader invited Chang Shan Yin and we followed him. But the truth is, their target was us, and I dragged Chang Shan Yin along as our shield. That Man Duo used the chase smoke Gu. He is truly evil. When all of you suspected Chang Shan Yin, I said to him that I trusted him completely. Did you think I was not suspicious? I am not so muddle-headed yet. Gu tribe leader stomped his foot. His tone was grim. But father did not dare to suspect him. The reason we could contend with Man tribe is because of Chang Shan Yin. If we suspected him, their instigation would have succeeded and ruined our relationship with Chang Shan Yin. If Chang Shan Yin did not side with us, we might not return alive from tonight's banquet. Shock was written all over Gu Guang's face. Ah, are they so daring? Would they try to kill the both of us? Humph. Why did you think that you met so many wild wolves during the search? In Northern Plains, there are lots of instances where beast groups were used to commit murder. But tonight, Man tribe might not kill us, but they would imprison us. By then, they would use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to devour our Gu tribe. Without us, Gu tribe would be without a leader. The result would be disastrous. Hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger they were in, showing after fear on his face. For the sake of the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shan Yin was the killer, we cannot suspect him. Did you really think I forgot the hints and clues, Gu? How can that be? But you had to mention it. If the killer was really Chang Shan Yin, what would we do? Old Gu tribe leader spoke meaningfully. Gu Guang fell into deep silence. After a long while, he said, So that is why father gave the precious hints and clues Gu to Chang Shan Yin. It is to mend our relationship with him, so that he would side with us. Old Gu tribe leader nodded. You are finally learning. Son, although you have outstanding aptitude and high cultivation, you are still far from being the new Gu tribe leader. Father, it is great to have you around. I will have to learn more from you. Gu tribe can lose anybody but you, father. Gu Guang said in admiration. Gu tribe leader shook his head. Time waits for no man. I am already old. Gu tribe is counting on you. After this matter I have understood man too. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much his wealth is, he would never be satisfied. Now that your sister is gone, we have no excuses left to use Hong Yen Valley. But we cannot disband and join man tribe, right? Gu tribe cannot go extinct like this. Otherwise I will be the greatest sinner of our tribe. After this night, I have already learnt that we cannot stay here any longer. Otherwise we will definitely be devoured by man tribe. A few days later, we will depart for the heroes' assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will they let us go so easily? Gu Guang was worried as he asked. Of course they are not willing to let us go. But we are traveling with Changshan Yin. Man too is wary of Changshan Yin. He would not strike. Gu tribe leader snickered. But we are making use of senior Changshan Yin like this. Isn't that? Gu Guang was apprehensive. You fool! Why would we not make use of him? What's wrong with that? A good hunter makes full use of his surroundings. When we have insufficient strength, we use knowledge to supplement it. This is all for the survival of the clan. After Gu tribe leader scolded, he stopped and showed a complex expression. But this Changshan Yin is truly a legendary heroic character. He might have already understood the situation, yet he still chose to side with us. Such a righteous and upright person, choosing to assist the weak, he is truly the role model of the righteous path, the light of the people. Son, rejoice. We Gu tribe actually met such a person. Time passed quickly. A few days went by. Inside the room, Fong Yuan held his bone bamboo gu as the ghost fire burnt it completely, breathing out heavily. This is the final bone bamboo gu. These days, he worked hard and used up all 100 of the bone bamboo gu in the gift box. After his treatment, 8 of Battle Bone Wheel's most severe wounds were healed. Now, although the wheel was still covered in injuries and cracks, it had left the emergency stage. Sending the Battle Bone Wheel back to the aperture, Fong Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, his aperture walls were in the form of transparent crystals. His primeval sea was at 90% full, all of it was true gold primeval essence. But Fong Yuan had just arrived in Northern Plains. Before he adapted to the environment, his true gold primeval essence was only at the initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fong Yuan's cultivation was not progressing. Using light gold primeval essence, I cannot break through the aperture walls and become a rank 5 Gu master. To accelerate my adaptation, there are ways to do so. Most commonly, it is to use the third watch Gu to accelerate my own time. But that way, the Gu master's lifespan will also be shortened proportionally. Such a measure that pursued quick success was not acceptable to Fong Yuan. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fong Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the river of time on him will flow 3 times faster. That way, the spring-autumn cicada's recovery will also be 3 times as fast. Other than his vital Gu and fixed immortal travel Gu in poison grassland, Fong Yuan still had multiple Gu worms. Among them were 2 rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. One was Battle Bone Wheel, it was recovering and could not be used in the meantime. The other was Hints and Clues Gu, it could be used to scout or track people. Gu tribe still had some foundations, they actually had a rank 5 Hints and Clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms. It is used to capture wild Gu worms to prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, even though Gu tribe leader had this Gu worm, he did not dare to search for his own daughter. Towards the conflict between Gu tribe and Man tribe, Fong Yuan was clear as day. Man Tu's third son Man Duo had great ambition. He wanted the tribe leader position, but because of his low cultivation, he wanted to have Gu tribe. After marrying Gu Yao and making Gu tribe related to him through his wife, they would be able to fight for the tribe leader position. Man too was not necessarily ignorant of his son's intentions, but he was very interested in devouring Gu tribe. Meanwhile, Gu tribe wanted to use the marriage to sacrifice Gu Yao in exchange for Hongyan Valley, to survive the once in 10 years great blizzard, and get through this difficulty. Gu tribe naturally did not want to dissolve, but Man tribe wanted to gain the benefits of absorbing them without facing any consequences. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this excuse to turn on them. In fact, they might have even caused Gu Guang's incident. As long as they killed Gu tribe's father and son, Gu tribe would be leaderless, and they would fall into chaos, easily taken over by Man tribe. Gu Guang was ignorant and naive, but old Gu tribe leader was experienced and wise. He knew the circumstances they were in, and found out that he was unable to satisfy Man Tu's greed. But at this point they had no way out, thus he controlled himself and stayed inside the tribe, not giving Man tribe a chance to strike. Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Gu tribe hopes of getting out of this problem. When old Gu tribe leader found out Fang Yuan's identity as Chang Shan Yin, he thought of using him. Thus, he attended to Fang Yuan warmly and even gave 1,000,000 primeval stones as a gift. Next, he did well, using Chang Shan Yin's power to contest with Man tribe. At that moonlight banquet, it might have looked like a cozy gathering, but the three sides were competing. Danger was lurking at every corner, and everyone was hiding their lethal weapons. The result was Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they fail to deal with Gu tribe, they even lost the excuse that they had Gu Yao. But they did not lose, they were still the strongest among the three. Gu tribe used Chang Shan Yin, making use of his reputation to protect their tribe, surviving this crisis. Even though they succeeded, they were still at the weaker position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant, using the two sides and their conflict to achieve his goal of spreading his name, while benefiting from their competition and strengthening himself. Man is the spirit of all beings. When humans competed, it was not simply through fights and killing. Even in this primitive and open northern plains, knowledge and schemes was still used to compete. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice for the two tribes' political struggle. In fact, according to Fang Yuan's personal guess, Gu Yao's escape was unnatural. She was able to get out of the tightly secured Gu tribe camp. Mostly likely the old Gu tribe leader had arranged for it in an attempt to probe Man tribe. But accidents always happened in reality. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Man tribe's eldest son or second son might have struck, afraid of Man duo gaining power, hoping that Gu Yao would die. Anyway, after Gu Yao escaped to poison grassland and met Fang Yuan, the series of events unfolded. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan cleared these guesses out of his mind. The basis of any scheme is power. Why did Man tribe not attack Gu tribe directly? That is because they were not a super tribe but a large tribe, only they had limited strength. Why was Gu tribe able to stay safe until now? Not just because of me, but also because of their foundation as a former large tribe. If old Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he might have used hints and clues Gu long ago. No matter which world, strength is the foundation for everything. But now, the astute Gu tribe leader might be planning to migrate his tribe again. To deal with the 10-year blizzard, he might need to borrow the imperial court's power. What happened next was all according to Fang Yuan's expectations. Just a day later, Gu tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying he had thought it through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but instead wanted to migrate the entire tribe, to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fighting for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intentions. It was to make use of Chang Shan Yin once more to get free of Man tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. If he was to travel on the grassland alone, it would be troublesome. With the accompaniment of Gu tribe, the risks would be much lower, and he would have a layer of protection. Brother Gu is wise, but we cannot wait anymore. We should leave as soon as possible. Once we make a move, I'm sure Man tribe would notice immediately. Fang Yuan reminded. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook, just hearing this sentence. He knew Chang Shan Yin was aware of what was happening. Fang Yuan continued. I had originally promised Man tribe to visit them, but since Gu tribe is relocating to play safe, I will not go to them. Just say that I had felt my cultivation returning during these few days and have gone into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. I will have to trouble brother to find someone to send it over for me. If Gu tribe did not relocate, then Fang Yuan would have no issues visiting Man tribe. But if Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe would not let go of them. Man tribe is worried about Gu tribe and Changshan in cooperating. They might even hold him captive to deal with Gu tribe separately. Earlier, when Gu Guang was attacked by the Wind Wolves, it was most likely done by Man tribe. Man tribe was after all part of the righteous faction. To prevent rumors from spreading, they would not kill Changshan in, but Gu tribe was too alluring. They could use all sorts of reasons to place Changshan in under house arrest. That was something they could do. After old Gu tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words, he looked at him deeply and stood up, bowing. Standing before brother, my wisdom is nothing. I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother has a clear picture of the current situation. As someone involved in this contest, it is easy for you to be misled. That is normal, do not worry about it. As long as we leave this area, Gu tribe would be free. Fang Yuan consoled old Gu tribe leader as he wrote a letter and handed it to Gu tribe leader. Brother Gu, I have to cultivate. I will not send you off. Today, I will start the preparations for moving off. The letter will definitely be sent. Goodbye. Old Gu tribe leader took the letter and left the room. After he returned to his tent, he called the elders for a meeting and gave the instructions to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's supposed marriage, Gu tribe elders have a terrible impression of Man tribe. They praised this ingenious decision. After Gu tribe father and son returned to their study room, old Gu tribe leader opened Fang Yuan's letter immediately. Father, isn't this a bit? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Let father teach you another lesson today. This is the letter Changshan in wrote to Man too. But he did not use a letter Gu. Why do you think that is so? Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Because he doesn't have a letter Gu? No, if he wants to use it, he can borrow it from us. Gu Guang thought about it. As his eyes flashed. That mean, this is intentional? That's right. The reason why he is sending a normal letter is so that we can see it. Gu tribe is about to migrate. Next we will travel together. This letter is to display his intention to cooperate with us along the journey. Come here, we will look at this together. Saying so, old Gu tribe leader unsealed the letter. The content in the letter was very simple. It explained that Fang Yuan needed time to recover his cultivation through closed cultivation. He expressed great regret for not being able to visit Man tribe, and he would definitely make up for it in the future. Next, he wanted to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, saying that he will pay 120% of the market price for them. At the same time, he wrote a large number of Gu refinement materials as well as Gu worms like Third Watch Gu, hoping they could have a transaction. Oh, so Uncle Changshan needed these Gu worms. Father, I think we should try and give them to him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Old Gu tribe leader stared at this letter, his eyes shining brilliantly as a chill emerged in his heart. This battle between Gu tribe and Man tribe was mostly through hidden schemes. They did not fall out with each other on the surface. This was the rule of the righteous path that had to be adhered to. They sacrificed many people. One of Gu tribe's elder died after being challenged by Manduo, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, many Gu masters became the wolves' food. In this contest, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, neither of them were winners. Man tribe did not achieve their aims, and Gu tribe also had many sacrifices. However, there was one person who benefited completely. This person was Changshan in. Look at it this way, when Changshan in left poison grassland, he was empty-handed, without a proper set of Gu worms. But now, in this hidden battle, he earned till his pockets were full, having over 1 million primeval stones as gains. Not to mention the rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe was making use of Changshan in, but was Changshan in not making use of them as well? Changshan in might seem like he was trapped between two tribes, forced into their political strife, and attracted problems for himself unnecessarily. But the truth was, neither of them wanted to offend him, thus he gained benefits from both sides. We do not need to prepare these for Changshan in. Man tribe will send these things over, in fact, they might even give these to him for free. Gu tribe leader heaved a sigh as he tried to expel that cold feeling in his heart. Ha! Gu Guang was shocked. How is that possible? Uncle Chong Shan Yin is evidently helping us. Is Man Tribe so stupid? Someone in a high position sees things differently. What is the value of these things? Merely a few hundred primeval stones. It is nothing to Man Tribe. Using these goods to gain the friendship of an expert, isn't that a good deal? Have you thought about how much we gave Chong Shan Yin already? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1,000,000 primeval stones and the rank 5 hints and clues. Gu tribe leader sighed deeply. There was another meaning to this. But it was still too early for Gu Guang to comprehend. Why did Chong Shan Yin want to deal with Man Tribe? He was not making a deal, he was establishing a relationship with them. Using this, Chong Shan Yin expressed to Man Tribe that although he went back on his word and did not visit Man Tribe, he was not their enemy despite being at Gu Tribe. He did not want to be enemies with Man Tribe, in fact he wanted to be friends, thus they could undergo transactions. Man too was not a fool. He would understand what Chong Shan Yin was trying to express in his letter. His goodwill. If Man Tribe rejected this deal, that would be rejecting Fang Yuan's kindness. If they sold the goods according to their price, this would show an indifferent attitude. If they gifted the goods to Fang Yuan, that would mean Man Tribe was accepting this kindness, and was willing to be friends with Chong Shan Yin. This deal was not important, the underlying meaning was. Such a hidden and implicit communication method was something the righteous path higher-ups often did. Gu tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking, this Chong Shan Yin, the reason why he is helping Gu tribe might not be due to his righteous nature, but because he can have the greatest benefits by siding with us. Man Tribe was huge and powerful. Having a Chong Shan Yin was only adding icing on the cake. But Gu Tribe was weak. With Chong Shan Yin, it was simply a great asset as he had the ability to stabilize the power balance between the two. With this thought, old Gu Tribe leader shuddered. The coldness in his heart became thicker, almost freezing his bones. The old tribe leader subconsciously rejected this thought. If Chong Shan Yin is such a scheming person despite being a hero of this magnitude, would there still be righteousness and light in this world? I am simply measuring the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. 3 days later, Man Tribe's father and son stood on the mound, watching Gu Tribe leave towards the south. Lord Father, there is something I don't understand. I would like to ask Father. Man Duo asked. Speak. You gave the things mentioned in the letter to Chong Shan Yin for free. I understand the meaning of that. But why did you also give Gu Tribe 1,500 tons of provisions? Not only is our prey escaping, we even have to supply them. This. Man Duo felt indignant. Man Two's expression was solemn. Looking at the leaving Gu Tribe, he said, Man Hao, explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, laughed as he explained. No need to worry, third young master. Lord Tribe Leader had planned this long ago. Gu Tribe is dreaming if they want to leave so easily. There are a large number of wolf lure Gu inside the provisions. At the same time, we have tribesmen ahead, with 3 myriad wolf groups waiting in ambush for them. So that's it. Man Duo understood at once. Father is wise. Once Gu Tribe is unable to resist the wolf pack, our tribe will move out and save them, assimilating them using this chance. In future, if anyone suspects us, Father can use this 1,500 tons of provisions to show his sincerity and magnanimity. It will shut those suspicious people up. But, towards the end, Man Duo was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, saying, but this way, Gu Tribe would suffer great losses, and the gains of our tribe from taking over Gu Tribe would be far less. In fact, we might even have to invest an amount of resources to take care of the injured. But Man Duo shook his head. Man Hao's concerns were not the same as him. Gu Tribe has that Chong Shan Yin. He is hailed as the Wolf King. Can these wolves stop him? Man too started frowning. Man Duo expressed his own worry. He had such thoughts as well. But Gu Tribe left too quickly. Man Tribe was part of the righteous path. They could not act recklessly. In this short period, they could only gather 3 myriad wolf groups. If Gu Tribe survives this assault, Man Tribe can only watch them leave. But if they suffer great losses during the process, Man Tribe would have the excuse to send reinforcements. The greatest uncertainty in this plan was Chong Shan Yin. Don't worry, third young master, although this Changshan-in is known as the Wolf King, that is over 20 years ago. His current cultivation is only rank 4 initial stage, and during the banquet we checked secretly. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul but has dropped to 100-man soul. Man Hao spoke with disdain. Even if he is the Wolf King, he is only a weak and barely surviving old Wolf King. Moreover, what trump cards does he have? Only 1,000 wind wolves and 1,000 poison beard wolves, and 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against 10,000 wolf groups, what can his wolves do? The way I see it, his reputation will be ruined soon enough. We can prepare to devour Gu tribe already. Man Duo did not rebuke him, but said, hopefully so. Urgent report. A large group of turtleback wolves has appeared 3,000 li ahead. They have a huge number, estimated to be a group of 10,000 wolves. Gu tribe's investigative Gu master came running over and reported to Gu tribe leader. Gu tribe leader's expression turned solemn and waved his hand to the Gu master. Investigated again. Not long earlier, he had already received a letter Gu from investigative Gu masters. But often in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being cut off by the enemies, investigative Gu masters would come over to personally deliver the message. Turtleback wolf is the wolf species with the strongest defense. 10,000 of these wolves will be a difficult bone to chew. We have already ordered Gu masters to lure them, but there has been no results. This wolf group is heading towards us. Humph. How long has it been since we started migrating? It seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us go. Fortunately, these wolves are not fast, which leaves us time to arrange our formation. Gu tribe's elders made comments one after another. In the chaotic northern plains, none of the Gu masters that could climb to a high position was a fool. Right now, all the elders had already realized the truth. Most of Gu tribe's troops had already halted their movements and formed into a circular formation. Large number of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to erect high walls, archer towers, and many layers of defense. The higher-ups of the Gu tribe were overseeing the situation from the central tent. Son, Gu tribe leader softly called. Father, I am here. Gu Guang immediately answered. Invite Lord Changshan-in to come over. At this battle, which concerned the survival of the tribe, Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. He had just walked to the main tent when he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang greeted cheerfully. Fang Yuan nodded his head, directly walking towards him, and said in a slightly urgent tone, I know about the wolf group's invasion. How is the situation? We have about 8 minutes before the wolf group reaches. Since our relocation, to prevent Man tribe from playing tricks, Father had assigned light cavalries to scout a distance of 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan and reported to him from the side. The two walked inside the main tent, which was situation on a mound. The mound had already been raised by using Gu worms. The higher-ups of Gu tribe had excellent field of view from the mound. This was because they encountered the wolf group. If they had ran into the eagle or owl group, they would have dug a tunnel. Different methods dealt with different situations. Seeing Fang Yuan, the Gu tribe higher-ups hurriedly greeted him. The atmosphere here was tense, like a storm was brewing. Our Gu tribe is really fortunate to have Brother Wolf King to help us. I can be at ease. Gu tribe leader sighed and spoke with gratitude. The fate between me and the Gu tribe is not shallow. Friends should help each other when they walk the same path. How is the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Please take a look. Gu tribe leader led Fang Yuan towards a table where there was a sheepskin which had a map drawn on it. He pointed towards it and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu tribe's defensive lines, and wolf group's movement. Sir has arranged it properly. There is nothing wrong. Fang Yuan first praised, then pointed towards a mark on the map. Everyone's gaze followed his finger. It was a river beside their camp. Since there is such a danger area, why don't you use it for defense? Fang Yuan proposed. Brother might not know yet, we have already thought of it. But most of the troops have slow movement and it will be too late by the time we reach the river. Set up a camp again and arrange new defensive lines. Gu tribe leader gave a bitter smile. For the tribe's migration, Most of the tribesmen were using big stomach horses. However, due to many things being stored in the big stomach horses, their speed was slow. Gu tribe's Gu masters could quickly reach the riverside on the hump wolves. But most of the mortals would fall behind, and once the wolf group arrived, all the mortals might be annihilated. Without mortals, how could there be any future new Gu masters in any tribes? Mortals were the cornerstone of all tribes. However, Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman. I naturally know this. We are not able to go to the riverside, but we can let the river come to us. The Gu tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened at these words. Right, we can dig a canal and draw in the river to help us defend. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown to death. Lord Tribe Leader, send the command quickly. Gu Tribe Leader also directly sent the command. I command Gu Chui, Gu Xiong, and Gumi to lead the 1st, 7th, and 18th troop respectively. Immediately stop all current tasks and go to the riverside to dig a canal. As for the 3rd, 5th, and the 16th troop, you shall take over the unfinished tasks of 1st, 7th, and 18th troop. Yes, the investigative Gu master outside the tent immediately received the order. Several breaths later, 3-letter Gu flew out separately towards distant locations. Fortunately, Brother was here to guide us out of this bewilderment. The old tribe leader greeted Fang Yuan again with a grateful expression that came from the depths of his heart. Just relying on this suggestion from Fang Yuan, they could preserve around 100 Gu masters and even could reduce the casualties. He is the Wolf King after all. Instantly, all the Gu tribe's elders' gaze towards Fang Yuan faintly changed into that of praise and admiration. During this tense and busy period, time passed quickly. Investigative Gu masters came to the camp one after another to report the position of the wolf group. At the same time, they had also clearly scouted the numbers of the turtleback wolves. Over 38,000. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, Gu tribe leader began to call back the investigative Gu masters orderly. By the time the wolf group reached 500 li away from the camp, the canal was formed and the river water was drawn in. When they reached 300 li, 3 defensive lines finished forming and combat troops were deployed urgently. The support and logistics Gu masters in charge of the construction retreated one after another, using primeval stones to quickly recover their primeval essence. They did not dare to relax for even a moment. When the battlefront was unable to endure, they would have to go as reinforcements. At 100 li away, everyone could see a large number of ghostly shadows of the wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated. Smoke rose and could be seen from all directions. Turtleback wolf group was mainly coming from the northern side. At the same time, there were also a lot of wolves coming from the northeast and southeast. As the wolf group neared closer and closer, all the mortals could see them clearly. Turtleback wolves possessed broad physique. Their whole body was dark green and had dark blue eyes. On their back was a shell like that of a turtle. This shell was very heavy and about 1/3 of a turtleback wolf's weight was due to it. Apart from defensive purpose, it could also store nutrition just like camels. The charging of a few tens of thousands of wolves caused the ground to start shaking. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland only to see large numbers of wolves moving on the ground. He then looked at the camp below. The Gu tribesmen were moving about busily without disorder. It was a normal thing to encounter beast attacks in northern plains. Thus, whether it were Gu masters or mortals, they had cultivated a strong mind. The first defensive line at the north was the first to meet the attack. Fight! A Gu master leader who was watching from a tower shouted loudly and threw a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters also began to make their moves. A row of wind blades flew far, cutting over dozens of turtleback wolves instantly. When the wolf group reached closer, the Gu masters abandoned the wind blades and used the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, countless colorful lights burst out in the battlefield, like simultaneously fired fireworks. Human shouts, furious wolf howls, and the piercing sound from the wind blades formed into a medley of sounds. The wolf group's offensive was like a rain that came unceasingly, and succeeded in charging over. They first came across the earth walls. The earth walls were thick, and their foundation had been reinforced with copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were badly bruised when they smashed against these earth walls and even died on the spot. However, the wolf group advanced wave upon wave. Some trampled upon the corpses and leapt high, while some clawed the earth walls to pierce through. Next, the defensive lines at the southeast and northeast also entered the battlefield. Shouting resounded all over the sky and casualties began to appear. Healing goo masters began to show their worth. Because they had made sufficient preparations, the whole goo tribe was moving very orderly. "Look, it is a myriad wolf king," someone shouted while pointing at a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed the voice and looked. This turtleback myriad wolf king was enormous. Even 10 times the size of a normal turtleback wolf was slightly inferior to it. Its tyrannical aura manifested as it crouched on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to divide. Turtleback wolf group divided into 5 to 6 groups and began to circle around the goo tribe camp, searching for a hole in the defense. Like this, goo tribe was surrounded by wolves from every directions, and battle unfolded everywhere. On a nameless hill outside of the battlefield, a group of man tribesmen were using goo worms to conceal themselves and were using investigative goo to observe the situation. "The battle has started." Manhouse smiled, taking joy in Goo tribe's calamity. Goo tribe actually channeled the river through a canal. Goo tribe leader is truly an old fox. But there are over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Goo tribe is able to resist them, they would suffer serious losses. Man Hong smiled coldly. His appearance was strikingly similar to the tribe leader Man Tu. He was Man Tu's eldest son and had a cultivation of rank 3 middle stage. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Goo tribe can block the first wave of the wolf group, there is still the second wave and also third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, but he was still not truly the young tribe leader. However, Man Hao had already pledged his allegiance to Man Hong and was his zealous supporter. He called Man Hong as young tribe leader. It was a flattery and also his expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute and instead nodded his head. Father has given this important task to me. I will be establishing great merits by finishing this and might indeed be a young tribe leader when we return to the tribe. Unfortunately, that sneaky brat Man Duo did not come over. Otherwise I could borrow the strength of others and conveniently get rid of that sinister brat. Man Duo might be somewhat intelligent, but his aptitude is lacking and he is simply not young tribe leader's match. Look, 100 wolf kings have made their move, Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 goo worms residing in their bodies, and were very strong. Their appearance immediately caused the pressure on the Goo tribe's frontline forces to increase greatly. The number of casualties increased sharply, and 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed the earth walls and pierced through the Goo tribe's defense. He. Looking at the Goo tribe's Goo masters dying one after another, Man Hong showed a pleased, sinister smile. This ignorant bunch of fools actually did not join Man tribe. Now weren't they suffering there just deserts? Man Hong's smile stiffened. Through the investigative Goo worm, he saw a wolf enslavement Goo entering 100 wolf king. It immediately changed its alignment and let out a howl, causing the wolves beside it to fall into chaos. Soon after, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king towards the Goo tribe's camp and gathered under a Goo master. Man Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at this Goo master. Could this person be the wolf king? Chong Shanin? Yes, young tribe leader. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong scoffed. Father said he was the greatest uncertainty. Let me see what ability he has. Look there. It is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chong Shanin. Chong Shanin struck. He truly is spectacular. The camp was cheering. Not only Man tribe, but even Goo tribe Goo masters were looking at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had just tested his skills, subduing 100 wolf king and instantly made several hundred turtleback wolves part of his force. It turned this battlefield into a safe zone. Chong Shanin. High up on the mound, old Goo tribe leader looked at Fong Yuan's back view as he muttered. In everyone's mind, there was one question: the former wolf king, the genius of Northern Plains, How much battle strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at the tens of thousands of turtleback wolves in front of him with an earnest gaze. In other people's perspective, these wolves were a threat, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were presents sent to him. He was worried about not having enough wolves in his group, but if he could subdue these wolf kings, his battle strength would surge. At this time, it was a clear blue sky as sunlight shone down. Vision was clear as the battle was ongoing. Gu tribe had prepared sufficiently, having 3 earth walls to defend them, and also built water canals to divide the incoming wolves into segments, preventing them from encircling the Gu masters. This was a terrain advantage. Looking at themselves, Gu tribe's Gu masters were defending with young tribe leader Gu Guang leading. They were extremely safe. Gu tribe were united in defending against the wolf groups. Their hearts were as one. This was the most favorable condition. If I traveled alone, I would have to run away from a beast group of such a grand scale. But now, all the conditions were perfect for me. This is a godsend opportunity placed in front of me. How can I not make full use of it? Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed cheerfully. His battle intent rose as he said to the people, "Everyone, come with me." Gu Guang and the others responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the Gu masters started to move their formation, going to another area of the battlefield. Bam! A tall arrow tower fell onto the ground, smashed into pieces. The culprit behind this roared loudly as it battled a dozen rank 2 Gu masters around it. This was 100 Wolf King. At this point, all the wolves around it had died. It was battle alone fiercely. The surrounding Gu masters used their Gu worms to attack from a distance, trapping it as they whittled away its life slowly. On the battlefield, there were 3 Gu master corpses. At this point, Fang Yuan and the others ride their hump wolves and arrived. Wolf enslavement Gu go. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a light smoke, landing on this 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King howled angrily, unwilling to be enslaved, resisting with all its energy. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he suppressed it with his 100-man soul. The Wolf King whimpered as the smoke settled into its body, turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet instantly. The 100 Wolf Kings sprawled on the ground, keeping its claws and teeth as its body was covered in injuries, oozing with blood. Healing Gu Master, Fang Yuan instructed, and a Gu Master walked out from behind him, activating his Gu worm and healing this 100 Wolf King. This goddamn beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu master who had entered battle still wanted to attack. Gu Kan, Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master's neck stiffened as he walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not try to kill it. Next, he covered his face and cried, sobbing uncontrollably. The surrounding Gu masters felt a strong resonance with him. After the young Gu master cried for a while, he raised his head, wiping his tears as he said, "Go, let's continue killing wolves. All right, let's follow Brother Gokhan." This ordinary small group entered the battlefield again. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan continued to move ahead. At the northwest area, 300 Wolf Kings broke through the earth walls and ravaging the line of defense. Fang Yuan quickly arrived. "I am Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. All Gu masters listen to my instructions." With Gu Guang beside him, he successfully gained the commanding rights. These 300 Wolf Kings, what are their respective Gu worms? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately someone reported. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he split the people into 3 groups. Group 1 will lure the left 100 Wolf King and bring it to the second line of defense. Fang Yuan instructed. Bring it there. A Gu master was shocked, expressing his concern. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. "I said bring it over, so do as I say. This is an order." "Yes." Group 2, restrict the Wolf King on the right. Make sure you destroy its defensive Gu. "Yes." Group 3, follow me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and entered the battlefield personally. After a bit of battle, he used the Wolf Enslavement Gu. The light smoke was about to land, when this Wolf King shot out a flame that burnt the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. He felt heartache losing this rank 2 Wolf Enslavement Gu. Gu Guang scolded. Why did it still have a firelight goo? Please forgive me, young tribe leader. This is the first time this goo has been used, the subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight goo. Use all methods you have. I will come back shortly. Fang Yuan saw that this wolf king could not be handled in the meantime. Thus he gave his instructions and passed the trouble to others. Meanwhile, he swapped his target to another wolf king using a wolf enslavement goo. This wolf king's defensive goo worms was already destroyed by goo masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan easily captured it. When he turned around, Gu Guang already created trees and sealed this 100 wolf king's mouth with vines. It could not shoot out any more flames. Good job, Fang Yuan praised as he used a wolf enslavement goo. The 100 wolf king watched the light smoke enter its body. After a mild resistance, it lost to the 100-man soul, becoming another one of Fang Yuan's pet. After keeping these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and captured the 100 wolf king at the second line of defense as well. In just a short time, Fang Yuan divided the 300 wolf kings up and captured them one by one, resolving this crisis. Everyone was amazed. They continued following behind Fang Yuan, listening to his commands. Eventually, they realized that as long as they followed his commands, they would result in the least injuries or deaths possible. This Chang Shan-in has some skills. Outside the battlefield, eldest son Man Hong used his investigative goo worm to watch Fang Yuan's performance, his expression sinking. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard to subdue these 100 wolf kings. But just this cannot change the situation. It will depend on his wolf manipulation skill. Man Hao consoled at the side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground directly, holding 2 primeval stones as he recovered his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement goo did not expend much primeval essence, but most importantly, it was the burden on his soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings one after another. He used his 100-man soul to suppress the wolf kings. After the competition between souls, Fang Yuan's soul became more impatient and impulsive, while the annoyed feeling in his heart intensified. If he left the symptom alone, he might develop dizziness, or worse, his soul might get damaged, losing his memories or lowering his intelligence. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, calming his mind and soothing his soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized. All his negative emotions vanished into thin air. Everyone, continue following me on our conquest. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf as Gu Guang and the others followed. Like this, after moving around the battlefield for a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Howl! Fang Yuan's actions angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing his subordinates surrender to an enemy, this 1,000 wolf king howled as it led the wolf group towards Fang Yuan, attacking fiercely. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, while also having several hundred beast kings under it. There were rank 3 goo worms in its body. Ignoring the wolf group, at least 3 cooperative goo master groups were needed to kill 1,000 beast king. If there were 3 rank 3 goo masters, they could barely match evenly with it. Seeing the 1,000 beast king charging over, Gu Guang and the others' expression changed. They were mostly rank 2 elites, only Gu Guang was a rank 3 goo master. Don't worry, young tribe leader. We are here to give you a hand. Just at this moment, 3 Gu tribe elders came over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe higher-ups in the main tent. Gu tribe had to help out in this. Ha ha ha, with your help, this wolf is as good as ours. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. An intense battle occurred. This 1,000 wolf king attacked in a frenzy. It used its claws and teeth, and was even able to summon a wolf-strength phantom. On the battlefield, it rampaged and moved about without restraints, attacking mercilessly. But on Fang Yuan's side, they had greater strength. For rank 3 Gu masters, 1 rank 4 Gu master, as well as a number of rank 2 elites. After 2 elders were mildly injured, Fang Yuan found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 version, as it landed on the 1,000 wolf king. Fang Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a dozen breaths' time, the light smoke succeeded and completely fused into the 1,000 Wolf King's soul. This was the first 1,000 Beast King Fang Yuan subdued in this battle. After the 1,000 Wolf Kings surrendered, the 200 Wolf Kings and several thousand ordinary turtleback wolves under it also changed allegiance. Such a great number of turtleback wolves revolted and switched to Gu Tribe's faction, causing this part of the battlefield to cease battle. The entire wolf group only had around 15,000 Wolf Kings, but now one was taken by Fang Yuan. At this moment, even the myriad Wolf King felt something amiss. It howled as a huge four-leaf wind blade rotated and shot towards Fang Yuan. Three-claw water dragon Gu, a clan elder shouted, pushing with his hands as a light blue water dragon crashed into the wind blade, exploding and causing a small drizzle. Fist stone Gu, the second elder punched with his right fist, as a large rock was created in mid-air, flying forward like a fist, but was shaved by the wind blade. Lightning web Gu, the third elder shot out a large web made of lightning, covering the wind blade. The wind blade was weakened. After it was covered by the lightning web, it rotated furiously and cut the web open, but it was at its final moments. As it flew in the air, it slowly dissipated. Throughout the whole process, Fang Yuan did not do anything. Gu Tribe's Gu Masters were very protective of Fang Yuan, even if he was a rank 4 Gu Master that had higher cultivation than them. Enslavement path Gu Masters' lives were extremely important. Thus, when they battled, there were often Gu Masters in charge of protecting them. Gu Tribe's actions were not overly protective, it was just a norm of the Gu Master world. Myriad Wolf King's attack caused all of Gu Tribe to be nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes brightened. Is this Myriad Wolf King going to join the fight? But soon his gaze dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King failed in its attack, it did not make another attack and instead continued sitting at the rear while commanding the wolf group. A branch of 1,000 wolf group moved over to fill the gap created due to the previous 1,000 Wolf King's surrender. Crimson flames burned all over this 1,000 Wolf King, and its nose let out thick black smoke from time to time. A rank 3 self-ignition Gu. Fang Yuan recognized one of the Gu. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned off before it even landed. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched and he glanced at the far-away Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring back at him. When beasts evolves to Myriad Beast King stage, their intelligence would greatly surpass similar species, and this Myriad Wolf King was clearly indicating its decision to target Fang Yuan. Go Guang, stay behind and cooperate with 3 elders to kill this wolf. As for the others, follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and walked. Subduing this 1,000 Wolf King was not an impossible matter, but it would be very troublesome and time-consuming. This wolf was not suitable, so it was better to go to another. Anyway, the battlefield was so large, Fang Yuan did not believe all of them would have methods to suppress wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved around to several places and reaped great harvests. In just about 2 hours, he subdued 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding in all the wolves, Fang Yuan now had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 300 Wolf Kings, and ordinary wolves were already over 8,000 in number, nearing 10,000. Most of them were all turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were also Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. With his actions, the military strength between the two sides in the battlefield was being equalized. A portion of the 30,000 10,000 wolf group was incorporated by Fang Yuan into his troop and adding in countless deaths. The wolf group only had about 20,000 remaining now. The battle surged on like wildfire and Gu tribe leader eased his brows, seeing the hope of victory. With Chang Shan Yin making his move, the pressure on my tribe's troops has greatly decreased. He is after all the legendary hero. His skills are truly exceptional. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu Master. Moreover, he walks the enslavement path. Such battlefields are his domain. All the elders praised and the atmosphere in the main tent became relaxed. Don't be careless, Myriad Wolf King still has not made its move. The outcome of this battle is yet to be certain. Gu tribe leader timely warned others. Lord tribe leader is right, we can't relax yet. In my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not join the fight. The wolf group has suffered huge losses. It is normal for the wolf king to retreat in this situation. Huh? Not good. Just as they were talking of it, myriad wolf king suddenly let out a long howl. All the wolves in the battlefield simultaneously went into crazed offense when they heard this howl. Over 20,000 turtleback wolves charged towards the camp without caring for their lives. For a moment, Gu tribe was caught off guard and was utterly losing. Order the front line to quickly retreat to the second defensive line. Gu tribe leader immediately commanded. The wolf group is making an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was on the front line, paled. Go help the Gu masters to retreat. I will go back to the ranch to rest and organize. Wait for my support. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. Lord, we have been ordered by the tribe leader to protect you. Some Gu masters hesitated. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and let out a sharp gaze. The Gu masters where his gaze landed all lowered their head. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the young tribe leader of Gu tribe. Gu Guang gritted his teeth. I shall listen to uncle. He then waved his hand. All of you follow me. Fang Yuan returned to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. With close to 10,000 wolves crowding together, this temporary ranch immediately felt narrow. Fang Yuan willed, and a strong, vigorous water wolf moved out of the wolf group. To ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolf was a mutated beast, like Biao among tigers and lightning boar among boars. Every single ordinary adult mutated beasts would attract wild Gu worms and possessed the strength that could match myriad beast kings. However, this white-eyes wolf was still in infancy and had not matured yet. The fur on its whole body was like water and was dyed with a light blue color, the appearance of a common water wolf. But as long as people carefully observed it, they would discover its pupils was more white with little black, greatly differing from ordinary water wolves. When it completely reached adulthood, its pupils would become white. At the same time, its vision would be greatly magnified, comparable to some rank for investigative Gu, and even at night, its vision would not be affected. Fang Yuan had accidentally discovered this white-eyes wolf in the market, and without making any suspicious movements, he bought all the water wolves. At present, this white-eyes wolf had already been planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fang Yuan. And to speed up its growth, he had used third watch Gu. This created a violent increase in the white-eyes wolf's appetite, about 13 times more than the ordinary water wolves. Also, its lifespan had shortened. Go! Fang Yuan gave a command, and this white-eyes wolf, whose speed already surpassed that of the wind wolves, quickly moved out of the ranch towards the higher grounds. Wolf care Gu. Fang Yuan covered his right eye and only used his left eye to look at the white-eyes wolf. At the same time, he poured his primeval essence into Chang Shan Yin's investigative Gu. Instantly, the scene in his left eye changed, as if he was overlooking the battlefield from a high ground. This was the ability of the wolf care Gu. It could share the sight of the specific wolf to the Gu master's eyes. Fang Yuan then opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes transmitted to his brain at the same time. His left eye showed the battlefield, letting him be clear on the situation, and his right eye showed the ranch where the wolves were crowded together. Fang Yuan summoned all the wolf kings and searched through the Gu worms in their body. If there were any rare Gu worms, Fang Yuan would take them so as to not let them be destroyed in the battlefield. Naturally, his main focus was the wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu was a one-time expendable Gu. To capture so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had used up a lot of wolf enslavement Gu. Generally speaking, wolf kings would have corresponding wolf enslavement Gu on them. Sure enough, Fang Yuan got a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu from these wolf kings. As for other Gu worms, they were all ordinary, with only 1 or 2 being better. But they could not catch Fang Yuan's eyes, so he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing Gu, which was especially used to heal the injuries on wolves. Surging smoke enveloped the whole ranch for a long time. Fang Yuan's primeval C rapidly lowered to the bottom. The primeval essence consumption to heal so many wolves at once was very huge. When the primeval sea hit the bottom, Fang Yuan took out primeval stones and quickly recovered his primeval essence. After healing them twice more, Fang Yuan saw Go tribe leader lead a group of elders and rush towards the front lines. Soon, intense explosions sounded out from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the motionless myriad Wolf King had also joined the fight. Go tribe leader and others all went all out against it. With myriad Wolf King joining the fight, there was a tremendous influence on the wolves, and under its lead, the wolf group began to fight with even more madness. The second defensive line of Go tribe was also thus broken. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of Go tribe's Go masters could smoothly retreat towards the third defensive line and maintain the defense. For a moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield intensified to the extreme, causing great palpitation in the people. The third defensive line was the final defense. Behind it was the weakest mortals. In case it was broken through, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no time to heal again. After recovering the primeval essence in his aperture to 90%, Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves had become light injuries, while the light injuries were completely healed. Wolf howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a furious howl like that of a wolf king. Under the effect of the Gu worm, the wolf group on the ranch faintly enlarged. Their energy inflated and their battle strength multiplied. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and rode on a hump wolf. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately started howling together. Howl! At this moment, when the sky was dyed red with the setting sun, when the wind was starting to blow strongly, and when the battle was raging, the wolf howl spread without restraint, traveling 1,000 li. Chang Shan Yin is making his move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expression turned grave. Go tribe, however, was jubilant. Chang Shan Yin, it is Lord Chang Shan Yin. We still have Lord Chang Shan Yin. Lord Chang Shan Yin is coming to support us. Everyone persevere. Step aside. Open up a path for Lord Chang Shan Yin. Instantly, Go tribe's troop morale rose rapidly. Fang Yuan sat upright on the hump wolf and lightly waved his hand. Close to 10,000 wolves surged forward, moving past the simplistic fence around the ranch. But they did not go to rescue the northern side, but instead moved towards the south. Just like the collapse of a large dam, a powerful flood burst out. The whole wolf group rapidly charged out of the camp. 1,200 wolf kings arranged as the arrowhead ruthlessly charged into the battlefield. The enemy wolf group had fought for a long time and was already exhausted, and now this new battle force attacked them, causing countless deaths in moments. With only one assault, Fang Yuan collapsed the offense of the turtleback wolves on the southern side of the camp. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan repeatedly activated 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The enslavement Gu changed into faint smoke and subdued 300 wolf kings in moments. Charge to the left. He willed it, and the whole wolf army smoothly changed direction and charged towards the southeast battle. Fang Yuan's gaze scanned the battle like an eagle and soon locked onto the 1,000 wolf king. 1,000 wolf king howled and did its utmost to command the wolf group. But most of the wolf group were in deeply locked in the battle in the front line and would be difficult for them to turn around for a while. This 1,000 wolf king could only mobilize a few hundred wolves, which were easily drowned by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan caught the chance and a faint smoke drilled down into the 1,000 wolf king. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff as it let out a whimper. Its soul did not give any resistance and was quickly subdued. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that had been fighting with the Gu masters, under its beckoning, stopped the fight and gathered under Fang Yuan's army. The chaos at the southeast area immediately ceased. The battle that the Gu masters had been fighting with their lives on the line was settled in the blink of an eye. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. Is this the ability of Lord Chang Shan Yin? Terrifying, terrifying. Leading myriad wolf groups by himself. No wonder he is called Wolf King. Gu masters looked at Fang Yuan with stupefied gazes. Their gazes looked at his receding figure, leaving this place towards another battlefield. Moving unhindered, truly unhindered. All those who dared to block his way were completely swept away. Under his will, tens of thousands of wolves rushed forward. Under his indication, his troops moved everywhere, unrivaled. With just his lone strength, he was overturning the crisis, changing the whole situation. He was the light of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the rest all lost color in their face. Under their complicated gaze, Fang Yuan's wolf group rapidly expanded like a rolling snowball, getting bigger the more they killed. Everywhere they moved, they would leave behind ruins and a group of stupefied Gu masters before they swaggered off. This wolf commanding tactic was simply unreasonable and also extremely domineering. Under this huge strength, small hindrances were directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf Kings battlefield and circled around the Gu tribe camp, subduing 3,000 Wolf Kings. In total, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings he had reached 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, they had almost doubled, reaching 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a mythical beast, swallowing all turtleback wolves on its path and expanding itself. After repeatedly subduing these Wolf Kings, Fang Yuan's soul also suffered from backlash. He felt jittery and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this feeling and gathered the wolf group before returning to the ranch. The ranch could not hold these wolves anymore. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan also did not know the exact amount clearly. He could only guess the amount had surpassed 12,000. Fang Yuan did not hurry to join the battle. The situation was already determined now. He got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest his spirit. Every set interval, he would open his eyes to observe the battlefield through the white eyes wolf's vision and keep an eye on the situation of Gu tribe leader and the others. These higher-ups of Gu tribe could not die. If they died, Man tribe might be roused into making a move. After resting for a while, although Fang Yuan had not fully recovered, there was no problem in commanding the wolves. He joined the battlefield again. This time, he only mobilized the 8,000 Wolf Kings to the battle. Ordinary wolves was too low of a threat against myriad Wolf King. On his way, every Gu tribesman would call out his name loudly. Chang Shan-in has come to assist. Hearing such voices, Gu tribe's higher-ups who were surrounding the myriad Wolf King all felt their spirits invigorated. Everyone, please take a step back and rest for a moment. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan reached the battlefield and under his will, the 8,000 Wolf Kings encircled the myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but whether it charged left or right, it could not break through the encirclement. Such wolf manipulation skills. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being played around by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the rest revealed astonished expressions. Previously, Fang Yuan had charged with grand troops, flattening everything on his way, so they were not able to see his wolf manipulating skill. Now, he was commanding the wolves meticulously, revealing the top-tier wolf manipulation skill of the northern plains. There were merely 8,000 Wolf King, and 7 of them could not display their full strength due to the pressure from the myriad Wolf King. However, under Fang Yuan's control, the myriad Wolf King felt like it was encircled by thousands of soldiers, as if it was a fly that was trapped in spider web. Finally, the myriad Wolf King was thoroughly exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and in its final counterattack before death, it took away 1,000 Wolf King's life. Wolf King. Lord Chang Shan-in is truly the Wolf King. Looking at the myriad Wolf King's enormous body falling down loudly, all the Gu masters cheered loudly. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! With this battle, everyone felt the nickname of Wolf King was truly fitting. The shouting surged one after another and soon many joined in, shouting loudly with fervent gazes, and some even had tears falling from their eyes. This was a type of emotional feeling, a type of worship towards the heroes, reverence towards the strength. With this person here, it is easier said than done for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression looked ashen to the extreme. This battle had thoroughly dispelled his ambitions. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had felt contempt towards Chang Shan-in, absent-mindedly muttered this name. He had never felt how heavy the weight of this name was as much as this moment. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader brought the elders towards Fang Yuan. The might of the former hero still remains. Today's battle really makes me prostrate in admiration. I, on behalf of the whole Gu tribe, express my utmost gratitude to your favor of helping us. Gu tribe leader deeply bowed towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you speak too highly of me. Let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground. But Fang Yuan did not take the matters into his own hand to avoid suspicion. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, I could have taken in this turtleback wolf myriad wolf king. Such a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. A myriad beast group was a huge force to a tribe. Thus, normally, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu was not sold in the markets of Northern Plains. For the price of many Gu worms, once they reached rank 4, would rise sharply. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them. There was also relic Gu besides this. Fang Yuan had only been able to purchase rank 2 and rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu in the market, and did not get a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Right now, I have a large amount of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu. But it seems I will have to refine the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, he could control myriad wolf king, and the burden on his soul to control the wolf group through the wolf king would decrease by a lot. His mutated beast White Eyes Wolf was currently an infant and could be enslaved by rank 3 Gu. But once it matured, it would require rank 4 enslavement Gu, otherwise it would not listen to commands and could even flee. Lord, we have found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Right at this time, a Gu master that was searching through the myriad wolf king's corpse shouted loudly. What? Gu tribe leader's eyes flashed brightly and soon after laughed. Haha, precious Gu should fit a hero. This Gu should be give to Brother Chong. Although there was a great probability for a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu to reside in myriad beast king, Fang Yuan was still happy. There might have been some flaws in today's battle, but the outcome still made Fang Yuan very satisfied. It was regretful to have killed the myriad wolf king, but he was still able to obtain a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm's arrival was really a great timing. It had been a long time since Fang Yuan had such a good thing happen to him. He carefully accepted this Gu worm and said his goodbye to the Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even join in the celebratory banquet, using the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu to evade it. Nightfall. The celebratory bonfire outside the tents was burning brightly. The victorious shouts and the cries for the casualties mixed together and spread towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His mind was calm as he looked in his aperture. The 90% primeval sea was tranquil, the water shining brightly like gold. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had still not completely adapted to the northern plains. Thus there was still the suppression, causing his cultivation to temporarily stagnate. The true gold primeval essence looked amazing but was useless right now. However, cultivation was only one part of strength. There were other ways for Fang Yuan to increase his strength. For example, the strength of Tenjun Gu he was currently holding. This Gu was also a rank 4 Gu, but its price was much lower than a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu. And because it could be easily refined and the manufacturing costs were also low, it was rather common in the market. Strength of Tenjun Gu did not look anything special, looking just like a common iron weight. Fang Yuan poured primeval essence to it. It then floated above Fang Yuan and let out dreamy light which shone upon Fang Yuan's whole body, engraving some Tao marks of the strength path on Fang Yuan's body. After a while, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly let out a slight explosion and broke into pieces, falling down on Fang Yuan's hair. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron pieces and grasped his fists, feeling an increased strength. The strength increase has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to enhance my skeleton, skin, tendons, and so on, to cause the water bucket my body to become deeper, larger, and firmer so it can hold even more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he took out a wolf soul Gu. This is the final wolf soul Gu. Fong Yuan poured his primeval essence into the wolf soul goo. The wolf soul goo burst and changed into a gray wolf soul that smashed into his body. 100-man soul and wolf soul tangled with each other. The difficulty this time was many times more than before. Previously, when Fong Yuan used the wolf soul goo, he only had over 3,000 wolves under him. Now, after today's battle, he had taken in many wolf kings, and thus the burden on his soul was much bigger. Fong Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot, sweat perspired out of his forehead, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. Finally, the 100-man soul and the wolf soul merged together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears. The long-term quantitative accumulation had brought a qualitative change at this moment. 100-man soul had thoroughly changed into the wolfman soul. The wolfman soul looked like a gray color that had been condensed to an extreme. The soul's appearance was mostly like Fong Yuan's, except the bridge of the nose was longer, eyes sharper, and his body thinner. There were 2 sharp wolf ears, long hair that reached his waist, and a hairy wolf tail that grew out of his butt. With the formation of the wolfman's soul, Fong Yuan felt relaxed as if he had gotten rid of a very heavy burden. In his mind, the connection to the wolves became much more close, and he could even feel a faint familiar feeling from the Wolf King's souls. This was not there when he had the 100-man soul. After forming the Wolfman soul, Fong Yuan gained the aura of a wolf, causing these Wolf Kings to think him as one of their species. Thus, it was no longer the pure suppression using the 100-man soul, but also a feeling of approval from the wolves. 100-man soul was almost reaching its limits after enslaving so many wolves. Now, with Wolfman soul, I can take in 3 times more Wolf Kings. It is just that there will probably be few opportunities like today. But the grassland is so big and the wolf group are plenty, I will at least be able to double this wolf group on our way to the heroes' assembly. Looking at the large amount of rank 2 wolf enslavement goo in his aperture, many rank 3 wolf enslavement goo and 1 rank 4 wolf enslavement goo, Fong Yuan was full of expectations towards the future. There were few stars in the sky. Bone-chilling wind blew through the grassland at night. 2 hump wolves were moving through this night, carrying Goo Tribe's investigative Goo Masters, 1 old and 1 young. Huff huff huff. So cold. The young Goo Master curled up his body and blew out hot air. I told you to wear some more clothes, but you didn't want to. This is called suffering from not listening to your elders. The old Goo Master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe with long sleeves and long boots, along with a felt hat. He did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience. The young Goo Master mumbled in a soft voice before swearing. Fuck. When I go out to scout tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. It should not be overly thick. Overly thick clothes will only affect your movement in battle. Moreover, you are likely to doze off if it is too warm. We are the eyes of Goo Tribe. We need to be vigilant at all times. The best would be clothes that will keep you just warm, so you will feel cold if you stay still for long. This will urge you to keep on scouting. The old Goo Master shared his experience solemnly. It was already the 3rd day since the battle with the turtleback wolves. The old Goo Master's partner had died in the battlefield. Thus the young Goo Master was sent over to make up for the gap. The young Goo Master was still inexperienced and needed the old Goo Master's guidance. Uncle? The young Goo Master was just about to open his mouth. Shush! The old Goo Master suddenly stretched out his hand to signal a stop. His eyes squinted and looked at the light that suddenly emerged far away. What is that? The old Goo Master was immediately on guard. He used his investigative goo but could not make out anything. Kid, use your hand-ear goo to listen, the old Goo Master commanded. Yes. The young Goo Master did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned over his body and got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. He transferred primeval essence towards his right palm. Grass sprouted out from the palm, creating a flesh bud. The flesh bud then opened up to form an ear. The young man closely stuck this ear on the ground and attentively listened. There is nothing other than the sound of the wind. The young Goo Master did his best to listen but got no result. He laughed. Uncle? Are you trying to scare me? There is not even a fart. The battle just ended, so maybe I was too nervous. The old Gu master heaved a sigh. He again looked at a distance, but there was nothing unusual. He felt his eyesight might have blurred just before. What is there to be nervous about? There is the old tribe leader here, and we also have the Wolf King Changshan with us. There is no need to be afraid even if another group of turtleback wolves come. The young man's gaze flashed when he talked to Feng Yuan, unable to conceal the worship in his eyes. Yes, it is indeed our tribe's fortune to have the help of the Wolf King. The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene in the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of arrows quickly moving through the air spread towards them. Who? The old Gu master shouted. He subconsciously jumped off the hump wolf and smoothly rolled several times. Thud, thud, thud. Sharp bone spears pierced the ground one after another. Enemy attack. The old Gu master had this thought the first moment. He quickly stood up and hurriedly warned towards the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by a bone spear and had died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched, but he did not have the time to grieve, immediately taking out a signal Gu from his aperture. But before he was able to activate it, he was hit by a fatal attack. He stiffly stood on the spot like a statue. A line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, his head inclined towards the side and fell on the ground, completely separated from the neck. Fresh blood spurted out like a geyser from his neck. Several figures walked out of the darkness. Leading them was Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. He looked at the two corpses and proudly said, "These ants, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Lord Elder is formidable. With Lord Elder here, Gu Tribe's investigative Gu masters are only empty shells." Several Gu masters following behind flattered. Shi Wu narrowed his eyes in joy and looked towards the direction of the Gu Tribe's troops. Humph! This Gu Tribe could win earlier because of their scouting, being able to make ample preparation in advance. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has dispatched almost all the elders. Gu Tribe will not be able to escape the calamity this time. I really want to see the shocked and frightened expressions on these people when 10,000 Knights Wolves attack them at once. Gu Tribe might have already been on the move for several days, leaving Hong Yen Valley and succeeding in defeating the Turtleback Wolf group, but Man Tribe had no intention to let them go. 3 days after the attack of the Turtleback Wolf group, Man Tribe Gu Masters secretly led Night Wolf group to make the second wave of attack on Gu Tribe. At the same time, Man Tribe's elders also moved out to kill large numbers of Gu Tribe's investigative Gu Masters. A large conspiracy against Gu Tribe was already unfolding. When this 10,000 wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from the camp. Wolf attack! Wolf attack! An investigative Gu Master observing from a watchtower shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several signal Gu were shot out into the sky, bursting into bright fireworks. Everyone get up. There is an attack. It is a group of 10,000 night wolves. The Gu tribesmen who were in a deep sleep were startled awake. Quick! Notify the tribe leader. Investigative Gu masters rushed about as quickly as they could. Human figures gradually appeared from everywhere in the Gu tribe camp. Doubts and panicked shouts mixed to form a commotion. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression paled when he got this news. Those damned investigative Gu masters. This was the first thought of the old tribe leader. But he soon frowned. Even if the night wolves were difficult to detect at night, but with so many night wolves, why hadn't the investigative Gu masters reported sooner? His sharp senses smelled a trace of conspiracy. He quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. It was not the time to think of these. The night wolves are already so close to the camp. There is no time to construct defensive lines. What do we do? In this boundless darkness, there was no clear intel on the enemy situation. Gu tribe leader only knew this wolf group was large, at least a 10,000 wolf group. But he did not know if there were other wolf group or if Man Tribe's Gu masters were hiding in the surroundings. At this urgent moment, Gu tribe leader could not think of a countermeasure and could only send an order. Send my command. All Gu tribe Gu masters shall gather in the main tent. The night wolf group was fast and had reached the camp. The wolf group is here. block them, we must block them. Quick! Activate light sphere goo. A goo master who was at the front line shot out a rank 2 light sphere goo towards the sky. Under the illumination of the light sphere, the densely packed night wolf group showed their appearances. These night wolves were thin with strong posture. They had black glossy skin but had no fur. Their black pupils and claws gave off a cruel light. 100 Wolf King growled and charged over. My God! The goo master could only shout in shock before he was killed instantly by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, bursting through the simplistic stakes around the camp, and started their massacre. Right now, Goo Tribe's Goo Masters were still gathering towards the central main tent. The vast outer camp had already turned into a site of the netherworld. The wolves were howling excitedly, humans were wailing in grief, and the cries of fear bursted forth together. Night wolves were fast, and were tearing through the tents. Many mortals who were still in their sleep died cruelly under their claws. They used death and blood as a warning. The inner camp was in an uproar. The terrified humans surged out and tried to run away, trampling over each other. A night raid. Goo Tribe leader stood outside the main tent. The corners of his eyes were almost tore open at this sight. His heart was bleeding. The wolf group's massacre indeed caused many deaths, but even more deaths were caused by the people trampling on each other. Such a chaotic situation was already beyond control, causing the Goo Tribe leader's plan to counterattack after organizing the troops to be in vain. Most of the Goo Masters were trapped among the chaos. Only many of the elders and a few elite Goo Masters were able to successfully gather in the main tent. Our advantage is no more. Goo Tribe leader closed his eyes in pain. His body was cold as he fell into deep despair and grief. With this battle, even if we luckily gather in the remaining people, Goo Tribe will fall down to a small-scale tribe. Goo Tribe had fallen in my hands. I am ashamed to face my ancestors. I am Goo Tribe's sinner. In the main tent, some elders were shouting. Some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Goo Tribe is still not finished, everyone. There is only one way left to turn around this situation. Following the sound, Fang Yuan walked into the main tent. Goo Tribe leader's eyes brightened like a drowning person finding a life-saving log. Brother, please speak quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked hurriedly. Fang Yuan got right to the point and said resolutely, Now, the camp is in chaos, we cannot simply defend. The situation has gone out of control. Only by using offense as defense can we have a chance at survival. Wolf King, your meaning is? Goo Tribe leader mumbled. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Brother Goo, did you forget that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Goo with me? He looked at everyone's expressions and continued. The ones here are all Goo Tribe's elites, its strongest battle strength. We will form into a group and immediately move out, flowing against the wolf raid towards the myriad Wolf King. In the battle, I will subdue the myriad Wolf King, and the whole situation will turn around. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a thoroughly messed up plan. One should know Goo Masters would rely on terrain advantage to resist the myriad beast group and fight a war of attrition, but even this would create huge casualties. Now, Fang Yuan wanted them to use their blood and flesh body to charge against the offense of the myriad beast group and kill myriad Wolf King among the countless wolves. This was simply courting doom. This method was too risky. If someone else said it, they would have been furiously rebuked and even ruthlessly ridiculed it. However, it was Chang Shan in proposing it which caused everyone to fall into silence. Madness. This is complete madness. An elder mumbled. Others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the momentum of the wolf group would result in deaths 9 out of 10 times. Frankly speaking, it was asking them to give up their lives in exchange for the survival of the whole clan. These rank 3 Goo Masters had been higher-ups for a long time and would normally be living luxuriously. All of them cherished their lives. Goo Tribe leader was hesitating. He was not a coward afraid of dying, because at this age, his cultivation was stagnant and he had already stopped caring about life and death. His hesitation was whether to use this method or not. Goo Tribe's era was over, but that did not mean it was destroyed completely. If mortals died, they can just be replenished through snatching. In a Gu Master's eye, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu Masters were intact, and the elders were intact, the tribe structure would still be around. If they retreated now and gave up on the rest, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would be left. They would have to seek refuge with Man tribe. But Man tribe had the intention to devour Gu tribe. This Night Wolf group's assault was most likely part of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risks were too great. If they fail, Gu tribe's higher-ups were finished, and the mortals would only be sheep waiting to get eaten. Father, and all the uncles here, I think that Uncle Chong is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke. Seeing the hesitant group, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young, he was hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never seen this fragile side of Gu tribe. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. When he first heard that the wolves were attacking, he was shocked. But soon he felt great joy. If he was able to subdue this myriad beast king here, then his strength would rise once more, it could potentially double. This was a one-off opportunity, he wanted to grab onto it. But under such circumstances, to enslave the myriad wolf king, he would need Gu tribe's help. There was danger in charging at the front lines, but to Fang Yuan it was not too much of a problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master with a rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation turned south, he could fly away to escape easily. It was too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he should maximize their worth. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's gazes. His words resounded like thunder as he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Why are you hesitant? Are all Gu tribesmen cowardly and afraid of death? Listen, those are the cries of our Gu tribesmen. These vile night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives and children. If Gu tribe is wiped out tonight, you will all be homeless. Can you bear to see our family die right under our very eyes? I cannot. Although I, Chong Shan-in, am just an outsider, during these days of living here, I felt warmth. I felt the intense love that the Gu tribesmen had towards each other. For your friends, for the justice of this world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. The males of Gu tribe, are your sabers still around? Your ancestors are watching you. Are cowardice and weakness flowing in your blood?" Fang Yuan shouted in a righteous tone. His aura was overwhelming. His voice was so long, even the Gu masters outside the king tent were attracted. The tribe elders looked at him deeply with a shocked gaze. What was a hero? The ability to turn the tides and overcome difficulty. That was only the hero's strength. But at the crucial moment, at the moment of death, he would step forward and face the difficulty head-on. He brought confidence and courage to others. That was the true demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's words and his body trembled. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so majestic. It was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes were shining. His pupils turned red. His heart was pounding. He felt a warm feeling surging inside him. Swoosh! Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, holding it in his right hand as he raised it up highly. Next, this young Gu tribe leader screamed, "No! The warriors of Gu tribe are still around. Gu tribe's sabers are still around. Our ancestors are all watching us descendants. O Wolf King, others might be afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to follow you to the depths of hell." Saying so, a few hot-tempered elders were so triggered they shouted in shame. "So what? The worst result is death. There is nothing to fear. Those fucking night wolves. I will kill you all. Wolf King, young tribe leader, consider me, Gouda, a member of the vanguard troop." These people not only responded, they even gave a disdainful and scornful gaze towards their surroundings. Even more people were triggered by this. After all, northern plainsmen were usually very courageous. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of us Gu tribesmen. Battle to the death. Battle to the death. Count me in. I will battle too. The overwhelming atmosphere burst out in the tent. Even elders who did not want to join this fight shouted out their willingness to participate. They did not want to be called a coward for life. In northern plains, as long as one gains such a bad reputation, they would be despised by everyone. The development of this situation was far beyond the hesitant Gu tribe leader's control. He was old, he did not want to take risks. He already had the intention to retreat long ago. As long as the higher-up Gu masters were around, Gu tribe had their foundation and could start all over again. If they charged forward, the risks were too great. There was an unknown number of night wolves in the darkness of the night. Other than that, Man tribe might even be scheming something, and Changshan-in might not succeed in subduing the myriad wolf king. Even if everyone charged out, if the myriad wolf king refused to fight them head-on and chose to escape, what then? Fang Yuan's plans had too many flaws. It was not reliable. Oh no! Old Go tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' red eyes and realized that his hesitation was already useless. They had no choice but to fight now. Battle to the death. Battle to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. A battle of life and death. This will show our overwhelming bravery and courage. Outside the main tent, cheers and slogans were resounding as the morale of the troops surged. They were united now. Fang Yuan's words easily turned the situation towards his intended direction. Everyone's heart was united. Old Go tribe leader no choice but to go along with them. He bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you are a true hero. Go tribe's future lies in your hands. We will accompany your wolf group in charging forward and taking down the myriad wolf king. Everyone accepted the orders. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Gu tribe leader's intention was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect the Gu tribe Gu masters. But a little sacrifice was no big deal. As long as he obtains the myriad wolf king, it would be a huge gain. Everyone, charge with me, Fang Yuan shouted, bringing all the Gu masters and left the main tent. A few hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings also gathered. Brother Chong, why are there only these wolves? Where are your other wolf kings? Where is your wolf army? Old Gu tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Why did he have to sacrifice his wolf kings to protect these Gu tribesmen? All living beings in this world were equal. There were none who were more valuable or royal than another. Wolves and men were both living beings. Ignoring their standpoint, they were equal life forms. Why did wolves have to sacrifice their lives for men? Were humans more noble than wolves? No. Whether one was noble or lowly, that was only a class system. And that system was based off strength. Be it Earth or this world, the biggest law was the elimination of the weak. The big fish eats the small fish eats the shrimps. The so-called nobility was built on the foundation of greater strength. Without this, even the purest and most elegant lady is nothing more than a promiscuous bitch. Fang Yuan needed Gu tribe's accompaniment earlier because he had few wolves. It was dangerous for him to travel alone, and there were greater difficulties in doing so. But now he had the myriad wolf group. Gu tribe's value diminished greatly. The wolves obeyed him, he could control their life and death at will. But could Gu tribesmen allow this? For an outsider, you want me to sacrifice my closest and most loyal subjects. Did you really think I was a dimwit like all your hot-blooded tribesmen? Although Fang Yuan felt great disdain in his heart, he showed a confident and warm smile, saying to old Go tribe leader, "Don't worry, brother Go. The situation is chaotic now. The ranch was destroyed and the wolves are scattered. I have ordered the wolf kings to assemble. Soon, we will have a reinforcement wolf troop coming." Old Go tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply and was about to speak. But Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, "Everyone, Go tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me." Saying so, he squeezed with his legs and ordered the hump wolf below him to charge forward. Kill! Kill these goddamn wolves! For Gu tribe, for tomorrow! Everyone shouted in a frenzy, as young Gu tribe leader followed behind Fang Yuan closely. Old Gu tribe leader was so angry he pulled his son back, shouting at his ear, "Remember, you are the young tribe leader of Gu tribe." After that, the father and son started to charge towards the night wolves while protected deep inside the formation. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and a great number of rank 2 elites. It was a great strength, like a saber that stabbed into the battlefield. They had an overwhelming aura. No wolves could stop them. Soon, They charged out of the camp and went straight for the myriad wolf king. Once out of the camp, everyone's pressure intensified. Especially the goo masters at the outer edge. All they could see were night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, stone fists, golden cones. All sorts of attacks were unleashed like cheap fireworks. The wolves were hit unguarded, and many died in the process. Everyone fought and killed, creating a path for themselves. Howl! Myriad wolf king howled, and 12,000 wolf kings and tens of hundred wolf kings gathered, attacking Fang Yuan and gang from all directions. Myriad Wolf King understood Fang Yuan's intentions. To compete against him, it sent elites to fight the elites. Fang Yuan had stealthily gone to the most inner circle of the group. He shouted in a frenzy, "KRRG! Faster, if you do not charge faster, we are all dead meat. If we enslave the Myriad Wolf King, we would overturn the situation." In a moment, 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings entered the battle. The troops' advancement became even slower, as many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, my primeval essence is running low. I can only activate the self-detonate goo. For the tribe!" A tribe elder shouted loudly, going out of the formation and charging into the wolves. The Wolf King opened its mouth as it bit him. This tribe elder snickered as he exploded, killing this 1,000 Wolf King on the spot. This was the first tribe elder that died in this battle. Old tribe leader saw this and he felt his heart bleeding. These elders were the foundation of Gu tribe. They were the main pillars of support. Seeing their deaths, old tribe leader could almost see the collapse of the main tent. The old tribe leader became increasingly dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are your promised reinforcements? Brother Gu need not worry. They will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me to take revenge for the elder's death." Fang Yuan roared and moved ahead of everyone towards the front line. "Protect Lord Chang Shan Yin." Gu Guang immediately shouted, "Lord Wolf King, you are our key to victory. Please stay within our protection zone. Kill these beasts." Everyone in the troop had bloodshot eyes. They forgot any worries of death and entered a berserk state. Even if they died, they would take the wolves with them. The ferocious nature of Northern Plains natives could be seen clearly. Gu Guang, who was charging towards the front, was dragged behind by the old tribe leader. "Stay behind me!" Gu Guang shouted, and after killing for a while, he moved towards the front again. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed him again and raised his hand. "Stay behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader." "This old guy." Fang Yuan sneered inwardly when he saw this scene. In the whole troop, the old tribe leader and him were the only 2 people with a clear mind. "You guys go ahead. I will pin down these damned wolves." Battle Hall Elder shouted. His body suddenly inflated and became a giant rockman. He was a Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, but now his cultivation suddenly surged to be comparable to rank 4 stage. Battle Hall Elder. Gu tribe leader felt extreme heartache. Battle Hall Elder was Gu tribe's 2nd strongest expert, but he was sacrificing his life here. Once Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu, he had already sacrificed his own life. Everyone felt an intense tragic feeling. Don't let Battle Hall Elder's sacrifice be in vain. We will definitely turn the tide. Fang Yuan shouted. "Come, you beasts. Let this old man keep you company." "Ha ha ha." Battle Hall Elder laughed heartily and with just his own strength, temporarily pinned down almost all the 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings. With his help, the troop could finally reach the Myriad Wolf King. "Kill!" Since things had already happened, Gu tribe leader charged forward without saying anything. The rest also followed behind and sent out formidable killer moves. Night Wolf King spurted out acidic liquid and shot out poisonous needles. Its whole body was covered with a layer of golden light and looked extremely ferocious. "This is Golden Bell Shield Goo, we must destroy it. Only then can I use Wolf Enslavement Goo." Fang Yuan shouted. "Howl!" The wolf group howled and snarled as they surrounded the troop. Besides the Gu masters, large numbers of night wolves were near the Night Wolf King. The Gu masters would have to deal with the Night Wolf King and also these ordinary night wolves. More and more Gu masters died. They used their life and blood to compose a moving battle song. Night Wolf King was extremely fast, much more faster than cheetahs. It did not have any fur, but its black skin shone like armor and had great defensive power. It moved here and there, and every time its strong and sharp claws attacked, an unlucky Goo Master would be torn to pieces. Every time its slender tail flung, the surrounding battlefield would be cleared. Goo Masters continued to die, and injuries also started accumulating on the Night Wolf King's body. But the Golden Bell Shield Goo was still not broken. The offense had only continued for a short while when a large group of Wolf Kings rushed over from behind. Battle Hall Elder was dead, and these Wolf Kings were no longer hindered. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Goo Tribe leader shouted as his heart became filled with worry. Soon, just a little longer, Fong Yuan hurriedly replied and ordered, Go Guang, lead a group and pin down these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chong can rest at ease. As long as I have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those willing to follow me, come over. Go Guang shouted and turned around, valiantly rushing towards those Wolf Kings. Goo Tribe leader's face turned purple with anger. Fong Yuan shouted again from the side, Brother Go, don't be dazed. We need to quickly break the Golden Bell Shield Goo. Once I enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Goo Tribe will be rescued. Chong Shan-in, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader swore in his heart. He did not dare to call back Go Guang under everyone's eyes. This would be showing favoritism openly. He could only attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. All the elders felt their morale raise when they saw the old tribe leader showing off his might. This old guy has extraordinary battle strength. He really concealed it deeply. Even Fong Yuan could not help looking at the old tribe leader in a new light. Those who were at high positions definitely had some areas that surpassed others. The old tribe leader had led Goo Tribe for so long. He was astute, capable, and not a simple character. The Wolf King was ruthlessly beaten by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out numerous eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Goo was a rank 2 Soul Path Goo. Once it advanced, it would be rank 3 Ghost Flame Goo. However, the ones being let out now were from the rank 4 Ghost Blaze Goo on the Night Wolf King. The ghost fire surged rapidly. Its bone-chilling coldness forced the Goo Masters to retreat. The tight encirclement also loosened. Night Wolf King thus gained precious time to take a breather and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it, Goo Tribe leader shouted and suddenly breathed in violently, sucking in all the ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4. Swallow Fire Goo. This Goo was not an attack Goo. Accurately speaking, it was a storage Goo, especially meant to store fire. This old guy has many good Goo worms. Fong Yuan was inwardly surprised. Goo Tribe leader's stomach inflated by 3 times after he swallowed all the ghost fire, appearing quite abnormal. At the same time, his skin turned dark blue, and blood started flowing out of eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Rank 4. Vine Claw Goo. Goo Tribe leader shouted and extended out his left hand. His left hand inflated by 5 times and turned into wooden root. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, and like a snake or a whip, it whipped towards the Night Wolf King. The purple vines grew quickly and bound the Night Wolf King. Night Wolf King's attempt to flee was thwarted. It struggled with all its might and used its enormous brute force to violently tear apart the vines. Goo Tribe leader's face turned pale. Although he had cultivated Strength Path as a minor path, how could his strength compare to the strength of the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were roughly torn apart. Goo Tribe leader screamed in pain. His left hand turned back to its original shape and his 5 fingers were all broken. Wolf King, the old tribe leader snarled. Fong Yuan knew he was going to ask, where are your reinforcements? Thus he walked towards him and said, Brother, go careful. Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail flung over. Fong Yuan activated Azure Wolf Skin Goo and moved towards the tail, appearing like he was blocking the attack for Goo Tribe leader. Smash! A clear sound echoed and he was thrown far away by the wolf tail. This? I could have avoided it. The old tribe leader was stupefied. Quick! Go save Lord Wolf King. Academy Elder furiously shouted and rushed towards Fang Yuan. The Night Wolf King rushed over. It could sense that Gu tribe leader possessed the greatest threat towards it, so it directed most of its attacks towards the old tribe leader. Boom! 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 The old tribe leader dodged and used his Gu worms to bombard the Night Wolf King. A man and a beast were fighting a life and death battle. Dragon Head Drill. The old tribe leader attacked and retreated before suddenly activating 3 Gu simultaneously, unleashing his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared and soared. The dragon head turned into a pike and continuously spiraled, directly smashing against the Night Wolf King. The golden bell shield Gu that had been protecting the Night Wolf King until now flickered and finally broke. Dragon Head Drill still had plenty of strength left as it pierced into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. The sound was so loud that it seemed to tear everyone's eardrums, even suppressing all the mixed sounds in the battlefield. With this heavy injury, the Night Wolf King's speed was greatly reduced and blood flowed out of it like a fountain. But before the Gu Masters could rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Its battle intent surged and it counterattacked madly, forgetting all its pain. Its battle strength had not fallen, but instead rose to almost double of its original strength. This is the rank for brave fight Gu. Damn it! Changshan-in, where is Changshan-in? The old tribe leader shouted. Lord Wolf King has fainted. We are currently healing him. Academy Elder and the others were protecting the fainted Wolf King from the wolf group. Of all times, he chose this moment to faint. The old tribe leader almost spurted out blood when he heard this. His eyelids fierce twitched and fiercely shouted, Then we won't wait for Changshan-in. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. The wolf group will collapse when we kill it. Although the Night Wolf King's strength rose, but without the protection of the Golden Bell Shield Gu, it was easily injured. The battle turned extremely bitter. Almost every moment, there would be rank 3 Gu Masters being heavily injured or even dead. With the intense battle lasting till now, the primeval essence in the Gu Masters were also almost used up. For the victory, they had to use this limited primeval essence to continue to battle. Exchanging injuries for injuries, wasting each other's energy, the side that was able to remain standing at the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more berserk. The Gu Masters were all in disorder. Only the old tribe leader was holding up a fight. Persevere, hold on. The old tribe leader moved here and there, working as a rescue worker, and timely saved an elder. He repeatedly shouted, causing his voice to become very hoarse. His speed also became slower and his concentration started to slip. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, careful. An elder shouted from a short distance away. The old tribe leader quickly turned his head and saw the Night Wolf King high in the air, pouncing towards him with murderous intent. Retreat! The old tribe leader had this thought, but his body could only stagger. The exhaustion had accumulated so much that had finally surpassed what his aged body could endure. He was out of energy. Boom! The next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Old tribe leader! Everyone shouted and rushed over as they forgot about the danger around them. Gu tribe leader madly poured his primeval essence into his defensive Gu, creating a thick wooden shield. Boom! 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 The Night Wolf King's claws repeatedly smashed the wooden shield. The wooden shield only lasted for few breaths' time before it collapsed. The enormous wolf claws then smashed upon Gu tribe leader. The old tribe leader had also used Gu worms similar to ancient bronze skin and essence iron bones Gu, but he was not able to resist the tyrannical strike of the Night Wolf King. Old tribe leader! Everyone cried out and crazily attacked, trying to draw away the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Gu tribe leader in its eyes. It was going to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger even if it had to endure the attacks. Father! Gu Guang immediately let out a wild howl at this scene, his eyes almost splitting open. Brave fight Gu's effect disappeared. The Night Wolf King's battle intent disappeared and it got away from Gu tribe leader's body, pushed back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan's heart stirred and he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo turned into a large cloud of smoke and moved towards Night Wolf King's head, covering it. The Night Wolf King's battle intent had disappeared, and with its heavy injuries, its consciousness was almost already on the verge of collapsing. And now it had to contend against Fong Yuan's soul. Fong Yuan's soul already surpassed the strength of 100-man soul. Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of conflict, but it sensed the aura of a similar species from Fong Yuan's Wolfman soul. This feeling of conflict thus rapidly decreased, and under the pressure of Fong Yuan's soul, it did not last for long. The smoke merged with its body. Success! Fong Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Wolf smoke goo. He quickly hurried to the battlefield and breathed out large amounts of wolf smoke, covering the Night Wolf King. Night Wolf King's critical injuries were soon stabilized. It let out a long howl. Under this howl, the Night Wolf group turned chaotic and shortly retreated. Goo Tribe's crisis was resolved. However, the surviving Goo Masters did not have any happiness of winning. They gathered around a deep pit. Inside the deep pit was Goo Tribe leader. Several Goo Masters were beside him, doing all they could to heal him. Goo Tribe leader's body had already become a mushy paste, but under this intensive healing, most of his body was gradually restored. However, it was in vain. His injuries were fatal, and following the exhaustion of the healing Goo Master's primeval essence, the slight hope of bringing the old tribe leader back to life also completely disappeared. Father, father! Go Guang kneeled on the ground, grabbed Goo Tribe leader's hand and shouted loudly in heartache. Old tribe leader. Remaining elders were also filled with tears. The old tribe leader's face suddenly had a trace of red, and before his death, he exerted his last strength to grab Go Guang's hand. My son, be careful of. He was just about to say Chang Shanyin's name, but right at this time, Fong Yuan pushed his way through the crowd. Brother Gu. His face was full of sorrow. His shoulders slightly shook and warm tears trickled down his eyes. The old tribe leader gazed deeply at Fong Yuan. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but in the end, he had no choice but to change the subject. Son, from today on, you are Go Tribe's leader. Father, you can't die. I am still lacking by a lot. I still need your guidance. Go Tribe needs you. Go Guang replied with tears covering his face. The old tribe leader gasped like a fish that was out of water. His vision dimmed and his consciousness rapidly faded like the ebbing wave. The aura of death on him was already extremely dense. But I am not at ease. I have too many things I am unable to let go of. The obsession in him allowed the old tribe leader to muster the final drop and trace of strength. He grabbed Go Guang's hand, as his blurred vision cleared up for an instant. An unknown burst of strength gave him a final breath of life. He shook Go Guang's hand. Son, you need to remember you are Go Tribe's leader. For the tribe, never let yourself be impetuous and let your emotions affect you. With these words, the old tribe leader's body stiffened and his raised head also softly fell down. Life left his body. This Go tribe leader who did his utmost for the tribe, becoming the leader at 38 and dying in battle at 87. For Go tribe, he did everything that he could, using every last drop of his blood. To protect Go tribe, he fought an intense battle against the wolf group and bravely sacrificed himself. Father? Father! Go Guang howled, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But truth was truth since it had already happened. There is no way to salvage or change it. Father? Old tribe leader. The battlefield was engulfed in great sadness and crying voices lingered in everyone's ears. Dawn gradually approached. In the main tent, bright light had been kept on for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter Gu from the battlefield. As long as we take over Gu tribe, our Man tribe's power will double. With this expectation, he opened the letter Gu and hurriedly skimmed through it. His gaze soon dimmed, disappointment appearing on his face. Lord Father, could it be that even though we exerted almost all our forces, we still didn't succeed? Man Duo was at the side, having waited similarly for a long time. Man 2 let out a long sigh. The Night Wolf group had already charged to Go Tribe camp, But Gu tribe leader and Changshan Yin joined hands to gather all their high-level strength and staked everything on a counterattack. Changshan Yin subdued the Night Wolf King and put an end to the desperate battle. Gu tribe made a comeback. Changshan Yin him again. Man duo fell into deep silence. Soon after, his eyes brightened as he suggested, "Lord Father, we have not lost yet. There is still the final third wave of the Wind Wolf group. I have a plan." "Ah? Speak." "Our man tribe was defeated twice, the real reason being the Wolf King Changshan Yin. This person is indeed amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Gu tribe will be ours." "What plan do you have? Speak up. Don't keep me in suspense." Man duo laughed sinisterly and frankly said, "Changshan Yin has subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, he has control over the Wolf Night Wolf group. Such huge battle strength surpasses the whole of Gu tribe. Changshan Yin has become a ferocious beast that is lying beside Gu tribe. As long as he has a slightly bad intention, Gu tribe will be in danger. An astute person like Gu tribe leader will definitely be fearful and afraid. We will use this to spread rumors and make Gu tribe suspicious of Changshan Yin, driving a wedge between them." Man 2 regretfully sighed. "This plan is good, but is no longer useful. I haven't told you that the Gu tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King. Gu Guang has already succeeded the tribe leader position." "What?" Man duo was stunned. "That old fox actually died? How could it happen so coincidentally?" With the Gu tribe leader's death, the whole Gu tribe only had Changshan Yin as a rank 4 Gu master. Others simply could not compete with him. Add in the losses the Gu tribe suffered after 2 battles, and Changshan Yin's wolf group enlarging to over 20,000. The strength between the two sides was already completely overturned. The situation was all up to Fang Yuan now, and with his high prestige, no rumors could shake his authority. Gu tribe leader died, but the Wolf King still remains strong and has again subdued a large wolf group. "Lord Father, does this mean we have no more chance?" Man duo asked indignantly. Man 2 snorted. He put the letter Gu on the table and got up from his seat, pacing across the main tent with his hands behind his back. "What more can we do? Are we going to mobilize the tribe and send troops? We have already lost the excuse called Guyao. We have no proper reasons left. This time, I listened to your plan and mobilized the elders. That was already overstepping the borders. Changshan Yin, our man tribe lost simply because of this person." Man 2 heaved a long sigh. "Then the third wave of wolf group?" Man duo hesitated before asking. A ferocious light flashed past Man 2's eyes. "Since we have already reached this stage, then continue luring them. We will create even more losses to Gu tribe. If this Wind Wolf group is also taken by Changshan Yin, then I will wait to see the great Wolf King make a fool out of himself." Several days later, Fang Yuan led his large army and welcomed the Wind Wolf group. With his exquisite control, he was able to gain a huge victory. Besides killing the myriad Wind Wolf King, he also subdued large numbers of 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings. After calculating the results after the battle, Fang Yuan discovered his wolf group had already reached an enormous number of 35,000. It was like doing business. The early stage was the most difficult. Once capital was accumulated, it would be easy to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's army of wolves had taken its form. But to reach this stage, Gu tribe also paid a huge price. Countless mortals died along with large numbers of higher-up Gu masters. Less than half of the elders remained, and even Gu tribe leader had to sacrifice himself. "Uncle Chong, it is really thanks to you that our Gu tribe could break away from Man tribe's control." Several days later, Gu Guang paid a visit to Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 impermanence bone Gu with him. "Uncle Chang's favor to Gu tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu tribe is beset with difficulties inside and out, so we are not able to repay your kindness. Junior saw this rank 4 Gu in the tribe's warehouse. I thought it might be of use to Uncle, so I brought it over." Gu Guang calmly said. "Setbacks force people to mature." With his father's death, Gu Guang received the position and became the tribe leader. His entire personality seemed to have changed and was much more steadfast. "You have only recently assumed the tribe leader position and have been managing the tribe. If you need any help, you can tell me. Maybe there are some disagreements with the other elders, you can tell me. Fang Yuan accepted the impermanence bone goo and asked in concern. There might be two-faced elders. It is only that the tribe has few primeval stones currently, and we also suffered huge losses to our provisions, providing for the injured and so on, are emptying the tribe warehouse. The situation has stabilized now. Several days ago, some tribesmen even secretly escaped. Especially the matter regarding food. If this continues, the provisions will be emptied out in half a month and the whole tribe will have to go hungry. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze somewhat evasive. Fang Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. The tribe has to expend a lot to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang promptly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chong has shown kindness to our good tribe. But right now, Uncle Yu. No matter. Actually, even if you had not mentioned it today, I would have done so. The wolf group's number has gone up a lot. I do not wish to trouble your tribe, so I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, while hunting, I will intentionally cut down on their numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for good tribesmen. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. Uncle Chong, I don't know what I can say to express my respect towards you. Gu Guang was moved. His eyes reddened as he realized a friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of it, I am also to blame for your father's death. After all, I made that suggestion. I will reduce my wolf group to 32,000. I will move along with your good tribe. I'm sure you need this protective force as well. Do you understand what I am saying? I understand. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard. Don't let down your father's expectations. You can leave now. Yes, I will take my leave. Looking at Gu Guang's receding figure, Fang Yuan sneered. The young man was so naive and tender. If good tribe leader was here, he would already have tried all ways to weaken the wolf group right now. After all, Fang Yuan already had the strength to exterminate the whole Gu tribe. The sun slowly rose from the east, as rays shone down on the vast, limitless grassland. Enormous iron-shelled flowers bloomed at a visible rate. A small pink rabbit jumped out of the flower. This was a pink flower rabbit, a common animal in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but instead lived in the stamen of the iron-shelled flowers. Iron-shelled flowers had steel-like firm petals and could defend against wolves and birds. The pink flower rabbit hopped towards a flower. It sniffed first, and after sensing there was no poison, it began to eat it. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears twitched, an intense warning emerging in its heart. Whoosh! Immediately, an iron feather arrow shot through it and stabbed into the grassland. Two investigative Gu masters were coming over from a distance on their hump wolf. Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu never misses. The provisions in the tribe have been decreasing. We have no choice but to hunt down wild animals and provide food for the tribesmen. The two were talking about Gu tribe's recent situation with worried expressions. Although Fang Yuan decreased the numbers of his wolves and the dead wolves were also made into dried meat, to Gu tribe that had so many tribesmen, it could only ease a portion of their problems regarding supplies. As the provisions decreased further, Gu tribesmen were panicking. The two investigative Gu masters continued forward. Not long later, Gu tribe's troops also moved here like an old beast. Most of the mortals were pulling big stomach horses, while some slightly well-off households were letting curved-horn bulls pull handcarts which were packed with goods. Gu masters were mostly riding on hump wolves, and because there was no need to battle, a lot of goods were tied around the hump wolves as well. Besides these, there were also the lizard house Gu that were very prominent, moving forward like an elephant with their huge legs. Fang Yuan was lying in a lizard house Gu. His eyes closed as he rested his mind while meditating. After he had taken in large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. Every day he needed to sleep for at least 4 hours, and also close his eyes to rest his spirits from time to time. It was not easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every path had its own expertise and advantages. At the same time, there were also disadvantages and difficulties. His body followed Lizard House Gu's movement, bobbing up and down. His mind went into his aperture. The true gold primeval sea was slightly bellowing in waves. The crystal walls were bright and clear. with such degree of clearness. If he was in Hu Immortal blessed land, he could have already tried advancing to rank 5. But right now, Fong Yuan was in Northern Plains and his cultivation was slowed down temporarily. He looked at his goo worms. His vital goo rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was hiding its figure, hibernating at the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a lump of dark cloud with the shape of a wolf was floating. This was the wolf smoke goo used specifically to heal wolves. On the surface of the primeval sea was the rank 5 battle bone wheel. It still had many cracks and was drifting along with the waves. The snow wash goo was doing the same. It was like a snow willow leaf floating on surface of the sea. Hints and clues goo that looked like a cuttlefish was swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea were large numbers of wolf enslavement goo. There were many rank 2, few rank 3, and no rank 4 wolf enslavement goo. There were also 2 strength of Tenjun goo at the bottom. Fong Yuan had bought 5 strength of Tenjun goo. He had used 3 and now only 2 remained. A goo with the head of a wolf and stomach of a fish was lying at the bottom of the sea, roaming around from time to time. This was wolf swallow goo, a rank 4 storage goo. Fong Yuan had another storage goo as well. It looked like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup goo. Naturally, it only had rank 4 effectiveness in Northern Plains. Besides the ones in the aperture, there was a vague second pupil in Fong Yuan's left eye. It was wolf care goo. In his throat was wolf howl goo. On the underside of his tongue was ghost fire goo. On his chest was an azure wolf tattoo. It was azure wolf skin goo. On his back was a tattoo of a pair of eagle wings. It was rank 3 eagle wings goo. He also had bone bamboo goo and wolf soul goo, but they were already used up. There were 2 rank 4 wolf sprint goo on both his feet. They were used for movement. Of course, immortal goo fixed immortal travel was buried in poison grassland. I have inherited Chong Shan Yin's set of goo worms. Now, I have tens of thousands of wolves. I can say that I already have achieved small success in enslavement path. But with this level of strength, bullying the weak was possibly, but there were still many glaring weaknesses when fighting against experts. Enslavement path's goo master's greatest fear was beheading the leader tactics. When Fong Yuan collaborated with Goo Tribe earlier, they were dealing with a wolf group that did not have high intelligence. It would be much more difficult to fight against Goo masters. As long as the Goo master was not stupid, they would target Fong Yuan first. Back then, Chong Shan Yin was able to kill off Ha Tu Goo's group of bandits. Besides having 1,000-man soul, he had several myriad wolf kings, hundreds of thousands of wolves, and even a trump card, a pack of elite wolves made up of mutated white-eye wolves. Fong Yuan's current strength in enslavement path was not even 20% of the real Chong Shan Yin. My biggest problem now is that I have hit a bottleneck. My cultivation in all aspects have halted. Regarding my soul, I have already cultivated a wolfman soul, and to further strengthen it, the best method is to use guts goo. Unfortunately, I am in Northern Plains and cannot go back to Hu Immortal blessed land. Danghun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud's effects, fewer guts goo are being produced now. Several days ago, Fong Yuan used Impermanence Bone Goo to completely transform his bones into Impermanence Bones. Human bodies were like leather bags where soul was stowed. Impermanence Bones allowed Fong Yuan to make this leather bag firmer. Containing 1,000-man soul was no longer a problem. My cultivation has stagnated because of the suppression from the region. My soul has also reached a bottleneck. Regarding strength path, after using 3 strength of Tenjun Goo and raising my strength by 30 June, it had also reached my body's limit. Besides this, with the explosive expansion of the wolf group, the disadvantage of enslavement path has become prominent. To feed these wolf group, I have to release them every day to let them hunt by themselves or lead them to hunt, and if my luck is bad, they might have to starve. The burden is too heavy and the resource consumption is also a lot. If this task was not entrusted to Goo Tribe, it would not be something I can do alone. Fong Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the numbers of the wolf group to reduce the pressure on him. Enslavement path Goo masters consumed a lot of resources and were often only raised by large-scale clans. Even super clans could only nurture 2 to 3 of them. These days, Fong Yuan had been considering how to solve the problem of food. Different from others, He had one great advantage. He controlled a blessed land. If the wolf group could be sent to the blessed land for feeding and be taken out when he needed them, this problem would be perfectly resolved. But Immortal blessed land was in central continent and whole Earth Goo's range was limited to a region. That is to say, whole Earth Goo could connect to any place in central continent, but it would be useless beyond central continent. Whole Earth Goo was of no use, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Goo. This was a new Goo invented during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions in his past life. It was a rank 5 expendable Goo and had stricter activation requirements than Whole Earth Goo. It could only be activated using the power of the stars in Black Heaven, and only during the night when there were many stars in the sky. But it had a huge range that traversed the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe for Stargate Goo, but the materials required were rare. It needed many ancient Goo worms and 1 or 2 supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the refinement success rate of Stargate Goo was extremely low. There might not even be 1 success out of 100 refinement attempts. A reason as to why Fang Yuan did not try to exchange for the materials to make Stargate Goo in his transaction with Immortal Crainsect was this. Another important reason was Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. After Fang Yuan expelled the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow from the Blessed Land, it had been hovering around Tian-Ti Mountain, not having the slightest intent to give up entering Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Crainsect also did not take care of this problem. The Goo Immortals on Tian-Ti Mountain also only cared about their own problems and did not bother about other people's misfortune. How was the use of Stargate Goo and Blue Charm Lightning Shadow related? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Goo needed time to absorb the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Immortal Blessed Land was a world of its own and had neither a sun nor stars. If Fang Yuan wanted to absorb the power of the stars, he would have to open the entrance and let the starlight from the outside world enter. But if he did this, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow would use the chance to break in. The trade-off was absolutely unacceptable. Danghun Mountain was dying. Its might had greatly reduced. If Blue Charm Lightning Shadow entered the Blessed Land, it would make the current situation many times worse. Thus, Stargate Goo could not be used. It seems I can only look at Langya Blessed Land to see if there is a way to resolve this. According to this speed, we will reach Crescent Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night with sparse stars, the moon shone brightly and cold wind blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent moon-shaped lake that was 15,000 li long and 5,000 li wide. The 2 ends of the lakes were bent and pointed while the middle part was wide like a crescent moon. The lake was tranquil and gave off a crystal-like sparkle. The crescent moon in the sky and the crescent lake gave off their respective light. It was Crescent Lake. The aquatic plants were plentiful here, the surrounding was tranquil, and many kinds of living beings lived here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron-shelled flowers, steep cliff grass, and so on. Horseshoe trees surrounded this lake, forming a sparse woodland. Lumps of pitch-black dark clouds surged over from far away, bringing a chilling and evil aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight and casted a dense shadow. The shadow was like an evil beast, crossing across the Crescent Lake's surface and stopping at its center. It is here. Several people stood on the cloud, and one of them was cackling. He was ugly, his forehead was bulging out, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were closed, and his ears were big and conspicuous. Having disheveled hair and wearing a black robe, he was giving off a thick, evil aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Goo Immortal Gue Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong Yu casually asked from the side. He was also a rank 6 Goo Immortal, with the appearance of a youth, round face and fair appearance. I personally investigated this, there can be no mistake. Calculating the time, it will soon be the time for Langya Blessed Land to face its earthly calamity. Kekikek, we will observe the changes first and make our move together when the time comes. Gue Wang's tone was filled with confidence. Time passed bit by bit. The several figures on the dark clouds waited quietly. Other than Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were also 3 female immortals. Each of these 3 immortals were beautiful and charming. They were the Hua Hai 3 immortals. The cold-looking blue-robed immortal was Fairy Qing Suo. The petite and fair girl wearing a yellow garment was Fairy Huang Sha. The coquettish girl wearing a pink skirt was Fairy Fen Meng. The three stood together at some distance away from Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, like they were on different sides. Fairy Qing Suo looked at Crescent Lake while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fen Meng were conversing softly, glancing at Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time with vigilant gazes. Not mentioning Gui Wang's ugly appearance that caused the three beauties to feel revulsion, Loner Hongyu killed his own parents to refine a Gu, and betrayed his brothers. It caused the three female immortals of the righteous path to feel contempt. But Langya Blessed Land was an extremely important matter. The Gu immortal that had resided here before was the famous number 1 refinement path immortal, Long Hair Ancestor. This person had rank 8 cultivation and was extremely proficient in refinement path, having great talent in refinement path that was rare even during immemorial times. He had lived a long life. He lived during the era of 2 venerables, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. What did this mean? This meant that these 2 rank 9 Gu immortals did not live as long as him. His refinement path talent even made Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, 2 venerables, sigh in admiration countless times, and concede to him. They had both requested Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. In the statistics made by later generations, Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only the conclusive summary. It did not account for his many legends and rumors. However, such a person also could not fight against the flow of the river of time and finally died of old age. According to the rumors, he became a land spirit after death and was still refining Gu incessantly in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor's residence. Thus it contained large amounts of Gu worms recipes, including recipes for immortal Gu. Hua Hai 3 immortals might not like Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, but the allure of immortal Gu recipe was enough to let them set aside their righteous path identity and collaborate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly a soft sound echoed. The space on top of Crescent Lake cracked open and revealed a shining flash of lightning. The earthly calamity has begun, Gui Wang shouted excitedly. For a while, above the center of Crescent Lake, lightning rumbled unceasingly. This was no doubt the descent of the earthly calamity, having created a hole in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's gaze shone as he stared at this scene without blinking. Hua Hai 3 immortals glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also became faster. Immortal Gu were difficult to find. None of these 5 Gu immortals possessed a single immortal Gu. Of course, they had rank 5 Gu and in large amounts at that, with all of them being top quality Gu. But no matter how many mortal Gu they had, it could not match a single immortal Gu. Gu immortals' thirst for immortal Gu were much more greater than a lecherous person seeing an absolute beauty. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the air above the lake with lightning smashing down continually, resembling a thunderstorm pouring from above. The second hole, third hole. The earthly calamity created hole after holes. This is the earthly calamity. Endless thunder and lightning rain, such terrifying might. Loner Hongyu expressed shock at this sight. If this occurred in our Hua Hai Blessed Land, even if we 3 sisters join forces, we might not be able to resist it. Langya Blessed Land is indeed worthy of being Long Hair Ancestor's residence. Can we really snatch the immortal Gu recipe this time? Hua Hai 3 immortals looked at each other. Their faces were pale. Previously, Gui Wang had given them many benefits and thus Hua Hai 3 immortals came rushing over. Now, the 3 felt this task would not be easy and forcing their way into Langya Blessed Land would not be a simple matter. Gu immortals were the elites of the human race with wisdom that far surpassed the norm. Be it the Hua Hai 3 immortals or Loner Hongyu, they were all cautious and vigilant. Gui Wang observed everyone's expressions and coarsely laughed. This dog's hit world has always been trying to maintain balance. Blessed Land has fortune. So the world sends down calamities and tribulations, doing all that it can to wear down this fortune. The better the Blessed Land is managed, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they will face. Look at the might of this endless thunder and lightning rain. Isn't it comparable to those blessed lands that has forbidden grounds? Everyone, just think of it. How many recipes are stored in this Langya blessed land? There are definitely many immortal goo recipes. Otherwise, why would this shitty heaven send down such a powerful earthly calamity? These words moved the immortal's heart. Desire and vigor appeared in these people's gaze when they thought of the immortal goo. Gui Wang is right. I have also entered some blessed lands before, and those ownerless blessed lands that were on the verge of collapse had earthly calamities that were as weak as a drizzle. But the blessed land is extremely important, which Gu Immortal would not want it to develop well. Loner Hong Yu laughed bitterly. The more developed the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It is not easy to be a Gu Immortal. Kekekek, cultivation means going against heaven. This shitty heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to go against it and progress. Gui Wang added. Both of you are rather extreme. Cultivation is actually following the mandate of heaven. We use Gu worms to study the great Tao and law of the world. We manage the blessed land in order to bring blessings and nurture fortune in place of heaven and earth, for all living things to prosper. Immortal Qing Suo retorted with a clear and pleasant voice. Loner Hong Yu did not reply. He did not want to argue about this topic, considering the situation. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. Since immemorial times, the difference in perspective had been debated with no conclusion to which is closer to the truth. Gui Wang laughed and pointed to the hole below. The earthly calamity has become even more dangerous. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we should strike now. All right. Loner Hong Yu expressed his support. Please make a move first, Gui Wang. The three immortal fairies reached a consensus. Gui Wang snickered and took out a green grape immortal essence bead. He then activated a goo worm that flew towards the hole while holding the immortal essence bead. This goo worm entered the blessed land, but it was either suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, as Gui Wang instantly lost his connection with it. However, Gui Wang's green grape immortal essence also entered Langya blessed land and immediately exploded, causing the immortal essence in Langya blessed land to be expended. To Gu Immortals, every bead of immortal essence was very precious. Normally, the Gu Immortals would always try to accumulate them and would not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Gui Wang act as the example, the other four successively sent out an immortal essence bead. Gui Wang sent his second immortal essence bead, and the others also sent their second immortal essence bead. After Gu Immortals die, they would form into the land spirit, but will no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence left for the land spirit would decrease the more it was used, while Gui Wang and the group were 4 people and occupied the advantage in numbers. But even after 100 rounds, this Langya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Besides Gui Wang, the other immortals showed signs of hesitation. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, the immortal essence he left were white lychee immortal essence. 100 green grape immortal essence beads cannot compare to 1 white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Finmeng's turn, she held a green grape immortal essence bead, but did not immediately make a move. Gui Wang's eyes flickered with a dark light and sneered. What are you afraid of? Long-hair ancestor is a person from thieving heaven demon venerables times, and did everything to prolong his life till he was struggling at death's door during giant sun immortal venerables times, and finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, but the blessed land has already endured through the eras of spectral soul demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable. The former Langya grotto heaven had already fell and became a blessed land. Now, how much white lychee immortal essence would there be left? Probably only some diluted immortal essence paste. Loner Hong Yu chuckled. Gui Wang makes sense. You guys also saw the earthly calamity just before. Langya blessed land holds so many recipes, even including many immortal Gu recipes. This good fortune is too big and thus the earthly calamity is so strong. Even if it has more white lychee immortal essence left, they would also be quickly exhausted. In this world, the daring are rewarded and the cowards starve. Throw in more immortal essence, having invested so much already, Do we give up at this point? We might not be that far from succeeding. Gui Wang enticed. The three female immortals glanced at each other. Fairy Qing Sua spoke. You are correct, but our immortal essence was saved by us bit by bit, and did not appear out of nowhere. Let's do this. We will throw in 50 more beads and see what happens. Like this, after sending immortal essence beads for 50 more rounds, Langya Blessed Land started to show its inability to keep up. Gui Wang laughed heartily as he cackled. The three female immortals used to feel that Gui Wang's laughter was coarse and ear-piercing, but now they felt happiness from hearing it. They could almost see the immortal goo recipes beckoning them. 30 more rounds later, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the Blessed Land and inflated, mutually affecting each other and creating a chain explosion. But the Blessed Land had no activity. This meant the Blessed Land's immortal essence was used up. Everyone, I shall move first. Gui Wang suddenly laughed and flapped his blue-black bat wings towards the hole, and was the first one to enter Langya Blessed Land. Not good, Loner Hongyu shouted, and fearing he would fall behind, he turned into a red light and shot ahead. These demonic Path Gu masters are indeed treacherous and crafty. Hua Hai three immortals twitched their nose with anger and quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the Blessed Land and felt their rank 5 Gu could be casually activated. Langya Blessed Land's immortal essence has definitely been emptied, Fairy Huang Sha said with excitement. The three immortals charged past the endless thunder and lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the Blessed Land. However, what they saw was a scene of white clouds covering the whole area. In the sea of clouds, there were 12 buildings, each decorated grandly and was majestic, having the beauty of 1,000 years of history. Around the buildings, immortal cranes flew, feathermen hovered in the air, colorful clouds moved around and the fragrance of sandalwood pervaded the air. This is cloud soil. One can step on it like real land and its soil is very fertile, far surpassing the mortal world's soil. Fairy Qing Sua stepped with her beautiful feet and spoke excitedly. A scene worthy of the old ancestor immortal. Fairy Fen Meng exclaimed in admiration. Legend has it that within the 12 cloud buildings, there are countless recipes stored. To think I can see them personally today. Fairy Huang Sha felt really fortunate. Ha ha ha. Everything is mine. Far away, Gui Wang's ear-piercing voice spread to them. He was flying into a building on the sea of clouds. As for Loner Hongyu, he had already approached a nearby cloud building. Hua Hai three immortals frowned and after looking at each other, they flew separately towards 3 cloud buildings. Several days later, carts rumbled and horses neighed. Gu tribesmen arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp around the sparse horseshoe trees. Gu Guang and the Gu tribe's higher-ups could finally heave a sigh of relief. Aquatic plants were plentiful here along with large numbers of beast groups. They could hold a hunting festival and store provisions for their later journey. We finally arrived. Fang Yuan was overwhelmed in his heart. At night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt to leave Gu tribe's sight. It was a moonless night, but there were many stars. The wolf group sprinted against the flow of the night wind as they discovered several small mid-sized beast groups, devouring them one by one. The wolf group excitedly howled. They had been in a half-starving state these days and now they could eat to their fill. Even if he had a group of 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully maneuvered the wolf group's movement. The wolf group might be of a large scale, but Crescent Lake had many dangers. There was an even larger group of water wolves, a 3-horned rhino group and a group of 1,000 mutated beasts, and finally a worm group that had hundreds of thousands and even up to 1 million insects. Of course, these worm groups and beast groups had their own territory and would not move around everywhere like those on the grassland. There was plenty of aquatic plants beside Crescent Lake. They did not need to move around to search for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Gu tribe did not invade their territory, the beasts and worms would not find any issues with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan moved along the lakeside towards the east and arrived at a stone forest. This stone forest was very common. There were stone pillars which were gray, purplish-black, greenish-yellow, and so on, quietly standing straight with a precise distance between them. There were many stone forests beside Crescent Lake, but this particular forest was rather special. If someone looked from high above, they would only see gray-white stone pillars and would discover that the stone pillars vaguely formed into a thief one character. This stone forest had a really impressive origin. It was personally created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable requested long-hair ancestor to refine a goo for him. Thus, he made a bet with him. He won 3 rounds out of 5. The long-hair ancestor had no choice but to accept his loss and agreed to refine the goo. Thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to enter the legendary space door all his life, and requested long-hair ancestor to refine the immortal goo, space escape goo, an immortal goo that could allow a goo master to enter the space door. He placed all his effort in researching the recipe for it. Long-hair ancestor was very excited and felt that the recipe was good and proper, but there were some places that could be improved. After discussing with thieving heaven demon Venerable, the demon Venerable became very happy and exclaimed that long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment far surpassed his. The 2 immortals cooperated and spent 21 years to successfully refine space escape goo. However, although this goo was refined and thieving heaven demon Venerable could activate it, it was not able to enter the space door no matter what he did. The demon Venerable felt discouraged, and the proud long-hair ancestor also suffered a huge setback. Later, long-hair ancestor researched with giant son Immortal Venerable but did not make any progress. The space escape goo became the only failure in long-hair ancestor's life. It was said that even at his deathbed, long-hair ancestor could not forget this. His good friend Immortal Yen could not endure seeing his old friend pass away like this and expended 50 years of his life to deduce the future. He predicted that many years later, after 3 great eras, 3 venerables would appear, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem regarding the space escape goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Immortal Yen was a rank 8 Wisdom Path goo immortal and was proficient in making predictions. He often made accurate one-sentence predictions, and was thus known as Immortal Yen II. And this deduced prophecy would later be known as the famous prophecy of 3 venerables. Sure enough, the world went through countless changes and continuously moved forward. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared. After the Demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male goo immortal appeared in Righteous Path and was, as predicted, known as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Now Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was already dead. Prophecy of 3 venerables was mostly complete. Only Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who has yet to be born, remains. Speaking of it, long-hair ancestor was both happy and sad at this prophecy. Happy because the problem of space escape goo could finally be resolved. Sad because he would not be able to see that day. Long-hair ancestor died and turned into a land spirit with only one obsession: to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as she solved the problem of space escape goo, the whole Langya blessed land would belong to her. Back then, when long-hair ancestor refined the space escape goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable, the result was a failure, but they could not find the problem with it. Being greatly embarrassed, he promised to refine 9 more goo worms for thieving heaven demon Venerable, and he would even provide all the materials required to refine the goo. Thieving heaven demon Venerable later requested long-hair ancestor to refine 6 immortal goo. Before thieving heaven demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritances in the 5 regions and made an agreement with long-hair ancestor that the remaining 3 chances for goo refinement will be left for his inheritor. Long-hair ancestor agreed, and the 2 made a secret code. After more than a decade from now, one of the thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances would suddenly activate and be known by everyone. The content of the inheritance is a riddle, and the riddle points towards Langya blessed land. From then on, a craze of solving riddles in northern plains with countless people trying to solve it started. The rumors spread endlessly, but no one succeeded. Later, Ma Hongyun was forced to flee after being defeated on the battlefield and came running to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered a premeditated ambush. Panicked and left with no choice, he ran over to the stone forest and accidentally discovered a passage in the stone forest. Going through this secret passage, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code right, Lang Ya land spirit refined 3 goo worms for him as per the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo, and after recovering from his injuries, he returned to the stone forest and turned the tide with great might. Starting all over again, and finally, he obtained the throne of the imperial court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled while slowly moving forward. Then, his eyes brightened and he stopped before a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was also common, but a stone that was flat like a stool was near the bottom of the pillar. During that time, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy troops and was already on the verge of death. He fled to this place and had nowhere to run, with his injuries reaching a critical state. He sat on the stone stool and gazed up at the sky while leaning on the stone pillar. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar looked like his dear wife. His consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. He used his blood-stained hand to gently caress the stone pillar and said with deep love, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun, I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you personally. I love you, I was wrong." At this time, the enemies had already arrived and were raising their sabers high, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly disappeared. He had entered Lang Ya blessed land. Fang Yuan sat at this stone stool, leaning on the pillar and gazing up, but he could not see a woman's appearance anywhere on the stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed uncontrollably. It seems this Ma Hongyun was just thinking of his wife when he stared at the stone pillar. His longing was so deep that he could see Zhao Lian Yun on anything. This Zhao Lian Yun was also a weird woman. In the future she became a wisdom path gu immortal and was a good wife to Ma Hongyun, helping him strategize. But currently, she was only a little girl. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his flesh, letting the fresh blood smear this purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had put a mysterious goo worm on this purple stone pillar. Blood was only the first criteria for its activation. There was still the second criteria, that was to say, "I want." When Fang Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly disappeared and his vision suddenly changed. When he regained his senses, he was in a room. In the room, the smell of an alchemy furnace wafted in the air. There were dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, and vermilion windows. A sagely old man was sitting cross-legged on a bed of cloud, his eyes closed as if he was meditating. He was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a wide robe and the 2 sleeves were fluttering in the air. Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shan-in has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan touched his chest with his right hand and slightly bowed. "You are Chang Shan-in?" The old man slightly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with bright light as he looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze that seemed to materialize. "This outer skin of yours is quite interesting. You used human skin along with shame plum autumn voice grass. There is also pill fire goo, medicine strength goo, and some." The land spirit frowned deeply and caressed his beard, a hesitant expression on his face. He could actually see through Fang Yuan's disguise and even roughly deduce human skin goo's recipe by just observing. "Lad, do you want to exchange this goo worm's recipe? I will use a similar grade goo worm to exchange for it. Or you can choose a similar grade goo worm recipe." "Ah, right. Secret code. The secret code." After speaking for a while, the land spirit suddenly remembered the secret code and smacked his head. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "The secret code that you created with the Demon Venerable back then? There is no secret code. As for the human skin goo recipe, I cannot exchange it yet." "You don't want to exchange? Why?" The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure pressed down on Fang Yuan. He could not budge. His whole skeleton emitted creaking noises under the suppression. But he sneered with no concern. "I have my reasons for not doing the exchange. You do not need to know about it." The land spirit laughed sinisterly. You don't want to exchange. Then I shall imprison you here and peel off your skin. After studying it few times, I can reverse engineer the recipe of this human skin goo." "No, you can't make a move on me." Fang Yuan was confident. "I am Demon Venerable's inheritor. You can't do anything to me before the agreement of the three gu is completed. According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an artificial intelligence. Except that this land spirit birthed from long-hair ancestor had quite a high intelligence and was good at scaring others. In his past life, Ma Hongyun had been scared by the land spirit and lost the precious opportunity to refine immortal gu, refining only 3 rank 5 gu. After that incident, Ma Hongyun regretted it endlessly. After becoming a gu immortal, whenever he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. You! The land spirit blew its beard and opened its eyes, which seemed to puff out fire, a posture that seemed ready to kill. But Fang Yuan remained unmoved. The land spirit kept on staring for a long while before suddenly turning exhausted like a ball that was leaking air. He then scowled miserably and got off the bed of clouds, walking towards Fang Yuan and softly pleaded while pulling his sleeves. Young lad, please do a good deed and exchange this recipe with me, please? Fang Yuan was speechless. What was this situation? His attitude change was way too fast. Young lad, please have some tea. This is a high-grade cloud smoke tea, have a taste of it. Lang Yalan spirit sat at the edge of the bed as he brewed a cup of tea for Fang Yuan personally. Fang Yuan sat at the spot the land spirit was sitting at previously, looking at this peculiar land spirit wordlessly. In the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had talked to this land spirit and understood. This land spirit liked collecting recipes. It will try its best to get its hands on any new recipes it discovers. If it were any other person, the land spirit would have extorted and threatened him already. But Fang Yuan was a demon venerable's inheritor. He did not dare to do so. Thus he could only beg nicely. Handsome young lad, is the tea not nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, exchange that human skin recipe with me, please. Lang Yalan's spirit showed a smiling expression as he tried to please Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drank his tea silently. The mysterious, strong, and sagely image of Lang Yalan's spirit collapsed rapidly. Young lad, do me a favor, pity this old man. I live alone here. I am so lonely, so bored, so thirsty. I can only look at these recipes daily to pass time. Are you so cruel to reject the request of such a pitiful old man like me? The land spirit had a grandpa appearance, having white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows, staring at Fang Yuan pitifully. Hey, have some self-awareness. You are a land spirit, not a human. Fang Yuan's eyes were twitching. Young lad, whatever you say, as long as you will give the recipe to me, you can do anything to me. The grandpa winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled his urge to kick this creep, as he shouted, "No means no." Lang Yalan's spirit's body shuddered, as it started crying, rolling on the ground. No, I want to exchange. I want the recipe. I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too ruthless, you lack compassion. Why are you not exchanging the recipe with me? Will it kill you? Please just exchange it. Seriously? Rumors cannot compare to meeting in real life. Fang Yuan's head was full of black lines as the image of Lang Yalan's spirit that he had broke into pieces and was stepped into tiny shards on the ground. However, this showed Lang Yalan's spirit's innocence and sincerity. The land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground and cried for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not relent. He had no choice but to stand up, with tears all over his face. Even his beard, hair, and eyebrows were wet. Young lad, what's wrong with your conscience? You are simply too cruel, as expected of the inheritor of a demon venerable. The grandpa complained as he looked at Fang Yuan, like a wife who had just been cheated on. Fang Yuan could not stand this gaze. He shuddered as he sighed. Never mind, never mind. I can give you the human skin goose recipe, but you have to wait until the time is right. Young lad, you are awesome. You are the kindest person ever. So when will the time be right? Land spirit was extremely overjoyed. He. 500 years later. Land spirit grandpa frowned and immediately slumped. That's so long away. Humph. This is the best I am willing to offer. Why, you don't want to exchange anymore? Of course I want to exchange. It's just 500 years. I can wait. Young lad, I will be waiting for you. This is our agreement for a lifetime, the old grandpa said affectionately. Fong Yuan held his face, sighing deeply. I have a recipe here. I want to exchange it for connecting heaven goo. Once he heard Fong Yuan's request, Lang Yalan's spirit's expression changed. He stood upright and raised his head slightly, showing an arrogant expression. Oh, you want to get connecting heaven goo? He spoke slowly and casually. To tell you the truth, young lad, I have an uncountable number of recipes here. If the recipe you produce is already owned by me, I will not take it. Fong Yuan laughed confidently. Old man, your era is long over. Bring me a brush and paper. I will write a portion of it for you. Just after he wrote half of the content, Fong Yuan stopped. Write it, what else is there? Lan's spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears as his eyes shone. He had already confirmed that this was a new recipe. He had never seen it before. This is a rank 5 recipe. Where is your connecting heaven goo? Here. Lan's spirit waved his hand and a connecting heaven goo appeared on the table. Fong Yuan finished writing this recipe and refined the connecting heaven goo, keeping it in his aperture. At the side, Lan's spirit looked at this recipe gleefully. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo discovered by goo masters 500 years later. During the chaotic 5-region battle, it was an era of innovation. Of all sorts of new goo were developed and created. Every time such a chaotic era appeared, a rank 9 goo immortal would be born. Fong Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he forgot a lot of things, he still had a great number of recipes inside his head. These recipes, to exaggerate, were ahead of the current times by an era. Of course, the land spirit had never heard of them. Do you have divine sense goo? Fong Yuan kept connecting heaven goo and asked. Yes. Exchange. You still have recipes? Land spirit grandpa was shocked and overjoyed. Fong Yuan smiled as he took the brush and paper, writing once again. But this time, halfway through, the land spirit laughed. Young man, I have the recipe of this goo worm already. Oh! Fong Yuan stopped writing. His expression was stunned. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. Land spirits were pure. Yes means yes and no means no. If you don't believe me, you can look at this. Lang Ya land spirit grabbed the air, and a cowhide recipe appeared, landing on the table. Fong Yuan took a look. It was the real deal. It seems that the goo worms in my memories, although they only appeared 500 years later, might not be new goo after all. Thinking so, Fong Yuan laughed, saying to the land spirit, No worries, if this is no use, I have another recipe. But this time, Fong Yuan only wrote a third of it before the land spirit clapped. Although I do not have this recipe, I have something very similar. Look at this. Saying so, he handed Fong Yuan a recipe. It was 90% similar to his. Fong Yuan immediately understood. My recipe might have been improved on by a goo master using an ancient recipe. Young lad, this recipe does not have much value. I will not exchange for it. Land spirit said. Fong Yuan revised his plans. When Longhair Ancestor was alive, he loved to collect and research on recipes. He was known as the #1 immortal of the refinement path of all times. He lived for a long period of time and collected a vast number of recipes. He could be said to have been an extremely successful collector. As for Fong Yuan's generation of the New Age, they had not reached the apex of the time period. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. The goo worm recipes in Fong Yuan's memories, compared to Lang Ya Blessed Land's accumulation from many eras, seemed to be extremely insignificant. Look at these then. Fong Yuan started scribbling again. But for these recipes, either Lang Ya Blessed Land had it or it was a modified ancient recipe. The land spirit had no intentions to get them. Fong Yuan was helpless. In his memories, there were some goo worms that were definitely new, but they had a great importance in the future. Each represented a great benefit to him, and could easily change the situation of the regions. Once they get exposed by Lang Ya Blessed Land, his losses were small issues, but it might potentially alter history. The disadvantages were too great for Fong Yuan compared to the gains. Land spirit, look at this recipe. Fong Yuan thought, and wrote the Stargate Goose recipe. Land spirit took a look and was interested. The more Fang Yuan wrote, the more its interest grew. I've never seen these recipes before. They are rather peculiar, very peculiar, the old grandpa muttered as he rubbed his chin. This was a rank 5 gu recipe. Fang Yuan successfully obtained the divine sense gu from it. Young lad, this Stargate gu is interesting. It has the effect to cross the 5 regions. The 5 regions have their respective barriers at the boundaries, but this can actually make use the power of Black Heaven. This type of goo worm, usually only whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are popular classics. But this Stargate goo can compete with the two of them, and is not inferior in any way. Did you create this goo's recipe? Land Spirit asked. Of course. Fang Yuan admitted it without hesitation. He had zero guilt in impersonating and taking this glory for himself. Next, he started to brag shamelessly. The few recipes earlier were also devised by me, although I also used some current recipes as the base for my research. This act undoubtedly deepened his relationship with Langya Land Spirit. Little friend, you have talent for refinement path. I am truly amazed. Land Spirit Grandpa stopped calling Fang Yuan young lad, but started calling him little friend. But this Stargate goo has its weaknesses. You need to gather starlight at night to activate it. Other than that, this goo's refinement success rate is low, but if we add a few supplementary materials into it, we can raise the success rate by 30%. Next, the Land Spirit listed a few materials. Fang Yuan frowned as he listened. He had never heard of these materials. It seems that they were either materials from the immemorial era, or just simply too rare and unique with little use normally. Land Spirit continued. It seems this Stargate goo is best paired with the Starlight Fireflies. With the Starlight Fireflies, you will have starlight, and the Stargate goo can be used regardless of time or location. What? Fang Yuan heard this and his heart pounded, asking quickly, Starlight Fireflies? What are Starlight Fireflies? You don't know about Starlight Fireflies? That's true, they were already extremely rare during the immemorial era, and were extinct during the Olden era. When the immemorial 9 heavens were still around, most of the Starlight Fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. Land Spirit exposed another ancient secret. Fang Yuan was disappointed. Since it is extinct, there's no need to mention it. The so-called extinct is merely in the mortal realm. Recently, I saw a swarm of Starlight Firelight when making a transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I think it belongs to Star Lord Wan Xiang. Land Spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes were shining. The reason he exchanged for connecting Heaven Goo and Divine Sense Goo were so that he could impersonate a Goo Immortal and make transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to obtain resources and stop his reliance on Immortal Crane sect. Land Spirit's words greatly increased his interest in the Starlight Fireflies. Fang Yuan's eyes rolled, laughing craftily. Land Spirit, I still have many recipes here, but I only want Starlight Fireflies. Land Spirit shook its head. I can't exchange that. Why? I do not have Starlight Firefly goo. Land Spirit said as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily. If you do not have Starlight Firefly goo, can't you use connecting Heaven goo to buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan with a weird expression. Why do I have to buy Starlight Firefly goo? If you do not buy Starlight Firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? Land Spirit shook its head, adamantly saying, Your recipe can only exchange for goo worms I currently have in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was speechless. The Land Spirit was rigid. It could not make such compromises. After all, it was not human. As a Land Spirit, it could not make flexible decisions. In the end, after Fang Yuan talked until his lips were about to tear, no progress was made. The Land Spirit only followed the rules. Fang Yuan could only stop his attempt, but suddenly he had a thought. Wait, you said you will only exchange for goo that are currently in your Blessed Land? Yes. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. Then I'll use my Immortal goo recipe to exchange for your Heavenly Primeval Treasure Imperial Lotus. Is that okay? Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 Immortal goo. But it was not a natural goo. Instead was invented by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce Primeval Essence, giving an enormous help in a Goo Master's Primeval Essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, however, produced Immortal Essence and had extremely huge use. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this Goo to become the person with the most abundant Immortal Essence among Rank 9 Goo Immortals in all history. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was protected with layers of security, becoming a famous treasure in the world. However, after dozen of years, an extremely daring Rank 7 Goo Immortal stole it. This Rank 7 Goo Immortal was the Venerable after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, the one who became the Heavenly Thief, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long-Hair Ancestor had many interactions with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and after the Demon Venerable went missing for hundreds of years, Long-Hair Ancestor tried to refine the Goo. Finally, he succeeded in refining a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, he developed a preference for it and advanced it to Rank 8 stage. Immortal Goo were one of a kind, and their names also remained the same. After they advanced to stages beyond Rank 6, their names would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. When they advanced from Rank 6 to Rank 7, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long-Hair Ancestor died, his obsession merged with the heavenly power to form a land spirit. This Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also remained in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land would later be accidentally discovered by a Soul Path Goo Immortal called Gue Wang, leading the first wave of attacks. The result was that they were captured by the land spirit. However, the news regarding Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gue Wang and attracted more Goo Immortals. Later, a second wave of attacks came, and later the third wave, and so on. During the seventh wave, the Heavenly Court dispatched several Rank 7 Goo Immortals who brought Immortal Goo to the mortal realm. After a tragic battle, Langya Blessed Land finally collapsed while the Goo Immortals also suffered disastrous losses. Feng Jiugu died in this battle. However, Langya Blessed Land's great number of recipes were taken by the Heavenly Court. Central Continent's strength thus rose sharply, and with just their strength, they attacked the four great regions. With his previous life's memories, Feng Yuan was clear of the future development. At this moment, when Feng Yuan suddenly mentioned the use of Immortal Goo recipe to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit refused without hesitation. This is not possible. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus can produce Immortal Essence. It is the reason why I can defend against the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I need to use these Immortal Essence to refine Goo. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is non-exchangeable. Is that so? Feng Yuan nodded with some disappointment since he had some expectations. However, the land spirit's next sentence ignited his hope again. However, I have other Immortal Goo here. What recipe do you have? Rank 7 recipe can only be exchanged for Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Rank 8 recipe can be exchanged for Rank 7 or Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan's eyes let out a bright light. He knew Langya Blessed Land had a Rank 7 Beast Enslavement Goo. This Immortal Goo could subdue any wild beast in the world, including mutated beasts, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Long-Hair Ancestor used this Goo to subdue many desolate beasts, including several ancient desolate beasts whom he buried under the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts' protection, the whole Langya Blessed Land became a fortified castle and was able to resist till the sixth wave of Goo Immortals' crazed attack, and finally fell at the seventh wave. This beast enslavement Goo is extremely important to the Blessed Land. The land spirit definitely won't exchange it. But Long-Hair Ancestor has refined many Immortal Goo. He definitely had more than just Beast Enslavement Goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan felt a rush, and after thinking for a moment, he began to write a recipe. The old land spirit looked from the side with his hands behind his back. After observing for a while, he started laughing. This is the second aperture goo's recipe, right? You have this recipe too. Fang Yuan stopped writing. Of course, I have countless recipes here, including thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. Such wealth, I see why even the heavenly court decided to attack. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he sighed inwardly. In that case, he contemplated and started writing on another paper. He was writing the recipe for the rank 6 blood deity. The land spirit's eyes immediately let out a bright light when he saw the start of the recipe, but the light gradually dimmed. When Fang Yuan had written the third line, the land spirit said, "Although your blood path recipe might be amazing, it is only a remnant recipe. Even though some parts were patched up, there are many conflicts in the steps. There is a very small chance of successfully refining it. You cannot exchange this recipe for an immortal goo." Fang Yuan let out a sigh. Back then, this blood deity recipe that he obtained was a remnant piece. After his painstaking research and request for other goo immortals to repair it, this current recipe was formed. He knew, however, this recipe was not accurate. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity in his previous life was also mainly because of this. Later, through a coincidental opportunity, he obtained the accurate recipe for spring-autumn cicada. Thereupon, he abandoned the blood deity to refine spring-autumn cicada. However, spring-autumn cicada involved his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya Blessed Land did not have this recipe, Fang Yuan would not take it out to exchange. He had taken the initiative to expose it in Three Kings Blessed Land because he was in dire straits and wanted to gamble for an overwhelming benefit. However, right now he was not in a tight spot and thus did not need to take the risk. Since it was like this, Fang Yuan did not continue writing the recipe for the blood deity. The immortal goo recipes he knew was only about a dozen, but most of them was remnant recipes. Blood deity's recipe was already the best of these remnant recipes. He only had 2 intact and correct immortal goo recipes, second aperture goo and spring-autumn cicada. However, Langya Blessed Land already had the recipe of the former while Fang Yuan did not dare to expose the latter. Fang Yuan fell into silence and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Land Spirit, can I use rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo?" The land spirit shook his head. "No. You can only exchange for the goo worms that I currently have." Fang Yuan was unresigned and asked, "Land Spirit, could it be that you don't want to refine Stargate goo? This is a completely new goo we are talking about here." "Of course I want to, although it is not suitable for me to use. I can put it in Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell." But I can refine it whenever I want to, and I am not certain when I will do it." The land spirit suddenly reacted. He showed his intelligence at this time. "Little friend, you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. You have 3 opportunities to ask me to refine goo. But if you want to refine immortal goo, whether it succeeds or fails, it will be counted as 1 chance. If you want to refine mortal goo, I will definitely make you the goo. If you want the Stargate goo, I can refine it successfully for you." The land spirit proposed. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that there were these small details. No wonder Ma Hongyun chose to refine 3 rank 5 goo. At that time, when he fell into this place, he was only a mortal and might not know the value of a immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal body cannot use immortal goo. Thus, he refined 3 rank 5 goo that could immediately increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide around, gathering his troops again and turned defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun later became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunity in Langya Blessed Land was. Unfortunately, he could only regret at that time. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness became Fang Yuan's awkwardness too. Fang Yuan was only immortal now. Even if he got an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little Hu Land Spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was whole earth goo, connecting heaven goo or Stargate goo, they could not support an immortal goo. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan possessed an immortal goo, he could not send it to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, these 3 opportunities to refine immortal goo also had a precondition, that is Fang Yuan had to provide the recipes for them. If there was an error in the recipe, the refinement would fail. Immortal goo were the only one of its kind. If someone else already possessed that immortal goo, the refinement would fail then as well. According to the land spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement fails, one opportunity would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could refine 6 immortal goo at that time. One reason was because Long-Hair Ancestor was arrogant and refused to fail intentionally, and another reason was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was brimming with talent with formidable ability and had made sufficient preparation and made use of every opportunity, causing Long-Hair Ancestor to lose great amounts of precious and rare goo refinement materials 6 times. Now, Long-Hair Ancestor was dead and had turned into a land spirit, although he would not play tricks when refining immortal goo for Fang Yuan. He was after all a land spirit and not Long-Hair Ancestor himself, thus his ability in goo refinement was greatly reduced. In that case, do I waste one precious opportunity to refine a Stargate goo? Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. According to common sense, these 3 opportunities should be sufficiently exploited to refine 3 immortal goo like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did back in the day. However, Fang Yuan had huge problems in doing so. Firstly, he did not have immortal goo recipes. Secondly, he did not have the ability of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and could not guarantee the success of immortal goo's refinement. If the refinement failed, it would mean 1 chance wasted. It was worse than refining a rank 5 goo. The final crucial point was that he was only immortal and could not use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had a very high value, it was of no help to him and would instead attract disaster. It would be worse than a rank 5 goo. Even rank 5 goo was not suitable for Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using rank 4 was the best. Of course, I can leave these 3 opportunities for now. Anyway, I have already obtained the opportunities, even if Ma Hongyun came personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor appears, there would be no effect. However, I truly need Stargate goo at present. Fang Yuan was hesitating and felt that he was in an awkward position. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed goo worms to reform his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, there was a great burden in feeding the wolf group, and without a tribe to support them, he could only maintain around 30,000 wolves by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul was already formed. He could go to Danghun Mountain and use guts goo to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation, he fulfilled the conditions to break through, but because of the region's suppression, he could not break through to rank 5 right now. His current situation was like a chess player with all the chess pieces in places where they could not be moved. He was stuck in a deadlock, facing a huge bottleneck. If there were no external influences and Fang Yuan could just rely on his own strength, he would be able to accumulate strength and breakthrough when the opportunity comes. However, because of spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked was time. Not only that, if he wasted time and could not make it to some opportunities, the advantage of his rebirth would also be gone. These 3 chances are indeed very precious. Although blindly saving these chances for the future may give the impression that I will be able to make full use of these opportunities, it will in fact delay my growth. Specific situations need specific analysis. I cannot blindly follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's example, but Ma Hongyun's choices also wasted these 3 chances. After deep and careful contemplation, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. This time, my request is for you to refine Stargate goo. As for the remaining 2 chances, I will leave it for later. You really want me to refine Stargate goo? You need to know you are giving up a precious chance to refine immortal goo. Maybe you can take a gamble and use that recipe for Blood Deity. Land Spirit instead tried to persuade Fang Yuan. He liked recipes to an extreme degree. Blood Deity's recipe might be damaged, but he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, refine Stargate goo. All right, there is no strongest goo worm in this world. Only a goo worm that is most suitable for oneself. You can't use immortal goo, but looks like this Stargate goo is extremely useful to you. I will refine this goo for you. The Land Spirit Grandpa then willed as he teleported 5 goo immortals over. Among these 5 goo immortals, 1 was very ugly, 1 had a ruddy face, 1 wore blue clothes, 1 wore yellow garments, and 1 wore pink skirt. They were Gue Wang's group. They attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land. throwing in their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. However, the result was that the land spirit had intentionally shown weakness in order to capture all of them. Langya Blessed Land had rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus and would never lack white lychee immortal essence. Gue Wang and the group did not have an immortal gu. Thus the land spirit enticed them into the Blessed Land. It waited till these 5 rushed into the cloud buildings before confining their rank 5 gu. Gue Wang and the rest realized the situation was bad, promptly using all their immortal essence, but they could not compare to the Langya land spirit. The land spirit did not use even a single desolate beast to capture these 5 immortals. Having cultivated to this stage, the 5 immortals knew to adapt to the circumstances and immediately chose to save their lives by submitting to the land spirit. After finding themselves teleported over, they soon reacted and bowed to the land spirit, greeting together. Subordinates greet Lord Langya land spirit. The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard, recovering his sagely demeanor just like when Fang Yue first saw him. This is thieving heaven demon venerables inheritor Chang Shan Yin. Greet him. Land spirit introduced Fang Yuan. Thieving heaven demon venerables inheritor? The 5 immortals looked at each other, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Their contempt towards Fang Yuan because of his mortal identity immediately disappeared. Who was thieving heaven demon venerable? He was a rank 9 gu immortal. Since immemorial era to remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, early antiquity era to present age, only around 10 venerable level gu immortals had appeared in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 gu immortal. This identity shocked the 5 immortals before this shock turned into envy and jealousy. Why don't I have such luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, simply too heaven-defying. He actually became thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritor. Thieving heaven demon venerable had set up many inheritances. It is rumored that his greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances did he get? The 5 immortals' thoughts surged rapidly while they greeted Fang Yuan. The act of gu immortals greeting mortals was like an elephant kowtowing to an ant. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was extremely indifferent. Even if a rank 9 gu immortal kowtowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he had to beg and kneel to a mortal, he would not feel any humiliation. In his eyes, all that would eventually die were equal. The only difference was whether they died early or late. Be it those with status and social class, whether they were nobles or peasants, they were nothing more than a group of fools waiting to die. All of them live in a fake world with self-imposed rules. By comparing the lives of each other, a portion of these fools would feel that they were living a great life. In truth, those fools who think of themselves as nobles or aristocrats were only deceiving themselves. And those fools who think of themselves as lowly are even more pitiful. Are kings given their high status upon birth? All living beings are born equal, why should one bow to others? There is only immortality, only eternal life should be the goal one should pursue. If one cannot live forever, is there any difference between a rank 9 gu immortal and a pile of shit in the gutter? I am a huge fool, but I do not wish to be a fool that is made of shit. There was no way to express such mental behavior and aspirations to others, and even more importantly Fang Yuan did not want to express them. Fang Yuan indifferently accepted the greetings of the 5 immortals, then looked at Langya Land Spirit. Land Spirit, are you not going to personally refine the gu? Of course I will personally refine it, but having these 5 as support can be considered making use of trash. Land Spirit snickered. Being called trash and also being disregarded by Fang Yuan caused these 5 immortals' expressions to turn unsightly. Rage was burning in them, but they were captives right now and they could not flare out. They could only helplessly hold in this anger and listen to the land spirit's commands. However, the first try at gu refinement by former long-hair ancestor who turned into a land spirit, along with the help of 5 immortals, ended up in failure. This Stargate gu is rather difficult. There was no mistakes from me, but rather the refinement itself has only a fixed success rate. The land spirit explained and said to Fang Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate gu is only rank 5. I will definitely complete the refinement for you. Hee hee. I will be waiting. Fong Yuan lied down on the cloud bed with no hurry. The time flow in Lang Ye Blessed Land was 36 times faster than the outside world. Over a month here would only be a day in outside world. The land spirit had inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and his temperament became bad when he failed. He glanced at Fong Yuan and saw that he had already finished drinking the cloud mist tea. He casually pointed to an immortal. You, clumsy and having breasts for brains. I don't need you to refine the goo. Go make tea for my little friend. The female immortal who was scolded and ordered was Fairy Huang Sha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up as her life was in Lang Ye land spirit's hands. She could only bite her lips and forcibly restrain her anger to steep tea for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, however, said, I don't like to drink tea. Do you have wine here? I only like drinking top-quality wine. There should be some in your grand Lang Ye Blessed Land. Right? Humph. Why would there not be? Celestial horse wine and destitute wine. Both are top-quality wine. Which one do you want to drink? Bring out both of them for me to taste. Fong Yuan said without batting an eyelid. Thereupon, Fairy Huang Sha became Fong Yuan's serving maid. The celestial horse wine was milky white and gave off a thick fragrance of milk. It tasted silky, mellow, and soft. Destitute wine did not have any special color, looking like clear soup, and did not have even a bit of wine fragrance. It also tasted flavorless. However, the after effect was extremely strong. Usually only one mouthful would be enough to make one completely drunk for 7-8 days. Taking advantage of the land spirit refining goo, Fong Yuan just took a light sip before openly storing these 2 vats of wine in wolf swallow goo. The second goo refinement attempt also failed. The land spirit's expression became even more unsightly as he howled. Humph! I don't believe it. I will continue. The land spirit naturally sensed Fong Yuan storing the wine, but right now, because of his self-respect, he chose to ignore it. Young master, please be merciful and save this servant. Looking at the land spirit and the rest going for third attempt at goo refinement, Fairy Huang Sha implored to Fong Yuan with a soft and weeping voice. Her skin was white and tender, like a lychee whose skin had just been removed. Her eyebrows were bluish-black. Her eyes were like a lake hiding an amorous gaze. Her breasts were very big and her waist was thin. Her figure was endlessly seductive, and one could even say it could shock heart and soul. Right now, as she talked with eyes that had tears in them, let alone men, even women would be moved. If you can save this servant, I am willing to serve you for my whole life and follow your orders. Fairy Huang Sha implored again with soft voice. This was a pleading from a female goo immortal. If it were any other mortal men, they would already be extremely moved and their little brother would furiously rise up. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially if it was conquering a noble woman. But Fong Yuan did not even glance at her. These 5 immortals were all cannon fodder in his past life. They all died in Lang Ye Blessed Land. They paid a proper price for their greed and impulse. Although Fairy Huang Sha was beautiful, she was no different from a pile of dung in the gutter in Fong Yuan's mind. But if I cannot obtain immortality, I am also a pile of shit in the gutter Fong Yuan sneered in his mind. Fairy Huang Sha was about to plead again. She had complete confidence in her beauty, and right now she had a feeling that this person might be her only chance to escape with her life. However, how could she know Fong Yuan was even more abnormal than Lang Ye land spirit? You are too noisy. Get lost. Fong Yuan directly kicked the half-leaning delicate body of Fairy Huang Sha. Fairy Huang Sha fell down on the floor. She was baffled and could not react for a long while. She was actually rejected? Is he not a man? A strong sense of humiliation struck her proud heart, causing her face to become twisted and her gaze towards Fong Yuan filled with extreme resentment. Hee hee. Fong Yuan scoffed, got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fairy Huang Sha. Then he lifted his foot in front of her face. A dull sound was heard. Fairy Huang Sha was kicked over and her head struck the floor, producing another heavy dull sound. Her rank 5 goo worms were all taken away. Under the situation where her immortal essence was used up and was under Lang Ye Blessed Land suppression as well, How could she be Fang Yuan's match? You! Fairy Huang Sha's lungs were about to burst with anger. Her incisor tooth had broken from the KCK, causing her mouth to fill with blood. She let out a deep growl and her expression turned malevolent. Compared to her weeping and pitiful look just before, they looked like two completely different person. Humph! How can mere beauty entice me? If you look at me one more time, do you believe I will not smash all your teeth? Fang Yuan's dark and deep pupils shone with cruelty. Fairy Huang Sha's delicate body shuddered. She tightly clenched her fists and seemed to exhaust all her strength to stand up. But she lowered her head in the end and did not look at Fang Yuan again. At the other side, Stargate Gu's refinement failed again. The land spirit stomped his foot in anger, his expression turning even worse. He was aware of the situation with Fairy Huang Sha. He approached Fang Yuan and smiled. Little friend, please don't get angry. I just captured this little thing, so haven't had the time to teach them properly. You can play with her if you want, make her dance or strip her clothes or do anything you want. Hee hee. Materials have been used up. I will go buy them. Hearing these words, Fairy Huang Sha seemed to have fallen into an ice hole. An intense feeling of humiliation surged in her heart like a tide. Make me strip my clothes and dance? This proposal made her feel incomparably cold and afraid. Since young till now, she had never received such treatment. A Grand Gu Immortal being played with, Fairy Huang Sha felt it would be better to die instead. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been stimulated as they licked their dry lips and looked at Fairy Huang Sha with burning gaze. The two who were normally close to Fairy Huang Sha like sisters, Fairy Fan Meng and Fairy Qing Sua, remained silent as if they had not heard anything. As the tragedy was about to unfold, Fang Yuan sneered. Strip her clothes? Make her dance? No need. What meaning is there in that? Lust? Desire to conquer? Humph, nothing but pointless urges. What I am interested in now is only Stargate Gu. Gue Wang and Loner Hong, you were very disappointed. Fairy Qing Sua and Fairy Fan Meng let out a breath of turbid air. Their expressions were complex. The heavy stone in Fairy Huang Sha's heart fell and her body completely relaxed, almost falling down to the ground. The hatred in her heart towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I can escape, as long as I can make a comeback, I will cut your bodies into 1,000 pieces to relieve this hatred in my heart. He little friend is indeed worthy of being a demon venerable's inheritor. The land spirit let out a forced laughter and took out Connecting Heaven Gu. This Connecting Heaven Gu turned into a round mirror when it was activated and flew to the top of the land spirit and stayed there. The scene of pitch darkness in the mirror suddenly changed, letting out a bright yellow light. The land spirit activated Divine Sense Gu. Divine Sense was transmitted into the mirror in waves after waves, and exchanged with other waves of Divine Sense. At the same time, the surface of the mirror continuously changed and showed pictures of all kinds of materials. The land spirit seemed to have already made an agreement. He took out 2 immortal essence stones out of nowhere and threw into the Connecting Heaven Gu. The surface of the mirror seemed to ripple. The immortal essence stones went into the mirror and materials were spurted out by the mirror one after another. This time, I have bought 20 sets of materials. I don't believe the refinement won't succeed, the land spirit said fiercely. The Gu refinement began again, and at the final stage, bright starlight converged to become a pair of oval stones. Success! The land spirit laughed heartily and handed these 2 oval blue gemstone like Gu worms to Fang Yuan. This is Stargate Gu. I have finished the agreement. How do I know if it works or not? Fang Yuan held this pair of Stargate Gu and asked. The land spirit fumed in anger as if it had received a great insult. Are you doubting my Gu refinement ability? You can exchange it if it won't do. All right, I shall take my leave then. Fang Yuan was extremely straightforward and expressed his intent to leave. The land spirit fiercely stared at his eyes. Leaving just like that? Then the remaining 2 chances, you won't use them now. I am saving them for now. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his hand, teleporting the 5 immortals away. His expression then greatly eased. What recipes do you have now? Write them all out and let me look. None left. If I had any, I would have exchanged them with you. Fang Yuan shirked. I have a feeling, little friend. You have something good still left. The land spirit looked at Fang Yuan doubtfully and mumbled, All right then, I shall wait for your return. The land spirit then waved his sleeve. Fang Yuan's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he saw he was back at the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he sat at before, and behind was that purple stone pillar. The stars shone brightly at the sky. The temperature was low, and one could see their breath coming out. Everything before seemed like a dream, causing Fang Yuan to feel like it was all a lifelike illusion. He looked at the sky. He had spent quite some time in Langya Blessed Land, but only 1/36 of that time had passed in the outside world. Stargate goo, divine sense goo, connecting heaven goo, and the 2 small vat of top-quality wine in wolf swallow goo were clear evidences that allowed Fang Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had intended to use all the 3 chances, but who knew I could use recipes to exchange for goo? Thus I still have 2 chances left. If this Stargate goo can be used, it would make spending a goo refinement chance worth it. Fang Yuan thought of this as he left the place and returned to the wolf group. This was a time where he had to make use of every second to prevent causing any complications. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged at the grassy land under the protection of the wolf kings and began writing a letter. The letter was soon finished. He then activated Moving Perspective Cup goo. After a moment, the Moving Perspective Cup exchanged with the other one through the space cave, and Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 goo and a letter from it. This goo was like a dried fish named dried pond goo and was a water path goo worm with a special effect. It is used to boost the effects of other goo worms. Once this goo arrived in Northern Plains, it was immediately suppressed to rank 3. Fang Yuan browsed through the letter and nodded in satisfaction. During these days when I was not at the Blessed Land, it seems Little Who Immortal had been extremely diligent and did not forget the task I gave before I left, refining 20 dried pond goo. Great! Fang Yuan then sent another letter including several praises towards Little Who Immortal. Master praised me. I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after she read the letter. Master, I miss you? Little Who Immortal lied down on the table and started writing. When Master is not here, I feel anxious. Master, are you okay? I am sending another dried pond goo there. Little Who Immortal used her delicate small hand to fold the letter properly before putting it into Moving Perspective Cup goo. At the same time, she also added a dried pond goo. After a good while, Moving Perspective Cup goo leisurely flew up and entered Space Cave, exchanging with the other Moving Perspective Cup and appearing before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and glanced at the letter. Then he absorbed primeval stones to recover his primeval essence before activating Moving Perspective Cup goo again. After repeating this over and over, he received a total of 8 dried pond goo. If I use the 8 dried pond goo together, their effects should stack up and match a rank 4 level. Fang Yuan crushed these dried pond goo on the spot. The dried pond goo turned into 8 halos which twisted around Moving Perspective Cup goo. At the same time, on Who Immortal Blessed Land, Little Who Immortal also crushed 8 dried pond goo and overlaid them on Moving Perspective Cup goo. Moving Perspective Cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transport rank 4 goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, Moving Perspective Cup goo's ability advanced to rank 5 and could transport rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan waited for a while before taking out Connecting Heaven goo and gravely put it in Moving Perspective Cup goo, then transferred his primeval essence. After successful activation, the 2 Moving Perspective Cup completed their exchange in Space Cave and the cup with Connecting Heaven goo appeared in Who Immortal Blessed Land. Little Who Immortal cheered and took out the Connecting Heaven goo. Tiny cracks appeared on Moving Perspective Cup goo. Although dried pond goo could amplify a goo worm's ability, it was like draining the pond to get the fish or burning the forest to hunt. Although it greatly raised the power, the goo worm would perish because of the excessively forced power-up. Next, Fang Yuan sent Divine Sense goo to Who Immortal Blessed Land, and the cracks on Moving Perspective Cup goo intensified. Fang Yuan silently took out primeval stones and quickly replenished his primeval essence. He then sent one blue gemstone of the Stargate goo to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, Stargate goo was not an immortal goo, but a rank 5 goo, allowing Fang Yuan to be barely able to use moving perspective cup goo to send it to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the Stargate goo was sent to the Blessed Land, moving perspective cup goo had already become deformed with cracks all over it and was on the verge of collapse. At this point, it could still be used for one last time. Fang Yuan stored the moving perspective cup goo in his aperture and did not use it again. He was waiting now. Moving perspective cup goo had been refined by him and possessed his will. But he had already lent it to little Hu Immortal, thus she could also use it. The several times before were all him using moving perspective cup goo. It was because Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was several times faster than at Northern Plains. If little Hu Immortal recklessly activated it from the Blessed Land, it was very possible Fang Yuan would not have been prepared. Puff! It is up to little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, she will have to send another moving perspective cup goo for the final use. Hopefully, she can succeed. Before Fang Yuan left, he had refined only one set of moving perspective cup goo. But he had reminded little Hu Immortal. For a period of time, little Hu Immortal and Immortal Cranesect had made several transactions and exchanged many goo refinement materials, and had already refined the second set of moving perspective cup goo. Time was becoming somewhat difficult to endure. Whether it was connecting Heaven goo or Divine Sense goo, they were both rank 5 goo and had an extremely huge demand for primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master might only be able to last for several breaths. Thus, usually only goo immortals or land spirits would consume immortals' essence to use them. As for why Fang Yuan did not activate moving perspective cup goo at Langya Blessed Land, it was because he did not want to expose them. If it was exposed, the Langya land spirit would definitely demand for its recipe. Minutes ticked by, and with several times the speed at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The chilly night wind made Fang Yuan slightly restless. He stood up and began to pace around. The sky was filled with many stars, providing sufficient starlight. The Stargate goo in Fang Yuan's hand, however, had no movement. Did it fail? Was that group of starlight firefly goo at Treasure Yellow Heaven bought by someone else? As time passed by, Fang Yuan's heart continued to sink. He stopped pacing about and stood on the spot for a long while with his hands behind his back. He gazed afar. Crescent Lake sparkled with light in tranquilness. The wolf group beside him. Some were standing and some were lying down, all with different postures. He could not help thinking back to that scene when he went to capture the liquor worm at Qingmao Mountain. He broke out in laughter. His worries gone and his gaze once more became unclouded. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience since the start till now dispersed with the wind. He gazed at the night sky and breathed out all the turbid air in him, and suddenly felt that his current life was so beautiful, giving everything to pursue the greatest goal, having no regrets. He came to an understanding. His heart was clear like a mirror that could not be stained by dust, tranquil like this crescent lake. Since his rebirth at Qingmao Mountain, he had always been exhausting his mind, and now he suddenly understood something. This comprehension was unclear as it lingered around his heart before finally turning into a sentence. He mumbled, "The night sky is really beautiful." This was his heartfelt emotion. The moment he said these words, Fang Yuan's body lightened and felt he had unloaded 1,000 jin of weight, as if he was about to fly. His entire disposition also seemed to have changed. The cold aura disappeared without a trace, turning into a clear and carefree aura. The dark pupils with abysmal depths let out a clear light now, just like a newborn baby or like a star. The Stargate goo in his hand slightly shook at this moment and the shaking intensified. Fang Yuan opened his hand. The blue gemstone-like Stargate goo leisurely flew in the air. Large amounts of starlight gathered and condensed towards it. The scene was beautiful and dreamy. In an instant, the starlight formed into an enormous oval door. Stargate goo had succeeded. Fang Yuan calmly watched it. The corner of his lips slightly curled up into a smile, but his eyes were still calm as water. He unhurriedly stepped into the Stargate. The starlight in front of him turned into a whirlpool and flew away with his body. After a dozen or so breaths of time, He walked out of the Stargate and appeared in Hu Immortal blessed land. "Master, you are back." Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy as she leapt into Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan chuckled and rubbed the land spirit's tiny head. "Yes, I am back," he gently said. After several months, Fang Yuan finally returned to Hu Immortal blessed land. The little Hu Immortal land spirit became very excited upon his return. The flow of time inside of the Immortal land was 5 times faster compared to the outside world. While Fang Yuan had only spent a few months in Northern Plains, to her, it had already been a year. Fang Yuan looked at the Stargate behind him. This Stargate, compared to the one in Northern Plains, was much smaller. It was about the height of a person, and barely allowed Fang Yuan to fit through. The one at the Crescent Lake in Northern Plains was much taller, and was many times wider. Stargate goo isn't split into main and sub-goo. It consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths time. Only immortal essence could allow it to be used continuously. If little Hu Immortal land spirit activates it first, while I hold the other half in my hands and activate it along with her, I will not have to consume primeval essence. However, the Stargate goo's activation not only requires large amount of primeval essence, it also needs a large amount of starlight in order to form the gate. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions. Stars fill the sky and starlight is abundant. But here in the Hu Immortal blessed land, the starlight is vastly inferior, as the only source comes from the starlight firefly goo. As Fang Yuan was inwardly thought to himself, his gaze rested upon the small swarm of starlight firefly goo that fluttered about in the air. The starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo, small in size, almost like a normal firefly, but when they were activated, they emitted genuine azure starlight. This swarm of fireflies originally consisted of more than 500, but because of the activations of the Stargate goo, 32 of them already died. In order to maintain the activated Stargate goo, 1 firefly dies in every 3 breaths time. 500 starlight firefly goo, while it may seem like a large amount, it could not maintain the gate for a long period of time. Because of this, Fang Yuan commanded little Hu Immortal to deactivate the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated and reverted back into a oval sapphire. Little Hu Immortal stretched out her pale and delicate hands and commanded the precious Stargate goo to return to her. "Master, here you go." Little Hu Immortal cupped the Stargate goo with both of her hands and looked up with her big watery eyes, offering the Stargate goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her little fox ears and gave her a soft smile. "I'm leaving it with you, so take good care of it. If I need to use it in the future, I will contact you using the moving perspective cup goo." "Yes, Master. I'll definitely take good care of it." Little Hu Immortal solemnly put the Stargate goo within the small pocket of her dress and patted it with her tiny hand. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it rested on the grassland, closely guarded by the myriad wolf pack. "Master, there are 2 pieces of immortal essence stones left. I listened to your instructions, using the immortal goo recipe to trade for the starlight firefly goo. This is the excess." Little Hu Immortal presented them to him. Normal primeval stones were the size of duck eggs and were gray in color. Immortal essence stones were also the size of duck eggs, but were not oval in shape. Rather, they were round like pearls, and the entire body was glossy, having a translucent and sparkly appearance. They resembled crystals but had the luster of jade. If normal primeval stones were equated to mortals, then the immortal essence stones could be equated to immortals. Immortal essence stones were extremely precious, as it can be used to replenish immortal essence. In addition, it was also used in transactions between immortals, adopted as a precious currency. In the vast goo world, only the heavenly court could produce immortal essence stones. "I see immortal essence stones once again." Fang Yuan smiled with a sigh. These 2 immortal essence stones were incredibly valuable, more valuable than 200 million primeval essence stones. In his previous 500 years, the most number of immortal essence stones Fang Yuan had held at one point in time was merely over 60 pieces. Fang Yuan put away the immortal essence stones. "Good. Let's return to Danghun Mountain." Little Hu Immortal grew delighted upon hearing this, and quickly held Fang Yuan's hand. and in the next moment they teleported inside Danghun Palace. Quickly activate the connecting heaven goo. Fang Yuan commanded. There was another Stargate goo was in northern plains. He could not relax. Trouble brews as time passes. Fang Yuan should act quickly and efficiently settle the matters of Hu Immortal blessed land. Little Hu Immortal promptly activated the connecting heaven goo. Whole earth goo, once planted in the blessed land, could no longer be changed. It was the same for connecting heaven goo. Fang Yuan's connecting heaven goo, since it was linked to treasure yellow heaven, it could no longer be altered. Little Hu Immortal consumed a slight amount of immortal essence, and the entire body of the goo worm grew into a round mirror and floated in the air. Reflected in the mirror was a scene of treasure yellow heaven. The grotto heaven was deserted and absolutely empty, with a lemon-like yellow color dyeing the air slightly. The grotto heaven was devoid of any mountains, vegetation, and animals which were usually found in ordinary grotto heavens. Above blessed lands were grotto heavens. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded within. It was the famous immemorial 9 heavens. Verdant Great Sun refined the fixed immortal travel goo and flew up to the 9 heavens. In azure heaven, he obtained a segment of the jade-green jade bamboo. In blue heaven, he collected the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens consisted of white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, when Rinzu's sun caused havoc in heaven and earth, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, the 7 heavens were destroyed consecutively, and all that remained were white and black heavens, with the 2 alternating between day and night. The treasure yellow heaven was closely related to the yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 goo immortal, known as Taoist Countless Treasures, acquired a fragment of yellow heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven and formed treasure yellow heaven. Treasure yellow heaven was a very unique grotto heaven. It was empty without any mountains, trees, or rivers, and there were also no birds, beasts, worms, or fish. There were only precious treasure within. There was a rank 8 immortal goo in treasure yellow heaven, treasure light goo. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light goo were everywhere. Rank 4 to rank 5 treasure light goo were often held in the hands of large forces. Above rank 5, the treasure light immortal goo, of course, there was only one which was inside treasure yellow heaven. Treasure light goo specialized in assessing the value of an item. The greater the value of the item, the brighter the light of the treasure light goo. In Shang Clan City, the battle stage would use the treasure light goo to evaluate the value of their various goo worms, and thus assess the strength of the goo master. The main application of treasure light goo was not merely appraisal, but it could also be used to search for treasure. The range of the treasure light goo was small, and often had to be used in tandem with other goo worms to boost its detection range. In the past, Taoist Countless Treasures used the immortal goo treasure light to find countless number of treasures. As time passed, he gained his reputation and title of Countless Treasures. Little Hu Immortal continuously activated the connecting heaven goo. The image in the mirror changed constantly, as pictures of various objects appeared. Goo worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, quality wine, and other various supplies, all that could be bought was sold. Suddenly, the screen displayed a swarm of starlight firefly goo. Master, this is sold by Starlord Wan Xiang. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit used the Divine Sense goo to communicate with the merchant. Starlight firefly goo cannot reproduce. I need a large amount of ordinary starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan nodded as he said. Little Hu Immortal communicated for a while, then turned to Fang Yuan. Master, Starlord Wan Xiang said he's not selling. Fang Yuan was not upset, but instead chuckled. Hee. There is nothing that cannot be sold in this world. Not selling merely means the price isn't high enough. The benefits are not enough to entice them. As he spoke, he recalled the remnant recipes of a few immortal goo. He wrote them down on a piece of cowhide and threw it into the connecting heaven goo. The cowhide was completely ordinary, but because it recorded the remnant recipes of immortal goo, it was invaluable. Once it passed through the connecting heaven goo and arrived at treasure yellow heaven. All of the cowhide pieces showed 3 to 9 meters of treasure light. This treasure light was rainbow-colored, a beautiful mix of purple and red. It was exceptionally beautiful. Inform him that the price is negotiable. Fang Yuan gave a bright smile and informed little Hu Immortal. He wasn't afraid of Star-Lord Wan Xiang's refusal. Immortal goo were incomparably enticing to goo immortals. Although they were just remnant recipes, they were still often in high demand without ample supply. Looking at those goo immortals who had lived for a long time and had great foundations, which one of them did not have tens of immortal goo remnant recipes in their hands? But these remnant recipes were rarely sold. Similar or closely related immortal goo remnant recipes, when combined with each other, would often allow the actual recipe to be discovered. After the immortal goo were refined using the recipe, no one else would be able to create them. Because of this, the immortal goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if they were sold, it would be to exchange remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fang Yuan had only given the most lacking recipe that he could remember. The treasure light only glowed for 1 meter, and Star-Lord Wan Xiang gave him a swarm of starlight fireflies and 2 immortal essence stones in exchange. Now, with so many secret recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 meters. Star-Lord Wan Xiang had to be moved. These remnant recipes, once sent in, attracted countless gazes within treasure yellow heaven. A large number of divine senses were immediately sent over. Little Hu Immortal had to use the divine sense goo until her little cheeks turned pale. Master, so many goo immortals have sent their divine senses over, asking for the price for these remnant recipes. Fang Yuan gave a laugh. Send a message over? Tell them. Each of these recipes can be sold, but they have to queue up one by one. Tell them about the starlight firefly. Demand at least 100,000. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, someone called Fairy Yao Guang. A female goo immortal said that she nurtured a large number of starlight fireflies in her blessed land and wished to exchange. Fang Yuan smiled. As expected, Star-Lord Wan Xiang also changed his attitude, repeatedly approaching him with offers. A third goo immortal, calling himself Di Yuan, said he possessed a large number of starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan paused for a short while, and when he did not see another goo immortal making an offer, he could help but let out a sigh of sorrow. These starlight fireflies were immemorial creatures. By the present age, only a small amount were still around. With competitors, everything became easier. Fang Yuan stayed silent and let the 3 immortals bid against each other. This was an undisguised scheme, but how could there be any morons who cultivated to the level of goo immortal? The 3 immortals did not bid against each other aggressively. Instead, they negotiated properly, each offering 33,000 starlight fireflies. The 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered the connecting heaven goo respectively, each emitting a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group of fireflies emitted the most feeble light, only 3 meters in length. Di Yuan's fireflies emitted a treasure light of 5.5 meters, while Star-Lord Wan Xiang's fireflies emitted the most powerful light, 7 meters in length. This was because there were many starlight firefly goo mixed in with his group of fireflies. It seemed the Star-Lord Wan Xiang nurtured a lot of starlight fireflies. I remember now, originally after the Stargate goo appeared, Star-Lord Wan Xiang acted quickly and relied on selling starlight fireflies goo to earn a large amount of immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled this bit of information. 500 years of memories contained too much information. Many details were not clear, but upon seeing this, his originally obscure memory became clearer. After the appearance of the Stargate goo, the price of starlight firefly goo also rose like a boat riding the tide. In the future, the treasure yellow heaven would not even sell starlight firefly swarms anymore, but only sold starlight firefly goo. Goo worms cannot reproduce, but only ordinary insects had that capability. Immediately, Fang Yuan traded 3 recipes and obtained over 100,000 starlight fireflies. As long as he bred them carefully afterwards, Fang Yuan would be able to produce his own starlight firefly goo and not need to pay an exorbitant price to purchase them in the future. Despite having purchased over 100,000 starlight fireflies, the trade was far from over. Fang Yuan also needed to take care of the issue of feeding these insects. Starlight fireflies consume star fragment grass. I happen to have a large amount of star fragment grass on me. I can sell them to you. Star-Lord Wanxiang conveyed his thoughts using divine sense. I need the seeds as well as your farming knowledge. Let's look at the treasure light intensity first. Fang Yuan spoke through Little Hu Immortal, who relayed the information to Star-Lord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang, and Di Yuan using divine sense. Soon, 3 documents entered into treasure yellow heaven, each giving off a strong treasure light. This time, instead of Star-Lord Wanxiang, it was Fairy Yao Guang's document which had the greatest treasure light, at nearly 2 meters tall. I am most fond of growing grass. I deliberately migrated a small swarm of starlight fireflies for the production of star fragment grass. If you follow my instructions, you will definitely not suffer losses. Fairy Yao Guang conveyed with her divine sense. Fang Yuan contemplated. Originally he had already forgotten about it. After all, in his previous life, he had had no use for and had never used the Stargate Goo. Now, through the successive reminders from Langya Land Spirit, connecting Heaven Goo, and Star-Lord Wanxiang, his brain gradually began to recall more distinct memories. In his memories, once Stargate Goo came into the limelight, everything related to Starlight Firefly Goo became secret. Not a single person wanted to sell information. Now that Langya Land Spirit had obtained Stargate Goo's recipe, perhaps it might refine the Stargate Goo, then put it in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale. Once the Stargate Goo is put up for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven, getting more of such secret information will not be easy. Thinking of that, Fang Yuan made his decision. He let Little Hu Immortal transmit his thoughts. I will buy from all 3 of you. We'll deal using Immortal Essence Stones. The purchasing power of Immortal Essence Stones was very high. 1 piece of Immortal Essence Stone could purchase all 3 documents with a quarter remaining. Fang Yuan opened the 3 documents and saw many things written on them. Star fragment grass can only be planted in the sky. It grows on clouds. Therefore, it is a good idea to use high-quality cloud soil. Star fragment grass is fond of yin energy, but loathes yang energy. Therefore, excessive sunlight can kill the star fragment grass. However, it cannot be completely derived of light. The amount it requires is about. If starlight fireflies live in the star fragment grass, it will aid in spreading the seeds, and possibly increase the area that the grass can grow in as well as its quality. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan was simple and brief, Star-Lord Wanxiang had innovative ideas, and Fairy Yao Guang was verbose and detailed. Fang Yuan used their knowledge to make up for his shortcomings, and quickly memorized everything. In an instant, he became an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed internally. With this, I will become the largest seller of starlight fireflies in the future. When the Stargate Goo becomes popular, I will make a fortune. It's time to buy liquor. Fang Yuan did not forget the need to purchase top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 kinds of top-quality wines. This was the last one left. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, naturally, top-quality wine was sold. It was primarily used to refine Goo by Goo Immortals, but it was also an excellent beverage for enjoying life. But when Fang Yuan wanted to purchase his wine, the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven erupted, as countless divine senses were stirred up. Immortal Goo! Someone is selling Immortal Goo! Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit cried out. The mirror flashed, and the image of an immortal Goo appeared. Divine Travel Goo! Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. The immortal Goo that was being sold was exactly the one he needed, Divine Travel Goo. Someone was 1 step ahead of him and had already grabbed possession of the Divine Travel Goo. Sigh, after all is said and done, I was late by 1 step. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. He wanted to refine Second Aperture Goo. Thus he needed Divine Travel Goo. But in 3 Kings' blessed land, due to the circumstances, he refined Divine Travel Goo into Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. According to the records in consuming 4 top-quality wines was the criteria to obtain Divine Travel Goo. Fang Yuan had been collecting wine for this purpose, but now, someone was a step ahead of him. Without Divine Travel Goo, the Second Aperture Goo would be stuck at the last step. I won't be able to complete it. Thankfully, there is still a few decades of its lifespan. All in all, it was because I was too high profile on Sancha Mountain when I refined the goo, causing everyone to know about it. It is not strange that someone snatched it from me. Fang Yuan shrugged. He had predicted this long ago. When he used divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo, it was seen by a lot of goo masters. This definitely caused a great commotion. The goo immortals in southern border were not idiots. How could they not act? But earlier, Fang Yuan was banking on the competition between goo immortals, that they would restrict each other and delay their progress. Thus he was working hard to collect the wines. In life, there were always a few things that one had to work hard for despite a low chance of success so that they would not have regrets. If they did not even work for it, then it would be absolutely hopeless. Regarding matters in this world, most do not go according to one's wishes. I am used to that. But since this divine travel goo was put up for transaction here, I have to take a look. There might still be a chance. Fang Yuan took it in his stride. He did not worry about losses or boast over gains. His mind was always peaceful and calm. Since Treasure Yellow Heaven was the greatest transaction market among goo immortals, there were very rare instances where immortal goo were sold. These transactions were mostly using immortal goo to trade for immortal goo. But the goo immortal who sold the divine travel goo, Old Man Yen Shi, had a rather peculiar transaction request. I want to use this divine travel goo to exchange for the second aperture goo's recipe. The information in this request was too stunning. It created a lot of commotion. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the divine senses of all sorts of goo immortals were interacting with each other, turning the scene into chaos. Divine travel goo. To think that we will get to see this legendary goo worm today. Although it is an immortal goo, the divine travel goo's ability is way too random. Back then, even Renzu's son got into trouble using it. It will be even more dangerous for us tiny goo immortals. But divine travel goo is still an immortal goo. Keeping it with you, when you are forced into a dead end, you can use it to gamble at the moment of despair. Compared to the divine travel goo, I am more interested in the second aperture goo's recipe. That's right, I've heard of the second aperture goo long ago. But to think the recipe really exists? A second aperture. Hee. Mortals might not understand the full value of this. But to us goo immortals, who would not be moved? Fang Yuan had already stood up, gazing at the connecting heaven goo in mid-air. He had the second aperture goo's recipe. He just needed a thought to exchange for this goo. But this Old Man Yen Shi who is selling the divine travel goo is coming for me. He requested for the second aperture goo's recipe. And his timing in selling this goo was neither early nor late. He picked the exact moment when I was browsing through Immersive. This goo immortal is mostly likely on the immemorial wisdom path. He is adept at predictions and deductions. The fact that I had used connecting heaven goo and was trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven was already foreseen by him. Wisdom path was a very mysterious path among goo masters. It had been passed down since the immemorial era, but the numbers were always very small. The creator of the wisdom path was star constellation Immortal Venerable, the lord of the second generation heavenly court. She lived for 19,000 years, and had the second longest lifespan among the rank 9 goo immortals. Before she died, she deduced from the heavenly secret, and obtained the information of all that happened 3 million years after her death. She found out that after her death, the heavenly court would be without a lord for a long time, causing a long period of turmoil as 3 demon venerables appear. She made 3 arrangements that dealt with each of the 3 demon venerables respectively. Next, she instructed her descendants to follow what she said to ensure that the heavenly court was peaceful for 300 years. After she died, there was a huge turmoil indeed as the era shifted, as during 3 great generations, 3 demon venerables appeared one after another. The 3 demon venerables were invincible during their times, attacking the heavenly court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's plans, failing and causing the heavenly court to stay intact. Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Old Man Yen Shi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, muttering. It was not a good thing to be targeted by a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals knew about the heavenly secret and were most skilled at making arrangements ahead of time and making predictions about the future. Often, they could scheme against people without them knowing, causing others to fall into traps unknowingly. I gathered too much attention in Southern Border, and ended up attracting a wisdom path goo immortal. Hee hee. In this life I was courageous and made great progress, charging through a dangerous cliff. I went too fast, and with just my mortal body, I gained the attention of a goo immortal. Such a scenario was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fong Yuan could almost see a pair of wise and scheming eyes piercing through the connecting heaven goo to observe himself. The air was filled with formless pressure. But Fong Yuan's state of mind was no longer like before. He laughed with his head up high, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good, the schemes of a wisdom path goo immortal makes this much more interesting. Humph. Just a mere divine travel goo. Just a mere second aperture goo. How can that entice me? His 500 years of experience nurtured a keen instinct that was sensitive to danger. Fong Yuan had a vague feeling. This divine travel goo was likely bait that old man Yanshi was using to attract him. Although an immortal goo is good, my goal is eternal life. This so-called immortal goo is merely a tool in my cultivation journey. At the same time, in Southern Border, Shaanxi blessed land. An old man, wearing a black robe, gave off the eerie aura of a rank 7 goo immortal as he sat on the cushion silently. His face was wrinkled. His eyes were dark without any white parts in them. He stared at the connecting heaven goo in the sky, feeling the divine senses moving about inside treasure yellow heaven. He was expressionless and motionless. It was old man Yanshi. Before the old man was the kneeling killer ghost Dr. Chojiu. He looked at connecting heaven goo for a long time, before showing disappointment. Supreme Master, it seems that Fong Yuan did not take the bait. Old man Yanshi smiled, not showing any annoyance. This tiny fish is interesting. He is able to let go so easily, as a mere mortal. His disposition surpasses a large number of goo immortals. But he was too daring. He turned you into his slave and messed with us shadow sect. He is simply courting death. Chojiu quickly bowed. All thanks to Supreme Master's return, otherwise, I would have suffered the fate of being a slave for life. Old man Yanshi raised his head. Little disciple, I have already altered the slavery goo on you. I calculated that Fong Yuan would join the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain. At that time you can be a spy by his side, and wait for a chance to strike. Yes, Supreme Master. Go down and call your junior sister by Ning Bing. Yes. This disciple takes his leave. An immortal goo was hovering in the air, emitting quiet and exquisite light. A lemon-colored halo completely covered by Ning Bing's body and sank into her aperture. Yellow-green light-colored vines had already creeped around her aperture walls, densely attached to the walls. After a moment, old man Yanshi took a deep breath and recalled the immortal goo back to his aperture. All right. I have used Everlasting Goo's ability on your aperture. You will be fine for the next 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you must come here after 3 months to reinforce your aperture again. It has already been a long time since the Sancha Mountain battle. By Ning Bing's aptitude had already recovered to 100%, restoring one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. 100% primeval essence emitted an extremely great pressure on her aperture. If not for old man Yanshi using Everlasting Goo to reinforce her aperture, Bai Ning Bing would not have survived till now. Although old man Yanshi was her life-saving benefactor, Bai Ning Bing did not feel any gratitude. Instead she stood upright with an ice-cold demeanor. After old man Yanshi took away the immortal goo, she opened her blue eyes, her gaze cold and her expression indifferent. She was no more the novice, greenhorn kid from back then. By traveling alongside Fong Yuan, she had learned many things. Old man Yanshi had taken the initiative to look for her after knowing about her through Chojiu, clearly to make use of her. Her joining Shadow Sect was also no more than a transaction. Old man Yanshi smiled warmly. By Ning Bing, as long as you sincerely pledge allegiance to Shadow Sect, and make a new sea oath, I will turn you back to a male. No need. You are helping me to suppress my aperture, so I am joining Shadow Sect temporarily to help you deal with Fong Yuan and obtain fixed immortal travel goo from him. This is nothing more than a fair transaction. As for my male body, I will personally retrieve it, only then can it be spectacular. How could I, Bai Ningbing, do something like relying on others? Bai Ningbing then turned around and left. Only when she exited the secret room did Bai Ningbing's ice-cold expression loosen up, her brows furrowed and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path gu immortal old man Yen Shi. She always felt he had a hidden motive. Although the other was a gu immortal, Bai Ningbing had never feared death. As a person who was not afraid of death, why would she be afraid of gu immortals? However, they had the same objective. Both of them wanted to deal with Fang Yuan. So Bai Ningbing agreed to this transaction and joined Shadow Sect temporarily. Fang Yuan? When she thought of him, Bai Ningbing could not help thinking back to the scene at Three Kings' Blessed Land. Under countless people's eyes, Fang Yuan flew towards heaven and with a mortal body, refined an immortal gu. Shortly after, Three Kings' Blessed Land collapsed and everyone fell into chaos as they hurried to leave Sancha Mountain. Winds of assimilation blew and wiped out the whole Sancha Mountain until it was a barren land. Little Beast King's name was talked by countless people and soon spread to the whole southern border crazily. Fang Yuan disappeared, and Gu Immortals gave orders to all their forces to look for him. Bai Ningbing, who had traveled together with him, naturally became a target all great forces chased after. Whether it was righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to get her. If not for Wei Yang's sense of brotherhood and thus intentionally let go of Bai Ningbing, as well as her meeting Cho Jiu while gravely injured, Bai Ningbing would have been a captive somewhere already. After Cho Jiu healed her injuries, he made a proposal to her to join Shadow Sect and deal with Fang Yuan together. After Bai Ningbing's scheme against Fang Yuan failed, she was even confident of her guess that Fang Yuan had a prediction gu. And when she heard behind Cho Jiu was a similar predictive wisdom path gu immortal, she could not help but be moved. Although she did not fear death, she was truly not resigned to losing her life like that and letting Fang Yuan live. It would be her greatest defeat, and was too lackluster. Thus, she agreed to Cho Jiu's request and temporarily joined Shadow Sect, making an oath in front of the immortal gu, Sea Oath gu, with Old Man Yen Shi and Cho Jiu. She was free to leave and regain her freedom once they killed Fang Yuan. At the same time, Shadow Sect cannot directly or indirectly make a move against her. When Bai Ningbing's receding figure disappeared, Old Man Yen Shi's expression slowly turned dark. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature, causing even this wisdom path gu immortal Old Man Yen Shi to find it hard to control her. This kid has no care for laws and morality, and is only joining hands with me because of the situation. She is absolutely not someone who will stay under others for long. Old Man Yen Shi's gaze was extremely profound. But it is not important. I have planned for so many years in my quest for immortality. Why would I be afraid of the tiny ripples that this little fish can create? Humph! Old Man Yen Shi coldly snorted and turned his gaze to connecting Heaven Gu's screen. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. I have second aperture gu's recipe here. I want to exchange with your divine travel gu. The owner of the divine sense called himself Langya Old Immortal. Hee. Old Man Yen Shi laughed heartily. The fish has taken the bait. Who said this bait could only lure Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was only a small fish. Langya Land Spirit was the true big fish. Langya Blessed Land is rumored to have stored countless recipes. It has dropped from a grotto heaven to a blessed land, and in the present age, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land. Even more importantly, this blessed land has a lot of immortal gu as well. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is at the top. I must obtain it. Old Man Yen Shi's eyes flickered with a burning light filled with avarice. He had been scheming since a long time ago. In actual fact, the second aperture gu recipe that Langya Blessed Land had was intentionally due to his planning. With Langya Land Spirit's love for collecting recipes and refining gu, he would definitely want a refined second aperture gu. Now I have to wait for a good opportunity. Old Man Yen Shi sneered at the side while sending out his divine sense to accept Langya Land Spirit's offer and began their transaction at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Divine Travel Gu came out from the mirror. Even if the connecting Heaven Gu's ability had been amplified by many other gu, It still caused the connecting heaven goo to be filled with cracks, and after several breaths, completely collapsed. Lang Yalan spirit did not care about this connecting heaven goo. There were still many connecting heaven goo left in the blessed land. The land spirit looked at divine travel goo with a burning gaze and laughed heartily. I had already wanted to refine second aperture goo. Haha, this is really too good. He took out another connecting heaven goo on the spot and connected to treasure yellow heaven. Looking for goo refinement materials without restraint. Hee, an easy prey. Old man Yen sure laughed heartily as he looked at this scene through connecting heaven goo. A heavyweight transaction relating to immortal goo naturally would be noticed by many goo immortals. Fong Yuan was also paying attention. Who bought the divine travel goo? Fong Yuan's gaze flashed and immediately asked Little Who Immortal. It is Lang Ya Old Immortal. Little Who Immortal replied with clear voice. Lang Ya Land Spirit, just like what I expected. Fong Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes before concentrating on connecting heaven goo again. After a moment, he discovered Lang Ya Land Spirit wantonly buying goo refinement materials. His eyes flashed with rays of cold light. Humph, so many goo immortals are dumping precious goo refinement materials to Lang Ya Land Spirit. This is clearly a trap. The land spirits have wisdom, but their obsessions are much deeper and can be easily exploited by goo immortals. Wait a second. Fong Yuan's thoughts suddenly shook. The immortals selling the goo refinement materials were Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi, Soul Path Goo Immortal Wang Ganyang, Wood Path Goo Immortal Fairy Tanxiang, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Great Immortal Shuexiong. These names were familiar. Weren't they the goo immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Lang Ya Blessed Land? For a moment, Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. He became aware of an enormous scheme that had not been recorded in the history. So it was like this. In my past life, Lang Ya Blessed Land endured 6 waves of attack before finally collapsing in the 7th wave. So there were manipulators behind the scene. They were hatching a sinister plot. Before, Fong Yuan was only an audience, but now that he was involved, he discovered this truth. This old man Yen Shi's purpose in selling divine travel goo is not just to aim at me. His bigger target is Lang Ya Blessed Land. Out of the 7 waves of attack, how many did he organize? If he is Southern Borders Goo Immortal, then why would these Northern Plains Goo Immortals listen to his arrangements? Is he indirectly making use of them, or did he give them a direct order? No doubt, the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Man Yen Shi had organized a group of immortals. Just this information created a formless pressure. Fong Yuan did not know right now that this organization was the shadow sect he had heard before. But this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and the mystery of this organization. An organization that spanned across Southern Border and Northern Plains. How big would it be? But Fong Yuan had never heard of such an organization, even in the 500 years of his past life. How mysterious was this organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the foundation that Old Man Yen Shi is a goo immortal of Southern Border. Maybe it is all just a coincidence. Let me think again. Did Old Man Yen Shi plan the first wave of attack? As for the next waves of attack, did he have a hand in them? As for the 7th wave, it was Heavenly Court's move. That was absolutely not something Old Man Yen Shi could control. Fong Yuan was certain of this. Heavenly Court was high above others. It originated from Central Continent and had a formidable background. It was not something an immortal of Southern Border could interfere in. Among the 5 great regions, since ancient times till now, the greatest goo immortal organization was only the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's might made people feel suffocation. Only rank 8 and rank 9 goo immortals could establish their presence there. This point could be judged from the conclusion. After the Heavenly Court made their move, they left after taking away all the recipes in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Where was Old Man Yen Shi at that time in my previous life? Old Man Yen Shi was a mysterious character who had hidden in the depths of the history. Behind him was a mysterious organization that had influence in both Northern Plains and Southern Border, 2 great regions. Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, a mysterious organization. Heavenly Court. The path to immortality is truly fraught with danger at every step. When I burst through these obstacles, how great would I feel? The higher the difficulty and stronger the enemies, the more fighting spirit Fang Yuan would have. The path he was walking on was destined to be a lonely one from the start, destined to make an enemy of the world. Heavenly Court and the mysterious organization were like two giant beasts blocking this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorns, traps, and schemes. This was an incomparably difficult path, and no one had been able to reach the end since ancient times. Fang Yuan, however, was fighting by himself, marching by himself, and waging war by himself. The source of all his motivation was the simplest, most insatiable, most sneered at, and most incomprehensible dream, a seemingly unrealistic dream about eternal life. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would have no regrets. Today, through a transaction, he discovered the whirlpool that had been hidden in the shadows. Then he looked at the prospects of his own path, which was filled with incomparable darkness, incomparable danger, and dead ends at almost every step. Since there is no path to walk on, I shall carve out my own path. Fang Yuan smiled, his gaze containing a profound light, and his disordered thoughts all tidied up as he once again concentrated on connecting Heaven Goo. It was time to buy Relic Goo. Relic Goo can directly increase the foundation of the aperture, raising a Goo Master's cultivation realm. From rank 1 to 5, they were green copper, red steel, white silver, yellow gold, and purple crystal Relic Goo. Relic Goo were mortal goo. There were no rank 6 and above immortal goo for it. Among them, green copper, red steel, and white silver Relic Goo were widely sold in the market. As for yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Goo, because they affected the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 Goo Masters, and could influence the status of many forces, they were restricted and controlled by large organizations, and were hardly sold in the market. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Goo were available. Goo Immortals could not raise their cultivation through purple crystal Relic Goo, but they were still very rare goo. Because not only could these two goo be used to rank cultivation, they were used to refine immortal goo as well. In immortal goo recipes, they were often used as important catalysts. Other than refinement, if a goo immortal had descendants, they would collect many Relic Goo for their clans or juniors to use. Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, although rank 1 to 3 Relic Goo were sold in batches, there were few rank 4 yellow gold Relic Goo, and even less purple gold Relic Goo. Yellow gold, purple crystal Relic Goo, these were widely used in immortal goo recipes. When Fang Yuan refined the Spring Autumn Cicada and the second Aperture Goo, he used them in the process. In fact, even the Immortal Goo Blood Deity's Remnant recipe also required large amounts of Relic Goo. But because Immortal Goo were involved, prices of Relic Goo were always sky high. Even so, this situation was way better than the mortal realm's restrict control. Fang Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal Relic Goo, and spent a great sum to buy an immediate success goo. This goo was much more expensive than purple crystal Relic Goo, because it could raise the success rate of goo refinement. Thereafter, Fang Yuan bought a large number of low-rank goo and refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment goo and others. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven could inspect the treasure light, just the height of the light could not detect whether the goo worm had been tampered with. Thus, it is not very safe, and Fang Yuan decided to refine the goo himself to be safe. Selling all the remnant recipes in his hand and buying large amounts of resources, after deducting Treasure Yellow Heaven's processing fee, Fang Yuan had 28 pieces of immortal essence stones left in his possession. Of course, he could repeatedly sell these immortal goo remnant recipes, but their corresponding treasure light would decrease. Only after an amount of time would the treasure light recover. Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven heavily depended on the treasure light. The stronger the light, the higher the price. When the treasure light weakened, the sale price would fall as well. After all, the value of remnant recipes drop when more people know about them. If he continued to sell them, Fang Yuan's earning will decrease, and the goo immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they suffered a loss. Waiting for a period of time before selling it again benefited both parties. The seller sells at the original price, while buyers gain a lot of precious time to research on the recipe. After all, immortal goo were unique once they were created. This way, the most precious recipes I have left are Spring Autumn Cicada, second aperture goo, and the remnant recipe of blood deity. As for the other recipes, I can sell them again, but only in a few months. This time obviously referred to the 5 regions time. As for the other recipes like using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo were known by all. There would be no light if it was placed into treasure yellow heaven. Rockmen, I have to provide them to Immortal Crane Sect. This is to make sure Immortal Crane Sect does not find out the truth, so that I can relieve our tensions and stall for time. Now that Danghun Mountain was dying, the production of guts goo were decreasing. The number of rockmen in each transaction had been dropping, as Immortal Crane Sect's patience was running thin. They would fight eventually, but Fang Yuan had to stall for as much time as he could. But thankfully, they would only think that I was defending Hu Immortal blessed land from the inside, and was a trapped fish. They would never expect me to have gone to northern plains, and was even able to return. Even that old man Yen Shur would not see this coming. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were skilled at deductions and predictions, but they could not gain information out of nothing. They had to use all sorts of clues and traces to track back to the source and make their deductions. Fang Yuan's vital goo was spring-autumn cicada. His greatest advantage was rebirth. With 500 years of memories, he had Stargate goo, moving perspective cup goo. All these were goo worms that were more advanced than the current 5 regions by a generation. I can't sell remnant recipes for the time being, and the rockmen have to be supplied to Immortal Crane Sect, but I have other things to sell. Fang Yuan had a plan long ago. This item was none other than soil. The soil in Treasure Yellow Heaven were all rare goods, like cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, etc. Many blessed land produced soil, and they would sell it inside Treasure Yellow Heaven to exchange for what they needed with other goo masters. The soil Fang Yuan wanted to sell was not ordinary either. It was the gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity struck and Danghun Mountain was damaged, polluted by the ability of immortal goo gruel mud, the entire mountain started to turn into rotten mud. But in this world, fortune and misfortune came together. Although Danghun Mountain rocks were turned into mud, they contained the gruel mud immortal goo's power. In Goo Immortal's eyes, this was a must-have ingredient when refining the gruel mud immortal goo. As expected, after Fang Yuan placed it into Treasure Yellow Heaven, a large amount of attention was garnered. What day is it today? So many good things are on sale. Gruel mud. This is the real gruel mud. I can feel the intense immortal goo aura from it. It is a pity I do not have the gruel mud immortal goo's recipe. I have no use for this mud. The divine senses of the goo immortals were moving about as many sent their divine senses to compete for the item. I need the gruel mud immortal goo's recipe. I will not exchange it for anything else. Under Fang Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over. This strict request caused the goo immortals to scoff. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal goo's recipe? You are way too greedy. The gruel mud immortal goo is a one-time consumable goo. The recipe is evidently more important than goo worm itself. You have the face to say you want to exchange it for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to change your condition, otherwise, this pile of mud will stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven without a buyer forever. But Little Hu Immortal quickly said, I am not requesting for the complete immortal recipe. Whoever has the remnant recipe with the highest treasure light will get this. The goo immortals stopped talking, starting to observe this. Soon, a goo immortal took out a remnant recipe and the treasure light was about 4 meters. This was not up to Fang Yuan's standards. He stared at the mirror and laughed, instructing Little Hu Immortal. As long as the other goo immortals each took out a remnant recipe, we will add 1 gene of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal replied quickly. In Hu Immortal blessed land, there was a lot of gruel mud. From start to end, all the gruel mud were cleared out of Danghun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal, but they did not throw it out of the blessed land, instead transferring it to the west area. After these years, through the conversion of the gruel mud inside the blessed land, there was a swamp forming slowly. The former disaster was now a resource. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the goo immortals' divine senses were in a commotion. With the addition of every remnant recipe, Little Hu Immortal would add a gene of gruel mud. Such an act was telling others clearly, "We have a ton of it here." All the remnant recipes were added in one by one, as the treasure light intensified. From the 4 meters, it had already rose to about 6 meters and was still increasing. Fang Yuan looked for a while and his smile became wider. His soul was from Earth, his marketing skills far surpassed this world. On Earth, enterprises boomed while in Treasure Yellow Heaven, immortal essence stones could barely be used as the currency of trade. Most transactions were done using the primitive bartering method. Fang Yuan's method was a form of increasing his exposure. It attracted many goo immortals to sell the remnant recipe of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Of course, this was only a tiny trick. Next, Fang Yuan instructed Little Hu Immortal to handle the other matters one by one. "It is about time, I have to go now." Fang Yuan was counting the time, dividing the time he spent in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by 5, was the amount of time that had passed in Northern Plains. "Master, goodbye, you have to come back often, okay?" Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to the west area of the Blessed Land, and under the radiance of the Starlight Firefly Goo, it activated the Stargate Goo once again. Fang Yuan was carrying many refinement materials, as well as low-rank goo worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of the other Stargate, back to the Crescent Lake in Northern Plains. As he had calculated, it was currently near dawn. As the sun was rising, the first ray of sunlight shining on the land. The light breeze caused small ripples along the surface of the lake. The air was refreshing. There was dew on the grass near him, and there were bird groups gathering on the surface of the lake, spreading their wings like they were dancing. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His heart was overjoyed. Snatching Ma Hongyun's fortune by force, Fang Yuan obtained Lang Ya land spirits' help this time. In Lang Ya Blessed Land, he used one of the chances to obtain the Stargate Goo and others. After that, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used Connecting Heaven Goo to settle the problem of the lack of resources. But after this, all my stagnating chess pieces have room for further development. The entire chessboard is alive once more. As the sky turned bright, Fang Yuan returned to Goo Tribe Camp under the Wolf Group's accompaniment. "I am going to refine Goo in closed cultivation. Nobody is to disturb me." He gave his orders as he locked himself inside the lizard house, starting his Goo refinement. Regardless of where the Goo refinement materials came from, the Goo worms created belong to the region it is born in. That is to say, although the materials in Fang Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as he refined them inside Northern Plains, all of them will be Northern Plains Goo, and would not be suppressed here. The first Goo he was going to refine was the Moving Perspective Cup Goo. Moving Perspective Cup Goo was rank 5. The set that was refined in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was about to break. It could only be used one more time. After visiting Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan had the resources now. He was obviously going to refine another set of Moving Perspective Cup Goo. At the same time, in Crescent Lake, Yen Tribe's 9 Goo Masters were traveling quickly on their hump wolves. "Stop! There are wolf footprints here." Yen Tribe leader stopped his wolf. Looking at the large number of footprints in front of him, he expressed great shock. "So many wolves! This is a myriad wolf group!" The other Goo Masters exclaimed. "Goo Tribe camp is not too far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these footprints. There are poison-beard wolves, wind wolves, as well as turtleback wolves and night wolves and so on. Wild wolf groups only live among themselves. A mix of so many wolves only means that they are being controlled by a Goo Master." Yen Tribe leader pondered. Goo Tribe was once a large-sized tribe, but now that they were forced to migrate, they are no longer as great as before. They have no way of feeding such a huge wolf group. Most likely, this wolf group belongs to a demonic Goo Master. Our objective this time is to seek reinforcements from Goo Tribe. Let's go see what happens first. If Goo Tribe faces trouble, we will retreat quietly. If we can do them a cheap favor, we will help them encircle the wolves. "Yes, Lord Tribe Leader," everyone shouted. Let's go to Goo Tribe." The hump wolves moved again, bringing these people towards Goo Tribe camp. "Halt!" The patrolling Goo Tribe Goo Master saw the Yen Tribe Goo Masters and shouted. Yen Tribe Goo Masters stopped their hump wolves. As an elder spoke, "The person beside me is Yen Tribe Leader Lord Yen Tianji. We are here to visit Go tribe leader. Yen tribe. Go tribe Gu master's expression changed. That's right. Our main tent is about 100 li away. Please wait here, lords. According to Northern Plains time, Go tribe had just reached Crescent Lake and had set up camp for just a day. Go tribe camp was still busy constructing their homes. Lord, the wolf group footprints all entered Go tribe camp. A tribe elder said softly at Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze turning firm. To think this enslavement path Gu master is from Go tribe. It seems we came to the right place. This is a strong aid in dealing with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Gu tribe might not necessarily help us. A tribe elder was worried. Yen Tianji sneered, acting as if he had Go tribe dancing in the palm of his hands. Humph. Go tribe wants to attend the heroes' assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. If I use Lu tribe's name to ask for reinforcements, can this tiny Go tribe refuse? Saying so, the newly constructed camp gates opened. As Go tribe's new leader Go Guang came out with the band of elders. Yen tribe leader has come personally. It is our honor. Please follow me to the main tent. Go Guang invited him enthusiastically. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Go Guang's cultivation, the Yen tribesman showed contempt. Bringing the Yen tribesman into the camp for a banquet, after they had some wine, Yen tribe leader gazed at his elder. The elder quickly said, "To speak the truth, Go tribe leader, we are here today to ask for help from your tribe." Help? The elder continued. That's right. Our tribe's big missy Yen Shui heir was kidnapped by Hao Ji Lu. This person is unscrupulous and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a waterpath Gu master. He has great battle strength when fighting underwater. Our tribe's few attempts at saving her failed. This time, we would like to ask for Gu tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu? You mean that water demon Hao Ji Lu? Go Guang thought of this person and his expression changed. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and his vile name was famous in Northern Plains. He was a devious and scheming demon. Go Guang frowned deeply. After thinking about it, he rejected. Members of the demonic faction deserves to be brought to justice. As a member of the righteous faction, Go tribe should help out, but right now we do not have the ability to do so. My father had died in battle. I was tasked to be the tribe leader immediately after. We have already suffered great losses. We have no strength left to exterminate the water demon. Why? Go tribe leader is unwilling to help. Hearing Go Guang's words, Yen tribe elder's expression sank. An elder sneered, Go tribe leader, you are too young, you do not know certain things. Let me tell you. Our tribe's big missy Yen Shui heir had been engaged to Lu Wenwu. Her status is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. If you do not help us save her, when Lu tribe pursues the matter, you will not be able to explain yourselves. Go Guang's expression changed. There were a few super tribes in Northern Plains. Among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was an expert in both the brush and sword. He had outstanding talent and high aspirations. This time, he brought his supporters from his tribe and separated from Lu tribe, trying to create his own tribe from scratch. He was one of the few most famous competitors for the throne of the imperial court. Lu Wenwu had a huge force. Yen Shui heir was his fiancée. If Go tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely find trouble with them during the heroes' assembly. But now Go tribe was in dire straits themselves. They had just lost a lot of high-rank Gu masters. If they fought the water demon, they would have to shoulder a great loss. Go Guang thought about his tribe's benefits and did not wish to make enemies with the water demon for no reason. But if they did nothing, it might attract Lu Wenwu's animosity. Go Guang was very troubled. Yen tribe leader saw Go Guang's hesitation and laughed. The righteous path had always stuck together. I believe that Go tribe would not leave us in the lurch. Go tribe has outstanding strength, you do not need to conceal it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf footprints. As long as Go tribe mobilizes your enslavement path Gu master, we are willing to pay 3,000 primeval stones in advance. Go Guang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 primeval stones. Were they giving loose change to a beggar? He controlled his anger and laughed bitterly. You might not know, this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of Gu tribe. I cannot command him. He is Lord Chang Shan-in. Chang Shan-in. Yen tribe leader was stunned, thinking that this name was very familiar. Gu Guang then told him what he knew about Fang Yuan's origins and identity. Yen tribe's gang were overjoyed at hearing the news. Chang Shan-in, he is alive. I remember now, he is someone from my generation. He was once famous throughout northern plains, a highly acclaimed genius enslavement path Gu master. This is great. Even heaven is helping us. Chang tribe had already submitted to young master Lu Wenwu. If we tell Chang Shan-in our request, he will definitely help. Yen tribe leader was candid. Tribe leader Gu Guang, lead the way. Gu Guang laughed bitterly. If I can bring you to him, I would have done it long ago. Lord Chang Shan-in returned this morning and announced he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we interrupt him, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yen tribe leader stood up. Chang Shan-in is from the same generation as me. I've heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yen tribe are already under young master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young master Lu Wenwu is Chang Shan-yin's master. Furthermore, this matter is so important, it is no big deal even if we interrupt his Gu refinement. Bring me there. This, Gu Guang hesitated. Yen tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Gu tribe leader, do not stall for time. If we are too late and my daughter faces mortal danger, when young master Lu Wenwu blames you? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, conceding, all right, I will bring you there. Water demon Hao Ji Lu? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at these Yen tribe Gu masters. Brother Chang, you have been asleep for 20 years, you might not know this. This water demon was a rising star from the younger generation. After receiving a mysterious opportunity, he is already rank 4 upper stage at 35 years old. Yen tribe leader explained. Fang Yuan nodded, exclaiming, Northern Plains is huge. There are countless heroes and conquerors. Since Yen tribe is asking with their life on the line, I shall make this trip. The expression of Yen tribe's gang changed. What was Chang Shan-in saying? What life on the life? It sounded like they were very feeble and defenseless. Lord Chang Shan-in, why are you lauding the spirit of the enemy and belittling that of our own? That water demon is scheming, hiding inside Crescent Lake while holding our big Missy hostage. That is why we cannot take him down. An elder was indignant. Lord Chang Shan-in, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young master Lu Wenwu. This is your opportunity. Another elder spoke as if he was thinking for Fang Yuan's benefit. Yen tribe leader smiled lightly. He, brother Chang. With your help this time, what can a mere water demon amount to? Fang Yuan snickered. By logic or emotion, I should help out. I will battle alongside all of you. Yen tribe was overjoyed. Good. Let us set off now. Yen tribe's old man, I want 10 million primeval stones and that backwater battle goo. Did you bring them? Water demon stood at the edge of Crescent Lake as he looked at the people with caution. Of course I brought it. Where is my daughter? Yen Tianji said, taking out 2 goo. One was a rank 5 storage goo, the other was backwater battle goo. Backwater battle goo was a rank 5 goo. It could greatly boost the power of waterpath goo worms. It was very precious with no market supply. Seeing these 2 goo, water demon's gaze became heated. He had a young appearance. His face was pale as he had broad shoulders and a thin waist. He was handsome and had a carefree disposition. His sideburns were already turning white, giving him a mature aura. Return my daughter and I will pass you what you want. Now I want to see my daughter first. Yen Tianji said solemnly. Water demon snorted, snapping his fingers. Swoosh! In the lake water behind him, waves started moving as a giant fan shell appeared from under the water. This fan shell was as big as an elephant. The surface was shiny. As the 2 sides of the shell opened, a young girl could be seen inside. The young girl was tied up tightly. Her mouth was gagged. When she saw Yen tribe leader, she was so agitated that tears were flowing on her face as she struggled. Water demon snorted. You've seen your daughter, now hand over the goo. Don't try anything funny. Your daughter is in my hands. If anything happens to her, How will you account to Lu Wenwu? Damn it! Despicable scum! Fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yen tribe elders gritted their teeth. Yen tribe leader's expression was calm as water as he tossed 2 gu towards Water Demon. Water Demon received it carefully. He did not use his hand to grab it, but instead let the 2 gu fall onto the ground. You did not do anything fishy to these gu worms, right? Water Demon squinted, looking at Yen Tianji sharply. Yen Tianji's expression was livid. Humph. Go ahead and refine it. Water Demon snickered. Step back by 30 steps. Yen tribe's gang had no choice but to comply. Water Demon stared at the Yen tribe gu masters, before squatting down and picking up the 2 gu worms. He first inspected them and found no problems with them. Next, he carefully started refining the Backwater Battle Gu. Backwater Battle Gu had Yen Tianji's will. As he cooperated with Water Demon, it allowed him to refine the Backwater Battle Gu easily. Water Demon chuckled. Very good. Yen Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will inspect the primeval stones. If the amount of correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry. I do not wish to be enemies with Lu Wenwu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I did not even touch her hands. HMP. Yen Tianji snorted, not saying a word. He willed and aided Water Demon in refining the storage gu. Water Demon's mind entered the gu as he saw a large amount of primeval stones, unable to control his joy as it showed on his face. But at this time, from among these primeval stones, a gu flew out and crashed onto him at breakneck speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Gu. Strike! Yen Tianji shouted, and the elders surrounded Water Demon quickly. Oh no! Water Demon was grabbing the storage gu. As he was unable to move, he watched himself get surrounded helplessly. Water Demon, today will be your death date. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf as he and a large group of wolves emerged from a nearby woodland. Kill! Yen Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yen tribe's gu masters starting attacking, using an assortment of moves. Waterflow, Starfire, Whitebone, Firebird, all sorts of attacks were unleashed and targeted Water Demon. Bright rainbow color lights soon shone on Water Demon's face. These attacks were eye-catching and dazzling. They were like fireworks in the night sky, beautiful and lethal. Water Demon was in a dangerous situation, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he showed a cold smile. In his eyes, a piercing eerie light burst out. The light was shining brightly as it stunned a Yen tribe elder in front of Water Demon. This Yen tribe elder grimaced as he felt his vision blurring. This was Water Demon, activating the rank 3 Sight Blow Gu. His gaze had a strong attack and could bypass defensive measures, directly attacking the gu master's soul. Yen tribe elder who was attacked took 3 steps back, trying to regain his composure. A mere rank 3 Sight Blow Gu could only be used as a surprise attack. It caused little damage to Yen tribe elder. It could not change this dangerous situation around for Water Demon. But Water Demon's lips curled into a cold smile. He activated his rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, injecting it into one of the gu in his aperture. Rank 4, Location Swap Gu. Swoosh! With a light sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's body vanished and reappeared at Yen tribe elder's location. As an exchange, the Yen tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original location. Oh no! Oh no! Quickly stop! Yen tribe's gu masters shouted. Such a change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to hold back on their attacks, but the attacks were already formed. They could not be stopped. That Yen tribe elder was scared out of his wits. He frantically activated his defensive gu. But this gu only lasted for half a breath's time before dying. Academy Elder! Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji shouted, seeing his tribesmen dying in front of him, engulfed by the assortment of attacks, beaten to a pulp. Ha ha ha, great, great. It seems that Yen tribe gu masters are all dumb pigs. You actually killed yourselves. Ha ha ha. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu laughed as he raised his head, saying in a mocking tone, Water Demon, Yen tribe will be enemies with you for all eternity. Hao Ji Lu, I will tear your tendons apart to relieve this anger in me. Kill! Tear this demon to shreds. Yen tribe Gu masters shouted angrily, their necks turning red from agitation. But even though they shouted loudly, none of them attacked. Water Demon had a rank 4 location swap Gu. This was beyond their expectations. Rank 4 location swap Gu was a unique movement Gu. One had to make contact with the other party in order to swap locations. But the use of the Gu worm not only depended on suitability, but also its compatibility with other Gu worms. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu used the rank 3 sight blow Gu together with the location swap Gu. As long as his gaze attack works, it means he made contact with the other party, and he could use the location swap Gu using this exploit. Hao Ji Lu had such a Gu worm. He was not afraid of fighting a crowd. This was why he dared to challenge the entire Yen tribe higher-ups, kidnapping Yen tribe's big Missy Yen Chui heir, and extorting Yen tribe. Although there were many Yen tribe Gu masters, the academy elder just died in front of them. Everyone was lost and did not have any confidence at the moment. Water Demon, so what if you have location swap Gu? This Gu causes intense primeval essence expenditure. How many times can you still use it? I'll tell you, we invited the righteous hero Wolf King Changshan In who had just returned. You are now surrounded by the wolf group. There is nowhere to run. At the crucial moment, Yen Tianji stood up. His words were like a tranquilizer that stabilized the people. Wolf King Changshan In? Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated on Fang Yuan, who was sitting on his wolf. Fang Yuan had a broad shoulder and thin waist. His gaze was sharp and divine. He rode the hump wolf as he was surrounded by wolves, like he was standing at the top of a mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a strong sense of pressure. Wolf King Changshan In, I have heard of your name since I was young. You are not dead. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against the Yen tribe Gu masters as he tried probing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little more than 300 steps away from Water Demon. He observed him from far away with a plain expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although the sight blow Gu had a wide attack range and could attack anyone who could be seen with his eyes, the further the distance, the weaker the attack would be. A distance of 300 steps was the limit of the sight blow Gu, and it had zero threat once the target was further than 300 steps away. Fang Yuan's location made Water Demon very uncomfortable. This was a very peculiar distance. If Water Demon moved a step out, he could hit Fang Yuan. But it felt like Fang Yuan was trying to trick him into doing so. Hao Ji Lu's heart felt greater pressure. If this person really is Changshan In, I cannot use the sight blow Gu to attack him. Sight-based attacks compete the souls of both Gu masters. As an enslavement path Gu master, his soul is definitely extremely strong. Are you really Changshan In? What evidence do you have? Humph. Your Yen tribe randomly brought one person to impersonate the Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji Lu purposely snorted. Yen Tianji laughed coldly. Water Demon, you really failed to recognize Mount Tai. Is the Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we battle later, you will feel the Wolf King's true power. Lord Changshan In, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon. Get rid of a great threat to the people. The other Yen tribe elders shouted, trying to make Fang Yuan fight for them. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was at their planned location and encircled this battlefield completely, he knew the time was ripe. His lips curled, revealing a cold and callous smile. He nodded slightly, the killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, you reminded me. It is time to strike. As he said that, the wolves howled as they opened their bloodthirsty mouths, flashing their sharp claws and teeth as they charged relentlessly. In an instant, 10,000 wolves attacked and started killing the Gu masters. The Grand Army caused everyone's expressions to change. Changshan In, what are you doing? How can you attack us? Yen Tianji shouted furiously, while feeling shocked and suspicious. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yen tribe and your Chang tribe had already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders blocked the wolves as they shouted frantically. That is exactly why I am dealing with you all. Go in peace. I will send the Chang tribesmen to accompany you soon enough. Fang Yuan said hatefully. his face distorting into a maniacal expression. Soon after, he shouted, "Humph! I swore long ago. I will take revenge for what happened back then one by one." Back then, when Chong Shanin fought Ha-Tu-Gu and the bandits alone, Chong tribe did not send a single person to help him. There were hidden reasons after all. Water demon Hao Ji Lu felt his heart jump as he thought of something. He did not expect such a huge change. He dodged the wolf's attacks as he shouted anxiously, "Wolf King, I do not wish to be your enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, right?" Fang Yuan gave him a cold glance, saying lightly, "Look at you jumping all over the place. You are simply like a flea. Just die together with them." "What?" Water demon Hao Ji Lu was furious. Ever since he started traveling the world, no one had dared to make such remarks about him or showed such contempt. "Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I shall make you pay the price for it." Water demon Hao Ji Lu roared furiously and pushed forward with his palms. Rank 4 Waterfall Goo. His primeval essence poured crazily into the goo, causing water vapor to fill the air. Then, with a rumbling sound, an enormous water stream appeared out of nowhere. The water stream was incomparably fast, just like a waterfall crashing down from a high altitude. The light silver rapid stream brought with it an intense chilly might as it fiercely struck the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves died or were injured. The rapid stream spread far away, thoroughly clearing the area around Hao Ji Lu. At the same time, Yen tribe's goo masters jointly activated a goo worm. This was a rank 5 wind barrier goo, and when activated, it formed an enormous wind. The wind was silky, and brought with it some green threads as it surrounded everyone. The wolf group's assault was all blocked by the formless wind. The wild goo on many wolf kings attacked the wind barrier, but it was like a pebble falling into a sea as the attacks vanished without trace. How can this be? On Crescent Lake, Yen Chui Air, who was taken as a hostage, looked at the intense battle on the lakeside with a dumbfounded look. She had never expected the situation would develop in such a way. She, who had been the main reason of the fight previously, was now a spectator instead. Hump wolves retreated, pulling distance from Fang Yuan and water demon Hao Ji Lu. "Idiots!" Fang Yuan sneered as he looked at water demon Hao Ji Lu charging over, approaching closer, and Yen tribesmen who were in a defensive formation. Water demon Hao Ji Lu and Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji were 2 rank 4 goo masters. Moreover, there were also Yen tribe's higher-ups, a dozen or so rank 3 goo masters. Their strength could be said to be truly formidable. However, an enslavement path goo master's strength was the ability to fight an army alone. Back then, Chong Shan-in led his wolf group and battled higher realm experts, not only killing rank 5 goo master Ha-Tu-Gu, but even exterminating Ha-Tu-Gu's group of valiant generals. How? Because he was an enslavement path goo master. At present, the wolf group with Fang Yuan had already taken shape to form a decent size. The wolf group scale had reached 30,000 and above. Not only did it contain 100 wolf kings and some 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf myriad beast king and a young mutated beast white eyes wolf. This scale might not even be half the size of the wolf group Chong Shan-in had at his peak period, but it was already enough to annihilate 2 to 3 goo tribes. And right now, Fang Yuan only had to deal with just 20 or so goo masters. It was like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. Sure enough, after some time, water demon Hao Ji Lu was gasping and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt exhausted. Damn it! Such troublesome wolf manipulation skills. There are only some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed right now. It was not that he had not fought enslavement path goo masters, but how could those enslavement path goo masters he had fought before compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the wolf king's wolf manipulation skills? Being in it is like falling into a deep swamp. You sink deeper and deeper. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart turned cold as he kept on warding off the wolf group's assault. He divided a bit of concentration to look into his aperture and grumbled. That intense charge and the activation of many powerful abilities to clear the path had caused his primeval essence to be expended intensely. Now there was less than half his total primeval essence left. Once the primeval essence was at the point of exhaustion, a Gu master's battle strength would start plummeting to the abyss. Hao Ji-lu had no choice but to exercise restraint once he considered this to be a long battle. Like this, his momentum thoroughly disappeared and he was firmly surrounded by the wolf group. Water Demon Hao Ji-lu, a rank 4 Gu master who uses water path Gu worms, has great offense and is an expert at fighting one against many. He roamed all over northern plains since his early years and has committed many crimes, gaining a bad reputation. After capturing Yen Chui Air and successfully extorting Yen tribe, he then went on to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, offering Yen Chui Air to He Lulan. He Lulan was joyous and gave him great status. After entering Wang Ting Blessed Land and making great merits, Hao Ji-lu became He Lulan's number 3 general. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze flickering faintly. In his past life, this Hao Ji-lu was also able to make a name for himself, and after living actively for 89 years, he was killed by Chang Shan-yin. Great offense usually means a huge consumption of primeval essence. Hao Ji-lu is nothing to worry about anymore. And right now, he should be secretly making an escape path for himself. He is good at escaping in water. It will not be easy to make him stay today. After all, there are not many water wolves with me. But my main target is not him, but Yen tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the Yen tribesmen. Yen tribe's Gu masters were experts in defense and were famous for it in northern plains. These Gu masters sure enough defended extremely well. Their rank 5 wind barrier Gu was simply like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone within it. Humph, these Yen tribesmen are really naive. They still have the intention to protect their energy and watch from the sidelines when they are trapped. No wonder history said Yen Tianji was extremely conservative, lacking initiative. Even though they want to stall for time, this is also exactly what I want. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly and intentionally slowed down the wolf group's offense. As time passed, Hao Ji-lu and the Yen tribesmen's primeval essence were also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of shadows emerged from the woods. Lord Chang Shan-yin, we have arrived. Gu tribe's current tribe leader Gu Guang arrived with Gu tribe's Gu masters behind him. You came quite fast. Fang Yuan indifferently glanced at him with a profound meaning. Gu Guang seemed to be pierced by the profound light in Fang Yuan's eyes as he unconsciously lowered his head and thought with reverence. This is the true heroic nature of the Wolf King. I didn't think I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we immediately hurried over. People need to repay favors. Lord, you have helped our Gu tribe time and again. Lord's hatred is our Gu tribe's hatred too. Gu Guang immediately answered. It would not have been good for Fang Yuan to make a move at Gu tribe camp. Thus, he agreed to Yen tribe on the surface. After gathering all the wolves, he used a Gu worm to send a letter when they were halfway to the lake. When Gu Guang received the letter and read it, his face was immediately filled with shock and horror. Lord Chang Shan-yin wants to attack the whole Yen tribe? He could not help but cry out on the spot. Stabilizing his emotions, he continued reading and saw Fang Yuan's reason for it. It turned out that back then, Chang Shan-yin's mother had been secretly poisoned and Chang Shan-yin entered deep into poison grassland to search for the Gu worm that could detoxify the poison. On his way, he was ambushed by Hatu Gu and his group of experts. The whole matter was a sinister plot. It was due to internal conflict in Chang tribe and a move to suppress Chang Shan-yin. In Fang Yuan's past life, after Chang Shan-yin was saved by Ma Hongyun, he did not return to his tribe but instead joined Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, after Chang Shan-yin helped Ma Hongyun ascend to the position of Lord of the Imperial Court, he targeted Chang tribe, getting rid of all the Chang tribe higher-ups. He then became Chang tribe leader and took revenge for what happened back then. Now, Fang Yuan was using this reason to deal with Yen tribe and persuade Gu Guang. Gu tribe originally had ties of friendship with Chang tribe. When old Gu tribe leader had first met Fang Yuan, he had said that his second daughter was married in Chang tribe, but after Gu Guang read the letter, he immediately made a decision to stand with Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your rule. Fang Yuan lightly commented while sitting on a wolf, then waved his hand. You don't need to move in this battle. It will be enough for you guys to make a tight encirclement. Remember that every Yen tribe elder that we block means a higher chance of success when we attack Yen tribe camp. Yes, Junior shall listen to Wolf King's instruction. Go Guang agreed and brought the group of Gu masters to outside the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters coming over to reinforce Fang Yuan, Yen tribe Gu masters were shocked and furious. Go Guang, you despicable, shameless scoundrel! A Yen tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. Making our Yen tribe your enemy means you are going against young Master Lu Wenwu. None of you will have a good end. Another elder cursed. Go Guang sneered, his heart filled with disdain. Bringing out Lu tribe's name when their death was imminent. Was there any use? We cannot wait any longer. We need to charge and break through. Yen tribe elders realized the severity of the situation as they shouted with ashen expressions. Go! Yen tribesmen charged together, attempting to carve out a blood path. Pillfire Gu, Gold Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Thunderclap Gu, Fireclaw Gu and other Gu were activated one after another. Fire and snow continually shot out. Golden Silkworm turned into a light ray and charged. Blue Frost Breath was breathed out. Tornado caused havoc. Thunder rumbled in all directions. Flames formed into claws and attacked. Under this fierce assault from Yen tribe's Gu masters, Fang Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy injuries, but they moved forward unceasingly, coming waves after waves disregarding their death. These Gu masters might be experts among mortals, formed from rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fang Yuan maneuvered the wolf group while sitting on a wolf. He had Wolfman Soul, which made it a lot easier for him to maneuver these wolf group than when he had 100-man soul. It was as smooth as a wolf king personally commandeering them. Fang Yuan's expression did not change at the sight of the wolves dying like flies. He remained aloof and indifferent. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts. If they died, then so be it. There was no heartache over it. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to wear down these Gu masters' primeval essence would be a great beneficial deal. The weakness of these Yen tribe Gu masters was their low numbers. Although they were experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure of the battlefield. The battle was already in Fang Yuan's control and was moving in his intended direction. They simply did not have time to calm down and recover their primeval essence. Terrifying. There is actually such a fearsome wolf manipulation skill in this world, a Yen tribe's elder said with ashen face. Could it be that we are going to die like this? The aura of death was already pouncing upon them. Chong Shan Yin, by killing us, are you not afraid young Master Lu Wenwu would take revenge? An elder was hoping to pressure Fang Yuan. Charge, don't stop, Yen Tianji shouted. His voice had already become hoarse and his primeval essence was less than half of his total amount. It is time, Fang Yuan willed, as the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King brought over a dozen Night Wolf Thousand Beast Kings and entered the battle, blocking the Yen tribe Gu masters. Under the wolf group's attacks, Yen tribe suffered their first death. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled at the sky, crying like a wolf as his voice spread far and wide, increasing the wolf group's battle strength. Wolf Smoke Gu. Immediately after, he emitted dense smoke that engulfed the battlefield, healing the wolves' injuries. Yen tribe were shocked. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's face became pale and white. Earlier, Fang Yuan merely dispatched his wolves. Now that he joined in, he turned to advantage into a victory. Tens of hateful, frightened, furious, and icy gazes shot towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's stare, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he moved backwards with the hump wolf, pulling some distance from Yen tribe's gang. To prevent the beheading the leader tactic, Fang Yuan had many wolves around him. He even had a white-eyes wolf, although it had not matured yet. It still surpassed ordinary 100 wolf kings in terms of battle strength. Seeing Fang Yuan's movement, the trapped Gu masters felt their hearts sinking as their spirits dampened. They had a feeling of being captured by a demon, and had no way to escape. Time continued to pass. Yen tribe Gu masters seemed to have fallen into a swamp as they sank deeper as they struggled. Fang Yuan had used cannon fodder wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence. the effect was starting to show. Yen tribe elders died in battle one by one, as a sad and angry atmosphere took over the battlefield. Chong Shan In, I will not let you off even as a ghost, an elder screamed, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fong Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to be a ghost. Your soul will become fertilizer for Dang Hun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me alone if you dare. Yen tribe's battle hall elder screamed. Come, you coward, you chicken. He tried to provoke Fong Yuan, using the last drop of his primeval essence to charge at Fong Yuan for the final time. Fong Yuan looked at him expressionlessly. As he willed, the wolves charged over like a wave and ripped the battle hall elder to shreds even before he got near. As the wolves dispersed, his broken corpse remained on the ground. His bones were showing as blood poured out. His furious eyes were staring wide towards the air. Battle hall elder. Yen Tianji growled, his body was trembling. With the sacrifice of each elder, an intense pain assaulted his heart every time. He was turning numb from the anguish. Chong Shan In, you will die a painful death. In spite of being a righteous hero, you actually assaulted your comrades. You will not have a good ending. Young Master Lu Wenwu will take revenge for us. Yen Tianji's face was full of hatred, his expression twisting into an ugly sight. If it was possible, he would love to eat Fong Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. Humph! The curses of a loser is just like the whimpering of a dog before death. Entrusting your hopes of revenge to others, that is a weakling's mentality. Fong Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. As the night wolf myriad beast king burst out like a dark lightning, sending Yen Tianji flying. Yen Tianji's primeval essence was expended. After this blow, almost all his bones were broken. He was like a kite with its strings cut, flying far away and drawing an arc of red blood in the air. When he landed, his entire body was smashed as he no longer breathed. Lord! Gu Guang led a band of elders as he hurried over. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yen tribe's higher-ups were all exterminated. There was only one rank 3 elder left in Yen tribe camp. The letter Gu that Yen Tianji sent out was obstructed by us. Yen tribe has no idea what just happened now. It is a good time to assault them. Gu tribe's battle hall elder shouted. It is a pity that water demon Hao Ji Lu escaped. Lord Wolf King, do you think we should chase after water demon or take down Yen tribe camp? Gu Guang asked. Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. Of course we attack Yen tribe camp. A clam Gu spun its body as it dived in Crescent Lake rapidly. Swoosh! The clam drilled out of the water surface as its shells opened. Shoot out 2 people who were inside. They were a male and a female. The male was water demon Hao Ji Lu, and the female was Yen tribe's big missy Yen Chui heir. Huff huff huff. Hao Ji Lu's breathed roughly as he looked behind with lingering fear. He only relaxed after seeing there was no one chasing him. This was a floating island on Crescent Lake. When Hao Ji Lu was scouting the area, he chose this as his third route to escape. Wolf King Chong Shan In. Hao Ji Lu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anguish, fear, and shock were flashing in his eyes as he showed a complex expression. Until now, he had never faced such a huge loss. With rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he could roam northern plains freely. But today, he met Fong Yuan and felt an unprecedented weakness, helplessness, and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This is not even his peak condition. Back then, Chong Shan In could kill Hatu Gu, who was a realm higher than him, and exterminate the entire group of bandits. How great was his strength back then? Hao Ji Lu thought about this as he felt difficulty in breathing. Fong Yuan's wolf manipulation skills made him think of Zhang Baoye, Yang Po-ing, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, they would no longer be just 3 people, but it would be a contest among 4. Luckily, he did not have many water wolves with him. Otherwise, I would be dead meat today. Thinking of the dangerous scene when he escaped for his life, Hao Ji Lu felt a great fear. But why do I have the feeling that Chong Shan In purposely gave me a way out? Hao Ji Lu was a vigilant person. When he recalled the scene, he felt a sense of suspicion. A pity that Yen tribe's higher-ups were all killed by Changshan-in. I can no longer extort them. But forget about that, I have already obtained backwater battle goo. This trip was a success. Now, I should follow my original plan and escort this Yen tribe Missy to young Master He Lulan as a gift. Thinking so, Hao Ji Lu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard of Northern Plains, it was a huge challenge even for lone traveling demonic goo masters. But with the lack of resources, Hao Ji Lu wanted to use the Heroes' Assembly to join a certain force. If he was lucky enough to enter the Imperial Court, not only will Hao Ji Lu keep his life, his cultivation would even go a step further. There were a few favorite candidates in this contest to be the Lord of the Imperial Court. Hao Ji Lu thought about it and decided to bet on the most popular person, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous nature was known to all. If Hao Ji Lu gave Yen Chui heir to him, he would be handsomely rewarded. Yen Chui heir was not only beautiful like a flower, she also had a special identity, the fiancée of young Master Lu Wenwu. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's fiercest competitors in this contest for the Imperial Court, making your archenemy's fiancé part of your harem. This was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yen tribe was still around, this gift would be extremely importantly. Unfortunately, after Wolf King killed Yen tribe's higher-ups, he would definitely deal with Yen tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Ji Lu gave a mocking gaze at the dazed Yen Chui heir, whistling. He made fun of her. Little beauty, you have to thank me. If I did not save you, you would have died in the hands of Changshan-in. Yen Chui heir's thick brows moved as she seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? Humph, what meaning is there? Changshan-in killed your father and all the elders with him. He will definitely take over Yen tribe. The wolf group must be on their way to Yen tribe camp already. You were a young Missy, but now you're going to be alone soon. No, no way. Yen Chui heir shook her head, her expression was pale. She tried her best to deny it, but her logic told her that Hao Ji Lu's conjecture was accurate. Changshan-in is a great righteous hero. How could he do something like this? She refused to face such a cruel reality. Her tears fell like pearls as they flowed down her cheeks, onto the ground. The crying of a beauty, the weeping of a lady, it was a painful scene. Righteous hero? Hao Ji Lu sneered. Sometimes, righteous heroes are more terrifying than us demonic path cultivators. I only kidnapped you and extorted your tribe, but when Changshan-in strikes, he would destroy and devour your tribe. The worst thing is, he has a proper reason to do so, claiming he is taking revenge. He is the ultimate victor. Once Yen tribe is gone, who can rebuke him? Humph. This is the truth of this dog's hit world. Yen Chui heir was in shock as she listened. Suddenly she kneeled on the ground as she grabbed Hao Ji Lu's pants, begging, Please, please save my Yen tribe. My father's letter goo were all blocked. Yen tribe is without a leader now, and have no clue what is coming. They don't know the danger waiting for them. The world was wondrous and cruel. Yen Chui heir had never thought that one day she would kneel down on the ground and beg the enemy she had hated the most. My father is dead. I am Yen tribe's next leader. Hao Ji Lu, help me. Send a letter for me and inform them. As long as Yen tribe remains, I am Yen tribe leader. I can decide on this and make you Yen tribe's external elder. All of our resources will be yours to use. Yen Chui heir gave her side of the deal. The words made Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart jump. External elder? Yen tribe's resources? It was a good suggestion, but when Fong Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji Lu's mind, he shuddered. Humph! You dare to tempt me? His expression changed as he gave Yen Chui heir a tight slap. Yen Chui heir grabbed her face as her tears fell, completely stunned by this as she looked at Hao Ji Lu blankly. Don't worry, I have already found a good partner for you. Hao Ji Lu laughed as he grabbed Yen Chui heir, tossing her into the clam goo. The large clam's shells closed, as Hao Ji Lu stepped on the water surface, giving the shore one last look. At Yen tribe camp's position, there were huge fires as smoke rose into the air. Yen tribe is finished. Hao Ji Lu was gloating, but he also felt a chill in his heart. This world worked on the survival of the fittest. There is one mountain higher than a mountain, and a person stronger than another person. Yen tribe was a huge force to him, but to Changshan-in it was just a plump, juicy meat. In the following competition for the imperial court, Northern Plains will definitely be shook as heroes and conquerors arise. I wonder how many people will lose their lives? How Ji Lu sighed and exclaimed as he traveled west on the large clam. In the fire of war that spread everywhere, the wolf group surged forward with craze. The attack on Yen tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yen tribe's Gu masters were experts at defense, but because of the successful ambush and there being no leader, the Yen tribe camp was already ruined beyond recognition by now. There were broken walls everywhere along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on, we need to hold on. In the center of the camp, the remaining forces of Yen tribe stubbornly resisted. However, the wolf group surged forward with no end, and the whole defense line was already on the verge of collapse. Kill these invaders. Despicable Gu tribe. I curse your entire clan to perish. Besides these curses, there were also the weeping of the old and feeble, the women and the children. Seeing their family and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yen tribesmen squeezed out every bit of strength they could muster. In their hearts, a thought kept them going, telling them to hold up their defense, that they must defend. Behind them were their wives, children, and their parents. If they could not resist, then all their relatives would end up in the wolves' mouths. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the battle line and charged into the depths of the formation. "Nu! Careful! Get away!" The Gu masters at the front line roared with fury in their eyes, but it was already too late for them to rescue anyone. They could only stare as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and started slaughtering the old, feeble, women and children. "Bastard! You are looking for death." At this time, a seriously injured Gu master who was lying on the ground with just one hand and one leg remaining, jumped up with a strength that God knew where it came from and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The 1,000 Wolf King bit his waist and almost severed him into two. The Gu master foamed from his mouth and gave a desperate yet satisfied smile. He fiercely clenched the wolf's head and roared, "Evil beast, die with me." With that, he self-destructed. Blood splashed everywhere and the 1,000 Beast King also died with him. The encircling Gu tribesmen all saw this scene. Someone sighed, "Yen tribe's sons are so brave." Fang Yuan lightly nodded. Although Yen tribe did not show initiative, they were experts at defense and were extremely united. In this invasion, the number of wolves that died were truly beyond his original estimation. However, Fang Yuan did not feel any pain and snorted. What is the use even if they were to be more brave? Those defeated usually have no hope of reprieve. This is the cruelty of the struggle for imperial court. Okay, this is enough. Go ask them to surrender. These words caused the Gu tribe's Gu masters to feel a chill. If they were ever to be defeated, their tribe would be at the same state as the Yen tribe before them. However, when their gaze landed on Fang Yuan, their heart relaxed. With the Wolf King beside us, our Gu tribe has a great tree to lean on. We still need to rely on the Wolf King to lead us. The intense and fierce battlefield gradually quietened. The wolf group stopped their offense and slowly retreated, opening up a path. A Gu tribe elder moved through the path and appeared before Yen tribesmen. "Yen tribesmen, surrender." The Gu tribe elder shouted loudly, "Northern Plains elites are those who can adapt to circumstances." "Bullshit. I shall never surrender to you shameless sneak attackers. Come, just cut my head off." Yen tribe's descendants would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters roared furiously, but there were also some whose gaze loosened and showed hesitation. The Gu tribe elder sneered, "If you don't surrender, we won't lose anything in killing you all. But shouldn't you consider your wives and children behind you? They will die a cruel death just because of your stubborn resistance. You will be the ones who harmed them." These words caused the Yen tribe's remnant forces to quieten. The chilly wind blew across everyone's faces. Those Yen tribe's Gu masters who had been roaring furiously had a sluggish expression now. They looked back and their expressions turned soft. Only the Yen tribe elder felt extreme hatred towards Gu tribe's psychological tactics when he sensed everyone's fighting spirit crumbling. However, this discontent, when it reached his mouth, turned into a sigh. Under everyone's gazes, he walked forward and said forcibly, "Our Yen tribe surrenders. Lord, Lord Elder." Yen tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some couldn't believe it, some wept with grief, and some felt relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters also rejoiced. Victory, victory! The situation is set. We have annexed Yen tribe. They were both at the same place, but their situation was as different as cloud was from mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang also had a joy he could hardly contain on his face. Considering their strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but they were able to swallow this big force in one move. As long as we digest these war spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, even surpassing the strength we had back at Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shan Yin. Gu Guang could not help looking at Fang Yuan when he thought of this. Truthfully, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter, but this hesitation was only for an instant before it turned into resolution. The fact had proved his choice was a correct one. If I had refused the Wolf King back then, I'm afraid our Gu tribe would have had the same ending as the Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level. Fang Yuan sized up the whole Yen tribe camp from above the hump wolf. There were broken debris everywhere. Fire still lingered, corpses littered the place, and blood dyed the ground red. All the Yen tribesmen who were hiding were searched and arrested. Yen tribe's Gu masters were tied with manacles and leg irons, their Gu worms seized and their primeval essence locked as they were taken as captives and were strictly watched. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil. He had seen such situations many times. In the Great Battle of 5 Regions in his previous life, the situation had been much more bitter and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is annihilated, next is the heroes' assembly. Before this, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land once, if my luck is good. 3 days later, it was a night where many stars filled the sky. Fang Yuan led the wolf group and came upon a remote area. He first used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to communicate with Little Hu Immortal, then used Stargate Gu to return back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wolves entered with him. These wolves were either injured or old with weak battle strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu Master's only choice, in this case, would be to sacrifice them as cannon fodder in battle to stop them from consuming more rations. However, Fang Yuan possessed a blessed land and thus had a better option. That was to breed them. These wild wolves can reproduce at the blessed land, and several months later, they should be able to give birth to wolf cubs. Fang Yuan moved this wolf group to the western part of the blessed land. In this world, the wild beasts' ability to reproduce were very strong. Adding on to the Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 6 times faster time flow than northern plains, Fang Yuan's troops would from now on be self-replenished. With this, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's western part became the wolf group's farming land. The northern part was almost completely cut off by Fang Yuan. Eastern part was covered with dark clouds along with tens of lakes which filled the air with moisture, and the southern part was the Stoneman's homeland. In the center was Danghun Mountain, which was gradually dying after being struck by Gruel Mud Gu. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Come take a look. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy at seeing Fang Yuan again, and dragged Fang Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up, Little Hu Immortal said with a delicate voice. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky and saw a large expanse of light blue color clouds. Threads of starlight shone down like a dreamy gauze and shook gently with the breeze. The scene was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of a painting. Fang Yuan looked carefully and discovered these clouds were not originally blue color, but rather a large number of star fragment grass were planted on them. Star fragment grass were deep blue in color, and starlight fireflies fluttered among the grass, shining with specks of light. Moreover, among the starlight fireflies were starlight firefly Gu that blossomed with true starlight radiance. Not bad, Fang Yuan evaluated. Little Who Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, rubbing her small head against Fong Yuan's hand and said with her delicate voice, "Master, pat me." Fong Yuan lightly smiled and rubbed Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's long snowy tail immediately curled. The two furry ears on her head also lowered gently, and her face reddened in happiness. Fong Yuan had bought many star fragment grass from Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, the grass was extremely peculiar and could not be planted on any mortal soil, only on clouds. When they had transacted, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested Fong Yuan to buy cloud soil to raise star fragment grass. But Fong Yuan did not take her suggestion because there were enormous scale of dark clouds in Who Immortal blessed land. These dark clouds were created from the water and fire collision, when Fong Yuan eradicated the earthly calamities effects. The dark clouds did not dissipate and covered the eastern part of Who Immortal blessed land, and was a problem that was neither big nor small. It had been obstructing light for a long time and was affecting the whole eastern part's ecology. However, now Fong Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass and turned this calamity into fortune. Not only was it making use of trash, but it also saved Fong Yuan a lot of expenses in buying large amounts of cloud soil. At present, large plots of star fragment grass were already growing on the dark clouds. The starlight firefly worms lived among them, filling the whole eastern land with beautiful starlight. As long as I properly cultivate these star fragment grass, there will be guarantee in the reproduction of the starlight firefly worms. In future, there will be much more starlight firefly goo to use. If the cultivation raises to an optimum level and there is a surplus of starlight firefly goo, I can put them at Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell. In the Battle of 5 Great Regions, starlight firefly worms will be one of the goo worms with most demand. Fong Yuan slightly looked forward to the beautiful future, before returning to Danghun Mountain with Little Who Immortal. Standing at the peak of the mountain, he grabbed the soul burial toad goo. When he besieged Yen tribe's higher-ups and during the whole process of attacking Yen tribe camp, he had been using the soul burial toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He released all the souls from the soul burial toad. These pitiful souls had just exited when they were shaken up by the mystical power of Danghun Mountain, and were turned into the purest nutrient, nourishing the whole Danghun Mountain. Tomorrow, Danghun Mountain will again be filled with guts goo. Fong Yuan nodded his head with satisfaction. Gathering large numbers of souls was one of the reasons why he killed Yen tribe. Tonight, it is time for me to break through to rank 5. Fong Yuan's cultivation did not receive any suppression when he got back to Who Immortal blessed land. He was at true rank 4 peak stage. He had already stayed at rank 4 peak stage for a long time, and with his current A-grade aptitude, it was time to challenge the boundaries of rank 5 realm. Rumble, the 90% primeval sea in the aperture surged with high waves, and true gold primeval essence shone brightly on the aperture walls. The aperture walls were also extraordinary, sparkling and clear like crystals, containing life force in them. This was the crystal membrane of rank 4 peak stage realm. Waves continually surged, reaching towards the sky. Then they crashed towards the crystal membrane wave after waves. At first, the crystal membrane was like the reef of a sea, being unmovable. But it gradually became unable to endure the fierce waves and cracks started appearing. As time passed, bigger cracks appeared. The primeval sea slowly reduced, while the crystal membrane was full of cracks and appeared extremely fragile. However, there was still a little distance left from breakthrough. Fong Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed with both his eyes closed, and almost all his attention was on the aperture. He possessed 90% aptitude, which was classified as a grade, and also had very deep accumulation. He could break through to rank 5 realm just by relying on his own strength. Right now, there was about 20% left of the primeval sea. The sea waves had also weakened and was getting to the point of being tranquil. But suddenly, as if it was accumulating its strength, a huge wave erupted out of the true gold primeval sea. This wave was fierce and majestic, surpassing any of the waves from before. It was like a tsunami, soaring up and then fiercely smashing towards the aperture walls. Boom! A soft sound echoed, and the aperture walls were finally unable to bear the pressure. They were smashed into pieces by this enormous wave. The shattered fragments of the crystal aperture walls were like a broken ice mountain, and as they fell into the sea they turned into pure essence before slowly melting down. After a while, the fragments on the crystal walls had all fallen down, leaving behind a light membrane that covered everything. The light membrane was dazzling with very powerful aura, far surpassing the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. This was the appearance of a true rank 5 initial stage. Following it, a trace of light purple primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Rank 1 goo masters had green copper primeval essence. Rank 2 had red iron primeval essence. Rank 3 had white silver primeval essence. Rank 4 had yellow gold primeval essence, and rank 5 was purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a thread of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From now on, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Since my rebirth, I have wandered around everywhere, drifting miserably. Yet now I am finally a rank 5 goo master. Inside Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed with joy. Rank 5 goo masters were the lords in this mortal world, the true peak stage. Those who could cultivate to this stage were not even 1 in 10,000. If it were others, they might have already become wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced this in his previous life. Right now, rather than ecstasy, what he felt was joy towards his future prospects. Compared to my previous life, being able to enter rank 5 at such a young age is truly a success. Fang Yuan was only 30 and so at present. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was a performance that would only be seen in the absolute top geniuses of the 5 great regions. But rank 5 is not my end point. It is only a starting point. Next, I need to once again advance to Goo Immortal. Those genius Goo masters would feel some hesitation when they talked about charging to Goo Immortal realm. However, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences. Thus he had plenty of confidence in advancing to Goo Immortal realm. After becoming a Goo Immortal, the deadly crisis from Spring-Autumn Cicada can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada. Since this rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had fallen into deep hibernation, continually absorbing the water from River of Time and recuperating. Right now, it had already mostly recovered and a faint pressure was filling Fang Yuan's aperture. For a long time now, Spring-Autumn Cicada was like a guillotine hovering above Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this enormous guillotine would move closer towards his neck. Spring-Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan an enormous death threat, forcing him to risk dangers and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only by reaching the rank 6 Goo Immortal realm could Fang Yuan's aperture be able to store Spring-Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and leisure, and not be so repressed like now. Light purple primeval essence continually appeared in the aperture, settling down below the remaining gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan gathered his concentration and slowly stood up, walking out of this secret room and into another room. There were several large vats in this room. There was green liquid in the vats and a purple crystal relic goo was floating on each liquid. There were 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them had been purchased by Fang Yuan or Little Hu Immortal from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 goo master's cultivation. Fang Yuan had paid a considerable price for them. Fang Yuan only required 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak stage. But right now he looked at the vats with various liquids. One vat had muddy green liquid. Another had a mixture of green and yellow. And the purple crystal relic goo on 2 of the vats had tiny purple-black hair growing out of them. The remaining 2 vats had clear green liquid with no change. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was able to conjecture something wrong with these relic goo. Among the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 vats of green liquid, only 2 could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo from the clear green liquid and used them. Using 2 relic goo, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage realm. Fang Yuan again took out 2 purple crystal relic goo whose bodies were filled with tiny hairs, and repeatedly used them. The two relic goo's strength combined and was able to raise his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing an enormous jump. Moreover, relic goo had no side effects and would not cause his foundation to weaken. Goo Master's cultivation was extremely focused on resources. As long as there were enough resources, cultivation could make rapid progress. Theoretically, as long as one had sufficient relic goo, a Goo Master's cultivation could advance in a lightning speed. But in reality, extremely few Goo Masters did this. One reason was that relic goo could only raise a Goo Master's cultivation by a small realm. Every great realm required the Goo Masters to break through by themselves. It was extremely easy to raise cultivation with enough relic goo, but this would instead cause normal Goo Masters to be reliant on them, and breaking through a great realm would become much harder. Second, higher realm did not represent everything. To survive in this cruel world, one still needed planning, wisdom, opportunity, experience, and training. A sudden increase in strength without the knowledge to control it was like an infant brandishing a broadsword. They could injure somebody and injure themselves. Third, relic goo were extremely expensive. Few Goo Masters could enjoy advancing so lavishly. Even if a Goo Immortal's descendants could enjoy such treatment, their elders would not allow them to be so spoiled. Finally, there was an even more important point, and that was aptitude. Without good aptitude, relic goo would have no use even if there were more of it. Fang Yuan could smoothly advance to rank 5 because of his experience and also the great help from a great aptitude. Fang Yuan might be the only one who could use relic goo like this repeatedly to sharply raise his cultivation. If it were other rank 5 Goo Masters, even if they were geniuses from the Shang House clan, they would still have to follow the prescribed order. After all, a Goo Master's cultivation still required long training of goo worms. High cultivation could not directly indicate the battle strength. It was no more than making oneself look like a fat target. Previous life experiences were Fang Yuan's great wealth that allowed him to smoothly control this burst of strength. Unknowingly, a night had already passed while dashing through the cultivation levels. Fang Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace and onto Danghan Mountain. Just like he expected, many guts goo had grown on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and crouched, casually kneading one, but it was only a pile of yellow mud. Even since Danghun Mountain was struck by immortal goo gruel mud, it gradually began to die and a part of the guts goo created on it would become yellow paste. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he had already expected this. He again pinched 7 to 8 guts goo. But in this process he only got 2 good guts goo. Using their strength, his wolfman soul slightly strengthened once more. The immortal goo gruel mud strength has already invaded deep. I remember that 4 to 5 guts goo would be intact out of 10. Now only 3 or 4 are good. Fang Yuan sighed. Although these yellow mud were all gruel mud and could be sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven. But compared to the guts goo, the difference in worth was as different as night and day, and was an enormous loss. Fortunately, all these guts goo belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless, with their enormous numbers it was still enough for Fang Yuan's soul to progress greatly. Now, I am at rank 5 peak stage and the next step would be to attack the Goo Immortal realm. But this matter is quite difficult and I need many preparations and attempt it slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicadas pressure had greatly resolved. The urgent matter was to rescue Danghun Mountain. Though Danghun Mountain was dying, saving it would be a great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation, even after he advanced to Goo Immortal realm. After completely cleaning off all the guts goo on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Danghun Palace again and collaborated with Little Hu Immortal to activate connecting heaven goo. Wave after waves of divine sense were mutually tangling up in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Just after they opened connecting heaven goo, a large divine sense rushed was transmitted to Little Hu Immortal, asking about the price of gruel mud. Fang Yuan had sold great amounts of gruel mud, and this attracted many Goo Immortals' interest. Using these gruel mud for the immortal goo recipe, one could refine the immortal goo gruel mud. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In this environment where immortal goo were scarce, Gu Immortals scrabbled madly for Fong Yuan's gruel mud. As for these gruel mud, Fong Yuan's price was Immortal Gu Gruel Mud's recipe. Originally, these Gu Immortals brought incomparably damaged remnant recipes that did not have even 10 feet of treasure light. But after a few days, the recipes these Gu Immortals brought out had already reached a treasure light of 30 to 40 feet. Fong Yuan still kept on disregarding them. He had large amounts of gruel mud to sell. In fact, none of the gruel mud recipes that appeared nowadays could satisfy him. Connecting heaven Gu inlaid itself in the air. Figures of wolves flashed past one after another in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene fixed itself on a turtleback myriad wolf king. Turtleback wolves possessed broad physique. Their whole body was dark green and they had dark blue eyes. Every turtleback wolf had shell like that of a turtle. This shell was very heavy and about 1/3 of a turtleback wolf's weight was due to it. Apart from defensive purpose, it could also store nutrition just like camels. This species had the strongest defense among the wolves. And the myriad beast wolf king that showed on connecting heaven Gu was no doubt even more enormous, being 10 times larger than ordinary turtleback wolves. Its turtleback was towering high. The strong shell shone with bronze color, giving a feeling of abundant strength and power. The scale of the wolf group I have is close to 30,000. They can mainly be divided into 3 wolf groups: turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. There are around 10,000 wolves in each group. Besides them, there are also few poison-beard wolves which were obtained from the poisonous grassland. There are also over 100 water wolves which I bought because of White Eyes Wolf. Originally, Fong Yuan had over 30,000 wolves. But after several battles, the loss accumulated and now he only had around 27,000. After he sent the old, weak, and injured wolves sent to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves left was less than 25,000. Thus, they needed to be replenished. If ordinary enslavement path Gu masters wanted to replenish their beast group, they would need to organize a group to hunt, requiring much effort and time. Moreover, they could not take in too big of a beast group. Fong Yuan, however, after possessing connecting heaven Gu, was like standing on a Gu Immortal's shoulder. He had one more option than ordinary Gu masters. That is to purchase the beast groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Most blessed lands would breed wild beasts. However, when the beast population increased a lot, they would influence the ecology of the blessed lands, and the Gu Immortals that controlled the blessed lands would put them for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Like this, not only could it reduce the pressure on the blessed land, it could also provide some revenue. Similarly, many Gu Immortals who wanted to nurture the blessed land and replenish the ecology would purchase some beasts to breed in their blessed lands. Thus, transactions of beast groups was extremely common in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were many dazzling lineups of wolf groups put for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Northern Plains night wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, poison-beard wolves, turtleback wolves. Southern borders lightning wolves, azure wolves, blood wolves, two-headed wolves. Western desert silk wolves, pearl wolves, sand wolves, tyrant wolves. Eastern seas ink wolves, greed wolves, red wolves, goldback wolves. Central continent's white eyes wolves, star wolves, color wolves, blood wolves. The wolves put for sale were not only common wild beasts, but also mutated beasts like white eyes wolves, tyrant wolves, and greed wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves which had battle strength comparable to Gu Immortals. But Fong Yuan knew there was a desolate beast peach wolf in Langya Blessed Land. Among the 3 greatest wolf groups I have, only Night Wolf Group has a myriad beast king. If my wind wolves and turtleback wolves also had myriad beast kings to unite them, I would not need to control the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. It will greatly reduce the burden when I command them. By reducing the burden on my soul, I can then take in even more wolf groups. Fong Yuan did not intend to replace the wolf groups. That would be a superfluous move. He decided to strengthen the wolf group on him. Little Hu Immortal sent the divine sense for him and inquired the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The Gu Immortal who put it for sale called himself South Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of blowpipe grass. Blowpipe grass was the specialty of northern plains. Every grass looked like an erect long pipe. When wind blew, The wind would enter the small holes on the grass and produce pleasant pipe sounds. Blowpipe grass was a common material used in goo refinement. At the same time, a large expanse of blowpipe grass would slowly give birth to some sound path and would path goo worms. Fang Yuan did not have any blowpipe grass, and although he knew their location, this season was not the time for them to grow, and they were all just seeds buried under the earth. Fang Yuan knew this situation, but did not give up and made Little Hu Immortal ask and see if he accepts immortal essence stones. Little Hu Immortal conveyed with her divine sense, and after communicating for a moment, she reported, "Master, he says he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he is asking for 2 immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan scoffed. This was a very expensive price. Immortal essence stones were very precious. Turtleback wolves were no more than ordinary wild beasts, but transactions required the process of bargaining. After some haggling, Fang Yuan used an immortal essence stones to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves and 1 turtleback myriad wolf king from South Sea Turtle Immortal. After the transaction was finished, Fang Yuan bought another 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He replenished 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. Altogether, he spent 2.5 immortal essence stones. It was not over yet. The wolf groups entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, bringing a grim ordeal to the original ecology and causing many effects. To say the least, Fang Yuan needed to provide enough food to these wolf groups, otherwise these wolves would starve to death because of insufficient food. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts like rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food sources of fox groups. Hu Immortal had cultivated large numbers of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, gold foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox groups had suffered disastrous damage in the 6th earthly calamity, but a number were still preserved. After many years of recuperation, they would also gradually grow into a large scale and recover some of their strength. If there were insufficient food, the wolf groups and fox groups were bound to hunt each other and create an extremely severe internal friction. The losses would be more than profits. Fang Yuan bought food for these fox groups and wolf groups: golden koi, blue jade carp, fat mudfish, which would be good. There are actually fish rows of air bubble fish. Just as Fang Yuan was about to choose one, he accidentally discovered a Goo Immortal was selling fish rows of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. However, air bubble fish's fish rows had attracted some Goo Immortal's attention, causing there to be a price competition. Fang Yuan made prompt decision and raised the price to 1 immortal essence stone. There are just over 20,000 fish rows. Someone is actually paying 1 immortal essence stone. This person is mad. Even if they are bred, there would only be around 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, but they are only worth less than 1 immortal essence stone. Goo Immortals transmitted divine sense containing their ridicule and contempt. Air bubble fish were difficult to incubate, with only around 30% chance of survival rate. To them, the price Fang Yuan was paying was too high. If my memory is not wrong, 2 Goo Immortals would fight over the air bubble sea at the end of this year. The intense poison would invade into the whole air bubble sea and turn it into a death zone. At that time, air bubble fish's price would sharply rise to over 10-folds. Fang Yuan sneered after obtaining these fish rows. Those able to become Goo Immortals were no doubt giants among men and great geniuses. Excluding some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most of the Goo Immortals were those with great experiences and wisdom. If Fang Yuan had not started out with such a high price, it would be extremely difficult for him to get these fish rows. In future, when the Battle of 5 Regions break out, this air bubble fish's price would increase to 100-folds of now. Air bubble fish were the specialty of Eastern Sea. They were quite peculiar with translucent and round belly, like a round and glossy air bubble. 2 dark sesame seeds seemed to be sewed in front of the air bubble. They were its eyes. The fins and tail were very small, giving it very weak movement power. Air bubble fish were different from other fishes. Its movement style was to move by rising and falling. When they were in danger, they would often float out of the surface of the water to the air, to hide from their enemies. Some mature air bubble fish could even keep staying at the air throughout the year without needing to enter the water, eating the tiny insects in the air as their food. The greatest use of the air bubble fish was to increase the production of goo worms. The worms air bubble fish devoured would be protected and nourished in its belly, gradually evolving into a goo. Then they would pierce out of the belly and fly away. Because it could increase the rate of goo worms creation, air bubble fish became a product sought out by all goo immortals during the Battle of the Five Regions. These air bubble fish needs to be slowly raised. Although they only have 30% survival rate, they just need to be carefully tended to. Dozens of years later, they would reach a scale where they can be self-sufficient. 100 years later, they would reach at least 50,000 in numbers. And same as starlight firefly goo, it will be a highly demanded good in the Battle of Five Regions. The fish rows of air bubble fish were an unexpected harvest, and could be considered a small pleasant surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose fat mudfish. Although fat mudfish are the easiest to raise, but they will eat the fish rows of air bubble fish. They can even eat mud to fill their stomach when they are hungry. Comparatively speaking, between gold koi and blue jade carps, one eats gold as food and another eats gemstones. Both have no interest towards the fish rows of air bubble fish. Feng Yuan did not lack gold and gemstones because there was a large group of rockmen in who Immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived underground and ate soil as their food. After a long time, all kinds of gold, gemstones, and so on would form on their body. However, gold has a harmful influence on the reproduction of air bubble fish and can decrease the reproduction rate. The mild gemstones, however, have no such disadvantages, so I shall choose blue jade carps. Feng Yuan pondered and finally decided upon the fish species. In his previous life of 500 years, he had also managed a blessed land. And because of many setbacks he had experienced then, he could now make the most sensible choices. After obtaining blue jade carps, the water wolf's food problem was solved. Feng Yuan then bought a large numbers of pink rabbit and ironshell flowers as food for night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. And because of poison beard wolves, Feng Yuan also chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs had a high reproduction rate and could eat both meat and grass. They were also put in the eastern part of the Blessed Land. Finally, Feng Yuan bought many goo worms and large numbers of goo refinement materials. He spent altogether 8 immortal essence stones and hundreds of thousands of primeval stones. At once, 8 immortal essence stones have been spent. Feng Yuan would not feel any heartache at common primeval stones, but he still cared about immortal essence stones. Previously, he had sold many remnant recipes and obtained 28 immortal essence stones. Now only 20 remained. I can still sell the remnant recipes with me, but the more they are sold, the cheaper they will get. I lack means for getting profits. As for the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo, they would only show results after 100 years. I need to use these remaining immortal essence stones carefully. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh. He handed connecting heaven goo to Little Who Immortal and let her be in charge of dealing with the residents and various other works regarding wolf groups, fish groups, ironshell flowers, and air bubble fish rows. Feng Yuan entered Danghun Palace and used the materials he bought to refine goo. After 1 day and 1 night, Feng Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace with an exhausted expression. He came to Danghun Mountain. Many guts goo had been created again during this period of time, but the quantity was half of the first time. Feng Yuan pinched some of them. Most were of no use because of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud's powers. But Feng Yuan had slaughtered Yen tribe. After collecting many souls, there were a lot of guts goo. Relying on this enormous number, Feng Yuan's soul managed to advance by a lot. My current soul strength is over 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a large gap to 1,000-man soul. Feng Yuan closed his eyes for a while before opening them again with a slightly happy expression. This progress was quite big. If it were normal goo masters, they would require 10 years or more to accumulate such results. But because of Guts Goo's help, Feng Yuan could easily accomplish this feat in less than half a day. No wonder Danghun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Among the things in my possession, Danghun Mountain's value is only lower to Spring Autumn Cicada. No matter what, I can't let it die. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once commented that Soul Path Gu Masters had two great sacred lands in this world. One was Danghun Mountain to strengthen the soul. Another was Luopa Valley to refine soul. Soul needed to be strengthened and also required to be refined. Fong Yuan used Guts Gu to rapidly strengthen his soul. But he did not have Luopa Valley to refine his soul. Thus he could only use Wolf Soul Gu instead. Wolf Soul Gu could transform a Gu Master's soul into Wolfman's soul, having the effect of refining soul. Guts Gu's production continued to drop. By the third time, Fong Yuan only used 1 hour to pluck them all. Most of the Guts Gu had become mud paste, and relying on the small portion of intact Guts Gu, Fong Yuan strengthened his soul to 6 times. Little Hu Immortal was busy with her work. The Stargate Gu was once again activated and Fong Yuan returned to Northern Plains. The moment he stepped out of the Stargate, Fong Yuan's first sight was the loyal guarding wolf group that surrounded the area. The Stargate was connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fong Yuan sent poison beard wolves and water wolves to the Blessed Land while bringing Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished the 3 wolf groups, raising the scale of the wolf group to 60,000. Fong Yuan did not immediately return to Gu Tribe. Instead, he picked up a half-finished product and began to refine Gu. After spending a long while, when the first rays of sunlight shone on Crescent Lake, he obtained rank 5 Breath Concealment Gu. The heaven and earth of the 5 regions were different. Whether it were Gu Worms or Gu Masters, once they went into other regions, they would be suppressed. But different from Gu Worms, human is the spirit of all living beings and had great intelligence and adaptability. As long as a few years went by, Gu Masters could completely adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of the region, no longer facing suppression. And for the Gu Worms to not be suppressed, Fong Yuan refined the Gu at Northern Plains. No matter where the materials were from or whatever Gu Worms were used, the moment the Gu refinement was completed, the new rank 5 Breath Concealment Gu was born in Northern Plains and obtained Northern Plains recognition, not suffering from the suppression. Back then, Fong Yuan had obtained rank 2 Breath Concealment Gu in Ziyu Mountain. By refining and ranking up this Gu Worm, the rank 5 Breath Concealment Gu was finally formed. At rank 5, Breath Concealment Gu did not have any huge changes, was still like a purple exquisite tree leaf. It was just that the purple was deeper in color and even had a slight metallic luster. After using the Breath Concealment Gu to hide his cultivation back to rank 4 middle stage, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now at rank 5 peak stage, and even after suffering the suppression in Northern Plains, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. If he returned to Gu Tribe like this, it was sure to attract suspicion. At the same time, if one day, a portion of the suppression lifts and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would result in conjectures and doubts. Breath Concealment Gu could prevent such an accident. Fong Yuan returned to Gu Tribe with the wolf group. As expected, the Gu tribesmen were shocked and pleasantly surprised. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was also a place filled with spirituality and many beast groups gathered around it. It was not difficult to explain how Fong Yuan gained such a bountiful harvest. Fong Yuan placed a part of the wolf group inside the camp and another group outside, letting them move about. When he returned to the giant lizard house Gu tribe leader Gu Guang immediately came over to pay respects, bringing 2 letters with him. Congratulations to Lord for gaining a huge increase in strength after this hunt. Gu Guang had 2 dark circles under his eyes. His face, however, had a joyous expression. Throughout this day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with Gu tribe elders, gathering the goods and dealing with those who surrendered. He was so busy that he had no time to sleep. Looking at Gu tribe's strength expand in his hands, Gu Guang was very excited, causing his respect towards Chang Shan Yin to deepen by another layer. He understood clearly that without Chang Shan Yin, this day would not have come for Gu tribe. My luck was quite good and I had some gains. Fong Yuan sat on the seat and lightly nodded at Gu Guang. His strength increase did not end with the wolf groups. His cultivation and soul also had huge advancement. Gu Guang and the rest would be terrified if they knew. At Langya Blessed Land, Fong Yuan had used up 1 chance to refine Immortal Gu and obtain Stargate Gu, thus causing his inactive chessboard to become alive again. Fang Yuan's strength progressed at an unimaginable speed every time he entered Hu Immortal blessed land. Everyone would find it hard to believe such rapid progress. However, it was also very reasonable when one carefully looked. Fang Yuan possessed a blessed land. He was growing using the foundation of a Gu Immortal. The difference between immortals and mortals were as different as night and day. Adding in his 500 years of experience that allowed him to absorb the rapid increase in strength, he could grow smoothly without facing any issues. Fang Yuan had been risking his life, like walking on a tightrope in between cliffs to obtain these enormous wealth that changed into deep accumulation. Finally, the accumulation was changing into explosive growth in strength. Lord, by devouring Yen tribe we have obtained a total of over 634,000 primeval stones. 1 rank 5 Gu, 27 rank 4 Gu and many rank 3, rank 2 and rank 1 Gu. Besides them, there are over 2,000 Gu refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves and many big stomach horses. Lizard house Gu numbers to thousands, hundreds of mushroom Gu, and the number of captives are over 7,000, Gu Guang excitedly reported. Fang Yuan quietly listened, because he had taken down Yen tribe's higher-ups in one move and also due to the surprise attack, Gu tribe was able to receive huge benefits, especially the amount of captives. It was unexpectedly over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters who wanted to surrender. After Gu tribe incorporated them, the tribe's strength had increased by over twofold. Lord, this is the inventory list after calculating. Please take a look. You can take anything you want. Gu Guang respectfully handed Fang Yuan a list. To Fang Yuan, these resources were instead not essential. He had Hu Immortal blessed land now. The appeal of primeval stones to him had fallen down to the abyss. The days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones on Qing Mao Mountain had already left him. He lacked immortal essence stones, the more he had the better. Unfortunately, Yen tribe did not have a Gu Immortal, so how could they have immortal essence stones? The reason why Fang Yuan assisted Gu tribe was to have a chess piece, to act as a shield for him so that he could meddle in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Changshan in prematurely. The longer he managed the tribe, the more use it would have for him in the Battle of 5 Regions. According to the rules of the grassland, the half of these spoils are all mine. But these things are not suited for me, so I shall leave them with Gu tribe. Fang Yuan gave back the list to Gu Guang. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang promptly replied. My wolf groups will be fed by your tribe. Account for the expenses using my share of the spoils. Fang Yuan added. Gu Guang, however, shook his head and said with sincerity, Lord, the reason our Gu tribe can have this day is all because of you. How could I, Gu Guang, be a person who doesn't know favors? Feeding the wolf groups is our Gu tribe's responsibility. There is no need for Lord to spend your wealth. I understand deeply that my abilities are not enough to manage the whole Gu tribe. I hope Senior can guide and give me pointers in the coming days. He. Fang Yuan laughed and took a deep glance at Gu Guang. This young man before him could be considered to have some experience now. Although he had only held the tribe leader position for a short time, he had experienced trials and wandered in between life and death. He took risks and thus progressed rapidly. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment and it was not easy to live. And precisely so, heroes emerged in large numbers and endlessly. Gu Guang, you are pretty good. In that case, I shall become Gu tribe's external elder. Gu Guang's whole body shook before wild joy emerged in his face. He promptly kneeled on the ground. Junior is presumptuous and sincerely requests Senior to become the supreme elder of Gu tribe. Supreme elder? Fang Yuan muttered. Gu Guang raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. He knew Gu tribe's current great situation was closely related to Changshan Yin. That is the only way they can move stably and far, while obtaining the most benefits. If Changshan Yin was not around, just relying on his rank 3 cultivation would not be enough to suppress the expanding Gu tribe. All right, I shall accept it. Fang Yuan agreed. By this point, Gu tribe's circumstances was also part of his plan. Gu Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master and had just taken the tribe leader position. Fong Yuan made Gu tribe take over Yen tribe. It allowed him to have greater control of this person. By controlling this person, he controlled Gu tribe. What? Yen tribe was exterminated by Gu tribe? At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader listened to the news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy with shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master. His face filled with wrinkles, gray hair, sunken and dark eyes. He was an enslavement path expert with some reputation in Northern Plains, named Bei Chaoshang. That is precisely so. Many tribes already know of this. Not long later, the news will spread to the whole Northern Plains. Your tribe is in a remote location and has many large beast groups in the surroundings. Thus you were not able to get this news immediately. Bei Chaoshang continued. I have come here to represent the alliance of Bei, Zhang and Pei tribe to request Wang tribe to join the alliance and punish Gu tribe together. Eh? Hearing Bei tribe, Zhang tribe and Pei tribe had already allied. Wang tribe leader slightly furrowed his brows. In Northern Plains, it was not strange for tribes to form an alliance. The struggle for the imperial court was arriving soon. The appearance of alliances also increased. I have a doubt. Gu tribe was originally weaker than Yen tribe. How could such a small existence swallow a bigger force? Wang tribe leader questioned. Bei Chaoshang laughed. Gu tribe could absorb Yen tribe all because of one person. I wonder if Lord Wang tribe leader has ever heard of Chang Shan-in. Chang Shan-in. Wang tribe leader slightly frowned. This name brought a familiar feeling in the depths of his heart, as if he had heard it somewhere. Soon after, his furrowed brows relaxed and an astonished look appeared on his face. Chang Shan-in. Could it be the Wolf King who had killed Ha-Tu-Gu? Hehe. I am in admiration of tribe leader's knowledge. Bei Chaoshang cupped his fists. Yes, it is because of this person's meddling that led to Gu tribe's victory. Who would have expected that the hero of Northern Plains would still alive after all this time? No one knows what happened in all these years. He appeared with low profile and with his lone strength, made Gu tribe, a small existence, swallow the big Yen tribe. Of course, this is also because Yen tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Chang Shan-in and were taken down collectively. This allowed Gu tribe to have dominance when they attacked Yen tribe camp. Bei Chaoshang spoke with assurance. He was actually very clear of this inside story. In truth, after Yen tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who were able to escape alive and went to Bei tribe to request protection. With such informants, Bei tribe was naturally very clear of the situation. Wang tribe leader's brows furrowed deeper. Back in those days, Wolf King with his lone strength could bypass realms and kill rank 5 Gu master Ha-Tu-Gu along with his bandit group. Such strength truly intimidates people. How can we deal with such expert with our strength? Rank 4 Gu masters were already the leaders of small mid-scale tribes. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. Long ago, the news of Chang Shan in killing Ha-Tu-Gu had created an uproar in the whole Northern Plains. Reputation, whether good or bad, follows closely like a shadow. Chang Shan-yin's deeds had spread throughout Northern Plains for so many years. It was natural for Wang tribe leader to have some apprehension. Bei Chaoshang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It is natural for Lord tribe leader to have worries. Wolf King was indeed an amazing character. But times have changed. Today's Wolf King is no longer as valiant as before. I would like to hear the details. Everyone knows the strength of enslavement path Gu masters is determined by their troops. Wolf King has just come back. His wolf group is no longer of the same scale as before, with not even a single mutated beast. There are only ordinary wind wolves, night wolves, and turtleback wolves with him. And in the battle with Yen tribe, they already suffered huge losses. His battle strength is not so mighty. Bei Chaoshang continued. Moreover, Wolf King attacked Yen tribe without rhyme or reason. This is the conduct of the demonic path. Slaughtering ordinary mortals goes against Northern Plains rules. He is no longer the hero of our Northern Plains, but a demon everyone needs to hunt. The one we are punishing this time is a sinner who creates conflicts, an evildoer who invades at will. We have righteousness with us while Gu tribe is at the side of injustice and evil. The heroes' assembly has not begun yet. The struggle for imperial court has not started yet. but they dared to openly wage a war with another tribe. This is unforgivable. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, which of the people that violated the bottom line like this has ever had a good ending? Bei Chaosheng's words were full of passion. Indeed, as the political advisor of Bei tribe, his words had the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader also was a seasoned character and not someone who could be easily influenced. His gaze flashed and said with hesitation, "Although it is so, Wolf King is after all the Wolf King. In the battle between giants, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there is bound to be enormous losses." Bei Chaosheng shook his head and smiled without concern. He. Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Gu tribe has just absorbed Yen tribe. They have eaten too much this time and inflated very quickly. They will not be stable for a long time. As long as Wang tribe joins us, why would our 4 tribes alliance be afraid of a puny Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader muttered irresolutely for a while and said, "I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but Wolf King is the Wolf King. He mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? He might have even had fortuitous encounter. He definitely has some plan in making his appearance now. Such a character is sure to have trump cards that he has not shown yet." Bei Chaosheng scoffed. "Reputation usually comes from exaggeration. Wang tribe leader, why should we puff up the enemy and lower our morale? Why are you so afraid of the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is no more than an enslavement pathgu master in the end. Since he is an enslavement pathgu master, we have ways to deal with him. Truthfully speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement pathgu masters. Our tribe's Forest Soldier Corps, which has made its name in Northern Plains. It can completely face Changshan Yin. Besides them, Zhang tribe has the renowned Lightning Spear battle formation, while Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous expert in Northern Plains and has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if Wolf King has much more troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can move past the troops and directly attack and kill the Wolf King. It was common knowledge that enslavement pathgu masters feared beheading the leader tactics. As long as this tactic succeeded, even a huge army of millions would immediately fall into chaos and flee in disorder. Wang tribe leader, however, was still hesitating, and evaded it, saying he needed a few days to consider as it was a serious matter. Disappointment flashed past Bei Chaosheng's eyes. This is a serious matter. It makes sense for Wang tribe leader to consider it carefully. However, this matter cannot be delayed. If we allow the Gu tribe to recover their senses and digest the spoils of the war, our losses when we fight will be much more larger. Please take note of this, Lord tribe leader. Wang tribe leader nodded. At most 3 days during this period, you can stay in our tribe and receive our warmest welcome. Bei Chaosheng could only take the initiative to say his farewell after hearing these words. When he had just left the hall, a person entered. This person was thin with a yellowish face. There were 3 strands of beard on his chin and a pair of sharp and bright eyes. He was Wang tribe leader's competent assistant, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, an experienced strategist. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and join this alliance? Wang Dadao asked with some worries. Of course not. You don't need to worry. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a breath of relief. Tribe leader is wise to not be bewitched by others. The power struggle for imperial court is arriving, and years of battle will follow it. Preserving strength is our main priority. The thoughts of Bei, Pei, and Zheng tribe, these 3 mid-scale tribes, are very clear. Yen tribe is in-laws of Lu tribe. Yen Chui heir is Lu tribe young master's fiancé. They are thinking of becoming dogs of Lu tribe to curry favor with Lord Lu Wenwu, but they want to involve my tribe to share the risks. Yes. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large-scale tribe. We need to make our moves very carefully. The struggle for the imperial court is like a battle of dragons and snakes. In the end, who can become the final winner? We need to observe carefully and choose the side we are siding with. Every 10 years in Northern Plains, there would be a terrifying and shocking blizzard. Only by entering the imperial court could one have protection to not be affected by the blizzard. But the quota in imperial court was limited. There were too many that wanted to enter. Thus they would go through bitter battle, and after eliminating the weak, the master of the imperial court would be decided. Wang tribe might be a large-scale tribe but was classified as those tribes with superficial foundation, having no intents to vie for the throne. They only wanted to side with the correct force and become the one with the greatest contribution, thus entering the imperial court and avoiding the disaster. If we can't enter the imperial court, our tribe will definitely suffer disastrous damage during the blizzard. We will fall from our current large-scale force to mid-scale, small-scale, or even complete extermination with a high probability. But if we can enter imperial court, through the support of the resources of imperial court, we can recuperate, and if our luck is good, we can have the qualifications to vie for the next rulership of imperial court. Wang Didao said with a grave expression. This matter concerned the survival and prosperity of the whole Wang tribe. Every Wang tribesman was cautious and careful. Then, how should we deal with Bei Chaosheng? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Didao stroked his beard and said after a while, we should properly entertain this person, and 3 days later, we can tactfully decline their alliance invitation. At the same time, we will send a letter to Gu tribe behind their back, to express our goodwill to the Wolf King and tell them of this matter. Let them fight each other while we will watch safely from the sideline. If there is an opportunity, we can have no worries in benefiting from their conflict. Ha ha ha. Your words deeply resonates with my heart. Wang tribe leader could not help laughing heartily. Gazing at the letter in his hand, Gu tribe leader Guguang had a worried expression. All the Gu tribe elders beside him were also silent. The atmosphere had become so heavy in the main tent that it was almost suffocating. Bei, Pei, and Zheng tribe have allied to combine their strength and pass judgment to our tribe. They are wantonly attracting more allies now. Wang tribe leader has sent this information secretly. I am afraid not long later, the allied army would make their move. Elders, do you have any good plans? Guguang asked. This matter is not looking good. Our tribe has just absorbed Yen tribe. Although our morale is high, we have yet to digest the spoils of the war. If the enemy invades us, it is hard to say if the Yen tribe captives we have won't rise up in rebellion. At that time, with both external and internal threats, our Gu tribe won't be far from extermination. Then should we retreat? Retreat? Where? We have a camp now and can defend our positions. But if we retreat, there will be nothing to protect us. Do we just wait for those tribes to surround us then? The elders started discussing. Guguang looked at them with a disappointed gaze. The elders were just making random comments with no one giving reasonable suggestion. This instead caused the atmosphere in the tent to become more repressing and was vaguely shaking up their battle will. All right, no need to say anymore. He raised his hand and put an end to the discussion. I won't hide this from you. Few days ago, Lord Wolf King Chongshan Yin has agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him to discuss this matter. Guguang revealed the news. He had kept this news hidden. Now that he said it out, it was like a cardiac stimulant that caused the elders to feel a rush of morale. Lord Wolf King has become our tribe's supreme elder? Great. Great. This is a cause for celebration. With Lord Wolf King with us, we have a chance of survival. The suppressing atmosphere in the tent was immediately swept clean, and the fallen morale rapidly soared. This was the effect of an expert. In times of crisis, they were the main pillar that could hold up the sky and earth. Seeing this, Guguang realized why only Gu masters with high cultivation could become the ones in power in tribes. Fang Yuan was invited into Gu tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes are allying to deal with us? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes shone, asking, which 3? An elder immediately replied, reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, it is Pei tribe, Bei tribe, and Zhang tribe. Pausing for a second, this elder continued, Pei tribe's Pei Yen Fei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a fierce general famous in northern plains. Although Bei tribe is only a middle-sized tribe, it has 2 enslavement path Gu masters. As for Zhang tribe, although they were created not too long ago, their lightning spear battle formation is nothing to be trifled with. Fang Yuan nodded. He had heard a familiar name. That was Pei Yen Fei. This person was truly a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he became Lu tribe's third general. In the future battles, he often fought his way into enemy formations alone, assaulting and disrupting their battle formations. As he charged through unstoppably, he aimed for the leader's head. As for Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, although Fang Yuan had no memories of them, it did not obstruct him from estimating their strength. Either of these two tribes were equal to Gu tribe back in Hongyan Valley. Bei tribe had 2 enslavement path Gu masters. This meant that they could resist Fang Yuan's wolf group head-on. As for Zheng tribe, it seemed that they grew to power using the lightning spear battle formation. This was Zheng tribe's trump card. It could not be underestimated. However, I need large numbers of souls to feed Danghun Mountain and strengthen my own soul. The alliance of the 3 tribes will allow me to kill many people, right? Thinking so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Right now, the 3 tribes have allied. The situation is precarious. Uncle Chong Shan Yin, what should Gu tribe do? Gu Guang was yearning for an answer. Fang Yuan raised his brows, his words oozing with killing intent. What can we do? Since they want to kill us anyway, we will strike first and attack them immediately. You have to know, the best defense is offense. What? Attack? Hearing this, Gu tribe higher-ups were shocked. In their earlier discussions, some people suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one had suggested attacking. This idea was too aggressive and risky. After all, the power of the 3 allied tribes greatly surpassed Gu tribe. Now that Gu tribe had just assimilated Yen tribe's captives, they had internal woes as well. Is it too crazy to just attack them now? The elders looked at each other, sensing each other's worry from their expressions. But because of Fang Yuan's attitude, they did not dare to speak out. At once, everyone went silent. Gu Guang hesitated for a while, before meekly saying, Uncle Chong Shan Yin, the enemy is strong while we are weak, but we are going to strike first and give up on defending the camp? Fang Yuan snorted. If you are thinking like this, so are our enemies. Precisely so, we have to initiate the attack and catch them off guard. Tonight, we shall gather our forces and assault them in the dark. Which tribe is the closest to us? The closest is Bei tribe, following by Zheng tribe and then Pei tribe, who are the furthest. Gu Guang replied. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Very good. Then we shall wipe out Bei tribe first, before slaughtering Zheng tribe, and then find a chance to finish off Pei tribe. This battle will be tragic, be mentally prepared. But we cannot make progress without sacrifices. After we devour the 3 tribes, our Gu tribe will strengthen even further. The tribe elders looked at each other, tongue-tied, shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. With Gu tribe's current situation, he still wanted to devour the allied enemies who were 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was unimaginable. Seeing the hesitant gang, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Then that will be the plan. Go and prepare for it. Yes, the higher-ups replied. That night, the night winds blew and the moon was high in the sky. Gu tribe camp opened its gates as the wolves ran out like a flowing river. Countless Gu masters were mixed in with them as they charged forward with strong killing intent. What a good weather. This is a perfect weather to kill people. Fang Yuan sat on a mutated beast as he laughed. This mutated beast was that white-eyes wolf. It was an infant earlier, but after Fang Yuan used the time path Gu worm to accelerate its growth, it rapidly aged. Now, this white-eyes wolf was several times its original size. Having a body of white snow-like fur, its body shape was slim and smooth like water, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only comparable to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild Gu inside its body. Time was needed for wild Gu to live in a beast king. During a beast king's long period of growth, multiple wild Gu worms would come to seek refuge with them. But this white-eyes wolf grew too fast. It lacked the foundation built with time, and because it was always by Fang Yuan's side, there were no Gu on it. Because of that, Fang Yuan used it as his steed and let it accompany him. Sometimes, using its vision, he could scout areas quickly. The army moved quickly towards Bei tribe. Bei tribe camp was situated on a mound. There were originally many trees on the mound, but now they were all removed and a tall wall was erected all around Bay tribe camp. On the wall, there were observational towers that were giving off a bright light, lighting up the dark camp. On the surface of the wall, there were wooden spikes and several Bay tribe Gu masters were standing at set intervals, giving off a strong, impregnable aura. Lord, are we really attacking? The army stealthily got closer as Gu Guang observed the wall. His heart jumped as he had the urge to retreat. Fang Yuan laughed. We will definitely win. What does Lord Supreme Elder mean? An elder did not understand and asked. Fang Yuan pointed at the wall. Precise because of the sturdy wall. These Bay tribe Gu masters are complacent, sending only a few Gu masters to guard it. The fact that we could get too near to them is proof of this. Furthermore, this light is too bright. It shows Bay tribe's intention to scare off the weak. Such a false bravado, while attempting to show that they were a stronghold, revealed all their little secrets. Hearing this, Gu tribesmen were assured. Fang Yuan instructed again. Later, I will send the wolves to crush the wall. You will send the Yen tribe captives to charge and lead the way, while Gu tribe Gu masters watch them. If anyone tries to rebel or run away, kill them on the spot. His icy cold voice made everyone shudder. The moment he said that, before waiting for the elders to react, Fang Yuan waved his hand as 2 myriad wolf kings led their wolf groups and rushed out. In a few breaths' time, they got into the lighted area. Wolves. Why are there so many wolves? Bay tribe Gu masters rubbed their eyes, finding it unbelievable. Enemy assault! Enemy assault! Some people reacted and shouted loudly, using their Gu worms to send signals. Block them! Reinforcements are coming! The Gu masters shouted with all their strength. But Fang Yuan's attack was ferocious and overwhelming. It was like 2 iron fists that had been storing energy for a day. The battle strength of a myriad wolf king was not to be underestimated. Often, a rank 4 Gu master and multiple rank 3 experts were needed to deal with one. 2 myriad wolf kings, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, unleashed their strongest attacks without hesitation. Bam! 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 Every impact was soul-shaking. The study wall swayed in the wind like a flimsy paper. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king, it had a thick skin and a strong body. It caused the most damage to the wall. Bay tribe Gu masters were busy retaliating, but their scattered attacks were blocked by the myriad wolf king's defensive Gu. When Bay tribe's reinforcements arrived in a hurry, they saw the collapse of an entire segment of the wall. 2 myriad wolf kings led their endless wolf armies as they charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king. Turtleback myriad wolf king. Bay tribe leader saw this sight and he was shocked out of his wits. These were 2 types of wolves. As wild wolf groups, they will never work together. This situation only meant one thing. There was someone controlling them. Who was the culprit? Bay tribe leader did not need to think twice before a name appeared in his heart. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. Chong Shan Yin. Bay tribe leader gritted his teeth and fire almost spewed out of his eyes. But his fury could not stop the attack of the wolf group. So be it if they were ordinary wolves. But under Fang Yuan's control, strength and knowledge became the best companions. Bay tribe tried resisting and formed many defensive formations, but the wolf group charged without worry for casualties. It was an all-out attack. The Gu tribe Gu masters behind the wolf group were like spectators. Rank 4. Grass Puppet Gu. Bay tribe leader injected his primeval essence into the grass below his feet. The grass grew to the size of a person, turning into a grass puppet, holding a green leaf-long sword. This was the grass sword elite soldier. Large numbers of grass sword elite soldiers charged towards the wolf group. The grass sword elite soldiers successfully resisted the wolf group's attack. They formed a formation near the main tent and blocked the wolves like a green monolith. But this situation was only temporary. When Bay tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the grass sword elite soldiers were out of steam and the monolith became smaller, submerged by the wolves. Retreat! We will retreat to Zhang tribe. As long we are alive, Bay tribe will have the hopes of returning one day. Bay tribe leader saw that the defeat was set in stone and resolutely decided to retreat. Ha ha ha! Fong Yuan rode the white-eyes wolf as he looked at the escaping Bei tribesmen, laughing loudly. "Lord, we won," Gu Guang said excitedly. "We've only won the first out of 3 battles. Leave some people behind to clean up the battlefield. We will chase them." Fong Yuan waved, and the tens of thousands of wolves howled and changed directions towards Zhang tribe. "They are chasing us." The Bei tribe Gu masters who were escaping saw such a grand army and were scared till their souls trembled. "No, wait. Chang Shanyin's next target is Zhang tribe." Someone understood. "Not only did he take down our tribe, he also wants to take down Zhang tribe?" Someone furiously screamed. "Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. Soon, they will catch up." Someone shouted frantically. Bei tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left. He could only change directions and enter the forest near him. Fong Yuan led the army and ignored these people, charging straight for Zhang tribe. "He did not chase us. He went to Zhang tribe after all." Bei tribe's higher-ups breathed roughly. Standing in the forest, they watched the stampede of over 10,000 wolves. Bei tribe leader's expression was solemn. The veins on his fists were about to burst. The hatred in his heart and the flames of fury almost incinerated him. But there was nothing he could do. "Prepare the lightning spears," Zhang tribe leader shouted furiously as he went to the front line. After crushing Bei tribe, Fong Yuan led his army without stopping towards Zhang tribe camp. A bitter battle erupted instantly. Fong Yuan commanded 2 myriad beast kings to attack together, breaking through Zhang tribe's 2 defensive lines in moments. However, at the 3rd line they were finally stopped. The ones who stopped the wolf tide was Zhang tribe's renowned trump card, the Lightning Spear Corps. These rank 2 Gu masters stood in a row on the walls, emitting strong elite aura, forging a wall made of flesh and blood. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately pushed forward their right hand and poured their primeval essence into the lightning imprint on their right palm. This was the imprint of the Lightning Spear Gu. Next, Gu tribesmen saw lightning emitting out of these Gu masters' palms before forming into silverish blue-colored spears. These spears were 4 feet long and were completely condensed from lightning. Lightning flickered and emitted a soft, sizzling sound. "Shoot!" Zhang tribe leader shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew together and drew a dense arc in the sky. The shining lightning illuminated the battlefield for a moment. The blue light shone on everyone's faces. The difference was Gu Guang and his group had ashen expressions, while Zhang tribe leader had a proud smile. Lightning spears rained down upon the charging wolf group. Even though turtleback wolves had strong shells, they were still pierced by the lightning spears, let alone the wind wolves and night wolves who were weak in defense. The volley of lightning spears showed an extraordinary might, instantly clearing up a large area of the battlefield. The densely packed wolf group also became thinner. Over 500 wolves fell, dead. The offense of the wolf group had slowed down. "Ha ha ha! Look, this is our tribe's Lightning Spear Corps. With such strong troops, who dares to look down on our tribe? This is the strongest blood and flesh wall of our tribe. What could happen to us even if there were more wolves?" Zhang tribe's Gu masters shouted in excitement at this sight, their morale increasing rapidly. In contrast, Gu tribesmen had grave expressions. Chang Shan-in, Zhang tribe leader used sound amplification, Gu to amplify his voice, suppressing all the chaotic noises of the battlefield. "You invaded my tribe without rhyme or reason. The heroes' assembly has not started yet, but you are recklessly starting a war with no care for law and order. Your brutal massacre will be punished by all the tribes of Northern Plains. You have not made a great mistake yet, you still have a chance at redemption. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, I shall let the world know of your evil nature. You and the Gu tribe behind you shall be called rats by all Northern Plainsmen." Zhang tribe leader berated and warned. "Lord Supreme Elder." Gu tribe's elders looked towards Fong Yuan with hesitation on their faces. Fong Yuan's mad war campaign was indeed violating the rules. Although the 3 tribes allied to deal with Gu tribe, they had yet to act. Just relying on the evidence gathered by Gu tribe, they could not prove anything. Northern Plains Gu masters liked to battle, but they did not battle recklessly, and everything was based on proper reasons. The more sensible and grand the reasons were, the better it was. Moreover, the struggle for the imperial court had not begun yet, so the tribes were mutually restraining each other. Back when Gu tribe was at Hongyan Valley, Man tribe clearly had more strength than Gu tribe, but they still did not make a direct move. Instead, they used schemes to create a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a proper reason to swallow Gu tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the game rule between the tribes of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan leading Gu tribe to invade the three tribes alliance was clearly breaking this rule. They were attacking without appropriate reasons, which meant their actions lacked righteousness. Gu tribe's invasive conduct, which reeked of demonic nature, would cause them to be isolated. Other tribes might be vigilant towards them or even attack them. Thus, Gu tribe's higher-ups were worried. But because of Chong Shan Yin's strength and prestige, they did not openly oppose him. Right now, the wolf group's offense was obstructed, and the Gu tribesmen were starting to show the first signs of worries. Fang Yuan sat indifferently on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, gazing at those Gu masters on the wall. The lightning spear core are indeed extraordinary. His gaze continued to flash as he saw the ingenuity behind this in the entire lightning spear core. There were over 500 offensive Gu masters, but the truly important characters were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in the corner and were strictly defended. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the power of the lightning spears, or condense the force of the lightning spears into an even stronger attack. Fang Yuan then looked at the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King as well as Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings were obstructed by Zhang tribe leader personally along with the Lightning Spear Core's combined strength, so they had no choice but to retreat. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense Gu was killed. Its entire body was covered with blood, and some wounds were so deep, one could even see the bone. Even though Fang Yuan used Wolf Smoke Gu to heal most of these wounds, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's strength had dropped by a level. Retreat? Does retreating mean that the others won't pursue? Fang Yuan sneered. Retreating was the fastest way to die. Only by advancing without stopping, charging forward, defeating the three-tribe alliance, annihilating the survivors, could the bad influence of breaking Northern Plains rules be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Gu tribe was like a drawn bow. There was no other option but to press on. Gu tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted, so they could not see the situation clearly. But Fang Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, naturally was a seasoned veteran and could clearly see the situation. Everyone, we are at the most crucial moment now. Gu tribesmen, charge forward, fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat a step shall be killed without question. Fang Yuan shouted coldly while actively mobilizing all the remaining forces with him. Howl! Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King lead the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. Fang Yuan had been intentionally hiding this Myriad Wolf King outside. He had not brought it to Gu tribe camp and did not use it even when attacking Bei tribe. The third Myriad Wolf King. Gu tribe and Zhang tribe's Gu masters changed expression at the sight of this Wind Wolf King. Gu tribe's higher-ups revealed joy, while Zhang tribe's Gu masters felt like a heavy stone had landed on their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent. He waved his hand and the three Wolf Kings rushed forward together. Seeing three Myriad Wolf Kings charge together, Zhang tribe leader's expression paled and furiously attacked. Killer move. Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture violently dropped as three Gu worms were activated together, forming an enormous lightning bird in the air. The giant bird flew towards the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and obstructed it. Lightning Spear Core, shoot together. Zhang tribe leader hastily shouted. Hundreds of lightning spears were shot to the sky. Support Gu masters acted together, converging the flying lightning spears together. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spears combined to form into a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Gu. A rank 3 elder suddenly activated his Gu at the lightning snake. The lightning snake immediately grew out 2 sharp and steel-like claws. Rhino Horn Gu. Another Zhang tribe elder activated his Gu. A sharp golden horn grew out of the lightning snake's head. Silver scales goo. Another elder added bright silver-colored, firm scale armor on the lightning snake's body. This completely armed lightning spear made a circle in the air, looking like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it charged down valiantly towards the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fong Yuan's eyes twitched. Previously, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been obstructed by this killer move and suffered serious injuries. This was the killer move Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Goo Masters nurtured, used and refined goo. Each aspect was a deep field of study. There was the killer move in the aspect of using goo. Some goo master experts would exquisitely activate many goo worms' abilities consecutively in a very short period and fuse them into an even stronger attack. This was a killer move. Normal killer moves were activated by one goo master, like Zheng tribe leader's killer move Thunderbird. The Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed from the cooperation of hundreds of goo masters. It condensed the strength of hundreds of goo masters as well as rank 3 experts into an extremely terrifying attack. As it was obstructed by Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King had no hopes of advancing further temporarily. However, Fong Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King began a crazed assault under his control. Block it! Block it! Hold it back even if you die. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us. We absolutely cannot lose. This Myriad Beast King no longer has its defense goo. We still have hope. Zheng tribe's goo masters raised their morale and attacked fiercely. Countless attacks shone brilliantly like fireworks as they landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense goo had already died. The attacks easily caused its flesh to lacerate, causing it to howl bitterly in pain. The intense pain agitated the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King. Its eyes reddened, its killing intent burst out and its offense became fiercer. Damn it! Seeing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King kill the Lightning Spear Core, destroying Zheng tribe's most precious trump card, Zheng tribe leader almost spurted out blood in anger. However, he could not go to stop it, as right now he was using all his strength to pin down Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. To protect their home and family, Zheng tribe's goo masters burst out with much greater strength. Die beast! A rank 3 elder dashed out without a thought for his safety and flew towards the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes, fiercely piercing forwarding with his hands. The Night Wolf King had no time to dodge and its eyes were pierced. Amidst the incomparable pain, it opened its mouth and bit this rank 3 elder apart. The rank 3 elder's body was split into 2, but he had a smile on his face before dying. He used his final trace of primeval essence to inflict heavy injuries on the Night Wolf King. Such a situation was not rare. To block the Night Wolf King, many Zheng tribe's goo masters chose to sacrifice themselves and protect their home. Truly brave warriors, Fong Yuan praised while laughing coldly. In his mind, Fong Yuan sensed the Night Wolf King's intense desire to retreat. But he did not allow that and forcibly made it continue attacking. Lightning Spear Core suffered serious losses in the intense fight with the Night Wolf King. Not even 10% survived. With there being no decent resistance, Goo tribe's goo masters charged out and created an opening rapidly. The scales of victory tilted towards Fong Yuan. Time passed, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon dissipated in the air and the Wind Wolf King became free. Under Fong Yuan's control, it started killing Zheng tribe elders. Next, the wolf group charged inside Zheng tribe camp like a tide, mercilessly killing the old, the weak, women and children. Wretched screams, despairing shouts and shrieks resounded throughout the battlefield. Die, go and die. The more deaths there are, the more souls I can obtain. Fong Yuan looked expressionlessly at this living hell, as he secretly used his storage goo.